I did it again. 8 hours or 9. Jesus Christ. Hey, what's up? In this video, you're gonna learn some of the coolest tech in the game. For example, the website ChatGPT that has been the fastest website to ever reach 100 million users is using the same technology as we are in this video, that being NextJS and also NextAuth for authentication. However, the application is gonna differ quite a bit. In this video, you'll learn how to build a super fast, scalable, real-time messenger app using Redis as the in-memory database, making our messages super fast and also making the authentication super straightforward. To build this app, we're gonna use the latest NextJS 13 tech there is, being like the app directory, the new loading state handlers, the new API route handlers, and everything of the good stuff that NextJS 13 offers to us. This video is kindly sponsored by Upstash, which has really allowed me to go into the details and make sure this video is as beginner friendly as I could possibly make it. All the concepts that I'm going to introduce to you to build this application, I'm going to go through with you. You're going to learn how middleware works, not just how to write it, but also how it works. In fact, I won't even assume that you know Next.js. I'm just going to assume you know a little bit of React and are trying to build your first Next.js project at all. And we'll also be using a super in-demand language, that being TypeScript instead of JavaScript for this. I'm not even going to assume you know TypeScript. All the stuff I'm going to introduce to you step by step in this video. We're gonna go through in a very logical order, only introducing dependencies as needed. Things you're gonna take away from this video and that you can then apply to your own projects are gonna be, first, a fully responsive design. This design is super well optimized for mobile, beautifully animated. Secondly, authentication, just like the big boys like ChatGPT do it, using NextAuth, super good authentication. Then, very importantly, you're gonna learn how to build super fast and scalable real-time communication features. To do that, we're gonna be using WebSockets, and then secondly, Redis as our database for super fast database communication. One more thing you're gonna learn is how to properly protect your routes. Not anyone should be able to read your chat. Security-wise, that would be horrible, and we're gonna learn how to prevent that. So you're gonna learn middleware to prevent unauthorized access to any route that you want, in our case that being the chat, and also you'll need to be authenticated in order to use this app. And even though that's not all you're gonna learn way more cool stuff than that you can take away for your own projects. Just for a quick summary, you're gonna learn Next.js 13, a super in-demand framework, even officially recommended to write React code in by now. Secondly, TypeScript, very in-demand language, especially since a few years. And then in this single video, you'll not only build this app, but we're also going to deploy it to the web together. Now, along the way, you will also learn industry standard best practices, how to leverage server components and simultaneous database calls for maximum performance, and so much more. I'm really excited to do this with you. Let's get into the application. Let me give you a demo of what we're gonna build, and then we're gonna go through step by step in a very logical order, starting with the very foundation, for example, installing Tailwind, creating reusable components like a button, then going on to the database, authentication, implementing the adding of friends, then working on the actual chat functionality, and then implementing real-time features and deploying the app in the end. And without further ado, I could go on forever. What you're gonna learn in this video, you'll see that along the way. Let me give you a demo of what we're gonna build and then slowly get started with the actual build. So if we navigate to our page, this is where we land. As I said earlier, this is gonna be an auth-only page, meaning only authenticated users will have access to this application. We can go ahead and log in with our Google credentials, for example, this account right here. And if I click that, we land on a beautiful minimalistic dashboard with our most recent chats, if we had any. And then secondly, we can see right here on the left-hand side, there's a slide over where we can add friends, and we can also see our incoming chat or friend requests with our information we can use to add new friends down here, where it says our name and our email and then option to log out. Now, if I navigate over to a second client and log in with my support@rodful.aim email, let me quickly type in my password over here, and then let's put this into a split screen view so you can get a really good feeling of what's going on in this app. So I'm gonna go click on add friend over here on the left client and add our other account right here on the right side as a friend by clicking on this add button right here. And when I do that, pay attention to what happens right here on the right hand side on the other client under the friend requests. I'm gonna hit add, and we can see that was A, very fast, and then B, we can see a friend request send success message on the left side, and we can see in real time that the friend request has been received on the right-hand side client. And if I now accept this, there's a bunch of stuff that's gonna happen. First off, both chat partners are gonna appear as chat partners for each other. Check this out. If I press the accept button, the friend request is gonna disappear, and we're gonna have the Wordful AI support as our chat partner in the left-hand side and the other account on the right-hand side. And now, if I navigate into the actual chat and type a message, hello dude, for example, and if I zoom in, this might be a bit easier to see, and hit post, then we can see there's a beautiful toast notification popping up on the other client, notifying this person that they have received a new message. And the way the reason I'm scrolling out so much is so we don't get into the mobile view, which is beautifully responsive, by the way. As you can see right here, it's a beautiful slide over that we can use, and we can see there's a new message that just came in from this user that we can answer. Hello, how are you? Hit post, and as you can see, this is well fast, right? These messages are instant. It's like it's just a beautifully done real-time communication between these two clients. Right, and we can add more friends, we can see our friend requests, we can log out and land right back on the login page. And if I try to navigate to this path without being logged in, see what happens? Nothing happens. We can't access the chat. It prompts us to log in right away because the routes are protected. Great. And that's the demonstration I wanted to give you. It's a very cool app. You're going to learn a lot on the way. And before we start writing code, let's get you up to speed on two core principles that we're going to use in this application. First one being a different routing system than what you might be used to from React. So in React, the way we handled routing, for example, with React Router, would be we define a path, like the dashboard path, and then a component that should correspond to that path. That's how we did it in React. In Next.js, the routing structure is fundamentally different because we are going to be using a file-based routing system. And what that means is we create folders that represent the URL path, and then inside the folder we're creating the pages that then represent the routes. So let's say we wanted to recreate the same thing in Next.js as with the React one. We want to have a /dashboard and then a dashboard component in there. First off, what would the index page be? That's important to understand. And for the index page, inside the app directory, we are going to create a file. That's why we have a little file symbol here. That is going to be called page.tsx. Let's make this a bit larger. This is a name that is enforced by Next.js. So now when we navigate to localhost 3000 / and then absolutely nothing, this page.tsx would be what is shown, essentially the equivalent of this if this wasn't the dashboard but just the home page. So the component that was rendered out would be this page.tsx, which is, nothing more than a regular React component, but it is very important that we name it page.tsx. If we wanted to create the actual dashboard, then we would go inside the app folder, create a new folder in here, a subfolder, so to say, that would be called dashboard. And because we created this as a folder, this would be represented in the URL. So the dashboard, if we created a page.tsx in there as a sub file in the dashboard, let's copy this, name it page.tsx, that would mean that we can now navigate to localhost 3000 / dashboard, and the content that would be shown is the page.tsx. It is not reflected in the URL, right? Just the content would show up if we navigated to the dashboard URL. And that's the fundamental difference between React routing and Next.js 13 routing. While we have a client-side router here, this is a file-based routing system. Now, you don't need to know this, you don't need to remember this or anything. We're going to do everything together, but it is important. I just wanted to explain you the core concept because we're going to make use of this later. It just makes routing way simpler. And then for one more core concept that I want to introduce to you, this is going to be a different concept. This is going to be TypeScript. The most important TypeScript knowledge that I want you to, know for this video is going to be how to declare a type. Let's just say in this example component, the code above is completely irrelevant. Let's say const person is going to be a JavaScript object, right? And if I press Control and Spacebar, we don't get any intelligence as to what this constant can have as properties, because it's just a random object that we are creating. I can pass it anything. I can pass it an age of 14, and I can pass it a name of John, for example, right? This would be a 14-year-old person called John. I can pass this object anything I want. The purpose of TypeScript, and the most important thing we're going to be using TypeScript for in this video, is going to be to restrict what this person can contain. And to do that, we can define something called an interface, and we can call it, for example, again, a person, let's just call it person interface, very verbose. And what we can do with this interface is we can restrict this object as to which properties it can have. For example, let's say a person could only ever have an age of number type, a name of a string type, and then optionally a person could have something like a job that is optional. So we're going to declare it with a little question mark here, then a colon, and a job would be a Boolean value if they have a job or not. Now, again, this doesn't change anything just because we declared the interface. However, what we can now do is assign this interface to this constant, which means that we are saying this person as an object right here is of type person interface, and therefore can only have the properties that are defined within the person interface. If we try this out, we can assign this interface to this object by saying colon after the object name, and then person interface. Thereby, we just have declared this constant as an interface of this. And now we can see, if I hit Control and spacebar in this object, the only thing that would still be possible to pass for this person that we haven't passed yet for the name and age would be an optional job. We don't have to pass it, but we can pass it a false value, for example. If I take this away and also deleted the name, this will give us an error, because in the person interface, we have said there should always be an age property, because we did not make this optional. There should always be an age property. There should always be a name property for every object that is of type person interface. And this object right here does not currently have a name property. And if I had hit Control and spacebar, we can see the intelligence that TypeScript gives us a huge advantage over JavaScript, that we can see the name property is still missing. We need to pass it. And if I try to pass a number, it would also know, no, this needs to be of type string, Josh. What you're doing is silly. This should be any string that we want. That's the main TypeScript feature we're going to make use of in this video, declaring interfaces and then assigning them to constants to get the full benefit of TypeScript in this video. And with those concepts out of the way, again, don't worry, you do not need to memorize these. We're going to go over everything together. But just to make this as beginner friendly as possible, keep them in mind. And now let's jump into the actual code. That's the functionality. It's a beautiful chat app, super functional and super performant. And that's what we're going to build together in this video. We're going to start super slow, go from the basic concepts to the more advanced ones, go step by step and only introduce dependencies as needed. So it's going to be a very easy entry we are going to have. Let's go to our desktop. And first thing we want to do to get started with our chat application is to go into the command prompt. This is where it all starts, where we are going to create a new Next.js application together. If you're ready to build something amazing with me, let's do it and let's get started right now. So the first thing we're going to do to initialize a new Next.js project is going to be to type npx create-next-app. Let me move my mouse so I don't obfuscate it. And then after the create next app, we're going to say add latest. What that is going to do is initialize our project with Next.js 13, the newest version where we can benefit from all the cool stuff they've added. You're going to learn a lot in this video. Let's click enter or hit enter. And that is going to ask us a couple of questions. First off, the name of our project. Let's just call this Realtime app YouTube. Hit enter. And then it's going to ask us if we would like to use TypeScript. In my case, yes, I do. You don't have to follow along in TypeScript though. I will do this in TypeScript. If you want to follow along in JavaScript, that works perfectly fine. We do want ESLint to make our code quality better. And we are going to use the source directory, meaning all the other directories are going to be moved into one file in our project root. And then it's going to ask us if we want the experimental app directory? Yes, we do. It's not recommended for production by Next.js just yet because it isn't stable, but it is super cool, and I've used it in production several times. It works super well and gives us opportunity to use a lot of the cool new Next.js 13 stuff. We're gonna leave that as default, and that is gonna create our Next.js project for us with all the options that we've just configured, and it's also gonna install all the dependencies for us. So let's give this a hot second to load. And then I'm going to be right back when this has finished. Aha, there we go. I don't even need to pause the video. It has already finished. That means I have created that in the wrong directory, but moved it to the desktop. So here we are. Okay, we can open the Next.js project we've just created with VS Code. And this is where it all begins. Let me zoom in so you can see easier. This is a brand new Next.js 13 application. If we wanted to, we can already start this up. Yarn dev, and that looks kind of weird. But it works. So let's go into the browser, go to localhost 3000, and let's see what our brand new Next.js project looks like. If I move that over here, this is where we are. This is what a default Next.js 13 project looks like. Just like a create React app, if you've ever used that, this is just the thing for Next.js. I'm going to stop the server and let's do some easy setup first. That's going to set the foundation for the project. So I've got some nodes open here on my right in the original project. And the first thing we're going to do is project setup, meaning we're going to install TailwindCSS, which we're going to use for styling. And also we're going to develop a core UI component, which is going to be a button that is going to be very reusable, follows a lot of best practices. First off, let's create a Tailwind together, or install Tailwind. TailwindCSS is the weapon of choice for styling, and we're going to install that with Next.js. So we can go to the guide on how to do that and literally just copy this command right here. That's going to install the necessary dependencies for us. That is going to be TailwindCSS, PostCSS, and auto prefixer. Let's go into our application, into the built-in terminal, and just paste that command, press enter. And to make this even more beginner friendly, I'm going to use npm throughout this video. Normally I use yarn, but I think a lot of beginners use npm, so that's what I'm going to use in this video too. And then we're going to copy the second command, which is going to be npx tailwindcss init-p. Run that, and that is going to create a tailwind config for us right here. Great. If there is a notification, if we want to use a certain TypeScript version, click allow, because that's going to give us a bit more intelligence specifically for Next.js 13 and TypeScript. So if that pops up, make sure to accept that. And last thing we need to do, actually two more things. First one being pasting that into our tailwind config.js to tell Tailwind which files should use Tailwind CSS styling. And secondly, we want to put the globals.css we want to put this into our globals.css, right? These three directives. Globals.css is created by Next.js for us. We don't have to create that ourselves. And as you can see, it's right here in the source/app/globals.css. We just need to paste what Tailwind gave us. And now let's see if the installation was successful. So I've navigated to the main page.tsx. Let's have a class name of text red 500. That's how we style text with Tailwind. Say hello world. Hit save, and then let's start up the development server using yarn dev just to verify that Tailwind CSS is installed correctly. Now let's go to localhost 3000 and take a look at what this looks like. And there should be red text saying hello world if the Tailwind installation went as expected. Great. So that means we have done a good job installing Tailwind, and we can get rid of a lot of this stuff. We don't need that for this simple function. Now, if you've never worked with Next.js, you are new to the file-based routing system, meaning that the routing structure is fundamentally different. In React, we navigate it on the client, right? And we've defined the routes on the client. In Next.js, we don't do that. We have a file-based routing system, meaning if I were to create a page.tsx, that's the naming convention, it's called page.tsx. It's not just a convention, it has to be named page.tsx in the new app directory. That is essentially a route I have created. And if I want to create a route under, for example, the routing structure we're going to use for the finished application is going to be /dashboard/add. If I wanted to create a dashboard route, you would do that in the app directory, then create a new folder of what your route should be called, for example, dashboard. And then, as I just mentioned, inside of that dashboard route, we can have a file called page.tsx, which is going to be the content displayed on that page. And to get the content for this page, I'm going to use a little snippet that I'm going to link in the description as well. Super simple to install, and it makes initializing a component easier. If you're not in TypeScript, you could leave this away, you could leave this and this away, and be fine with just the page. This is the JavaScript equivalent of what we're going to be doing. If you're in TypeScript, you might as well use the snippet. It's super convenient to use. And if we save that, we would expect, the server is still running, great, a path to be under /dashboard that contains the page that we have just added. So let's go to localhost 3000 /dashboard, and we can see the page we have just created. That's how the file-based routing system in NextJS 13 works. And with that out of the way and TailwindCSS installed, let's create one core component that we're going to reuse across the entire application, a button. And to do that, in the app directory, or in the source directory rather, we are going to create a folder called components. That's where all the application components are going to live. And inside of that components folder, we are going to create another folder called UI for files that we're going to reuse across the whole application. And in there is going to be our button.tsx that we're going to reuse a lot. Now I'm going to use the same snippet again. You're going to see that a lot in this video. So if you didn't bother yet, you might want to check out the snippet. It's in the description, and how to set it up is also in the description, making it easier for you to initialize a new page. It's just very convenient, or a new component for that sense. Okay, we've created the button component, and now I'm going to open up what I've already written out, the finished project, just so I don't get lost in the source in this project. Okay, now this button we're going to reuse across our whole application. That means it has to receive props based on where we render it, because we obviously don't want it to say the same thing every time. And if you didn't know, there's a method to create reusable button variants, meaning like a default button and a destructive button, an outlined button that we can then reuse across the whole application. And the way we do that is by installing one dependency. Let's go into our terminal, stop the development server, and say npm I or install. And that dependency that I'm talking about is called class-variance-authority, which allows us to write classes that we can then use wherever we render the button. And what did I do wrong? Now, it seems like TypeScript has released a new version 5 that a lot of NPM packages are not compatible with, and that wasn't even out when I developed the application a couple of days ago. That is a bit inconvenient, but what we can do to fix that is downgrade our TypeScript version. We don't need the 5, it doesn't make sense for us, and that's why we are gonna downgrade it. The way we do that, if you're wondering, is we're gonna enter the new value right here. We can say 4.9.5, which is what class variance authority expects. And then let's go into our command line and enter the command remove dash item dash recurse and then dash force underscore dash force node underscore modules. What that's gonna do is it's gonna remove our node module files. We don't need those anymore because they are outdated, and that is written with just one U. Let's remove those. That's gonna take a while because it's quite a big folder. And then the next command we're gonna run is the remove dash item. So we are removing another item that is gonna be the package dash log.json. It's gonna remove this file right here. Great, that file has saved our dependencies. We don't need that anymore because we're gonna downgrade our TypeScript version. We've already entered the new value in here, which is 4.9.5, which means now we can run npm install. That's gonna take a look at this tsconfig.json and install all the dependencies with their versions. In our case, that's gonna be TypeScript 4.9.5. It's not worse than TypeScript 5. It's super inconvenient that they just released the new version, because I think a lot of NPM packages depend on that and have not done that upgrade yet. So in this sense, it makes, in this case, it makes a lot of sense to downgrade our TypeScript version. Great. And now we should be able to install npm install class-variance-authority. Press enter, and let's see if that works. Seems to work. We installed that package successfully. Great. Okay, so we got that problem out of the way. That was unexpected, but we solved it very well. Okay, what class variance authority allows us to do is define variance of our button. We can say button variance is going to be equal to, and then CVA. That's a function we're going to call and import that from the npm package we have just installed. Now, as the first argument the CVA takes are props or styles that are always applied to the button. In our case, that's going to be active, a scale of 95 to make the button a bit smaller when it's pressed, an inline flex, an items dash center to center the items vertically, and a justify center to center them horizontally, a rounded of medium, let me close this down, a text of small, a font of medium, and a transition of color. And let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, there's a few more we want to pass in here. The focus, when this element is focused, that's a pseudo class we get access to with Tailwind. We can say the outline should be none. The focus, when that is active, there should be a ring of 2 that helps with keyboard accessibility. That's why we do this. When the button is focused, we want to have a ring of slate 400. That's just the color that is present when we navigate to that button with a keyboard, for example. And when we're focused, we want the ring to have an offset of 2, just to give it a bit of spacing. When the button is disabled, we want to make that apparent to the user by giving it an opacity of -50. And then the last thing, when the button is disabled, we want it to have a pointer -events -none, so the user cannot interact with it. I know that was a long class name. That's one of the exceptions in this application. I tried to keep them short. This is just one very long class name. Okay, and then that's the props or the styles that will always get applied to this button. Now what we can do is define variants of this button. And when we use the button, I think it's going to get very clear what these are, but we can declare them by adding a variance property inside of the CVA. And inside of the variance, we can declare whatever we want. So let's say the default button, for example, right? What happens when we don't specify a variant? It's going to use this one right here. And normally the button should have a background slate of 900, a text of white. When we hover over the button, it's going to get a background slate of 800. And when we are actually, no, we don't need to specify dark mode. I think we're fine on that. That's going to be the default styling of our button. And then let's create a ghost button. So the button is not going to be very apparent to the user, but when we navigate via keyboard, it's obvious, and the styling is also going to look good. So it's just going to be a bit more subtle. We're going to have a background of transparent for the ghost variant, then a hover of slate. No, that's going to be text-slate-900. And then when we hover over the button, it's going to get a BG of slate of 200. Right. And that's it for the ghost button. We can leave it at that for now. We don't need to worry about the other stuff. And then for the size, we're going to have 3 options. By the way, these I made up myself, right? This is not enforced by CVA. You can name this whatever you want and give it whatever properties you want. That's the whole point. The default size of the button is going to be a height of 10, a padding Y of 2, and a padding on the x-axis of 4. Then for the small variant of this button, this is going to get a height of 9, padding on the x-axis of 2, and a rounded of medium. Actually, that's already applied through the default prop. So let's just leave that out. Let's just apply the height and the padding. And then for the large option, it's going to get a height of, and we need to put that in quotes, obviously, a height of 11, padding x of 8. And that's it. Great. Now this is still all red. And we still need to define the default variance. default and we need to declare that right here. We can see default variance. Aha, and I've done a little mistake. I now know what's wrong. So the variance needs to take a custom name, right? The variance is enforced by class variance authority. What we can put inside of the variant are the certain variants that we want. But these names, that's what we define ourselves, and this one as well. But this one is enforced by CVA. And then similarly, we're going to move the size up a bit into the variance, so it's on the same level as the original variant. That was the problem. And then we can define our default variance. So because this is a custom name, class variance authority doesn't know this should be the default, even though we named it that. So we need to declare that separately inside of the default variance inside of CVA. And the way we do that is, if you're working in TypeScript, this is super convenient. We now get IntelliSense on what properties we can pass. The variant is going to be the default, obviously. And then for the size that we can also pass, that is obviously also going to be the default size. And that's it. Now, this might seem a bit cryptic at first. Why are we doing this? But it's going to get very apparent to you whenever we use the button anywhere throughout our application. This is super convenient. And then we get the actual button component. Right now, if we rendered the button out, just a div would be shown, right? This itself does not do anything. We still need to create the button. And if you're in TypeScript, there's a certain method we can do that by, which is going to make this fully type safe. To do that, we're going to export an interface. So I'm going to remove the original one from the snippet I use and declare it down here. And we are going to export an interface called button props. And inside of the button props, that's what we're going to use for whatever properties we receive in the button. So we get IntelliSense wherever we use this button on what we can pass to it, so we don't get any error. That's the beauty of TypeScript. And these button props don't take an object directly, but they extend a certain other interface. That is going to be the button HTML attributes that we get from React. And inside of here, we can pass the HTML button element, meaning whatever props we pass to the button is going to include whatever we can pass to a default button in React. I think it's going to get apparent if I just demonstrate that to you really quick. So if I were to save the button and then render it out right here on the main page, button, we can see we can pass everything that we can pass to a normal React button. That's what we just did by extending that object. And that is going to extend one more thing. So we're going to add a comma, and that is going to be the variant props that we can't automatically import, but we get those from class variance authority. So we can say variant props, import that. And what that's going to do for us is allow us to also get IntelliSense on the button variants that we have declared up here. So the variant props takes a generic, meaning kind of like a function, but with a different syntax, that takes the type of and then button variants. So the variants we have defined above, that's it. And now what we can see, what that did for us, by the way, I still need to put an empty object right here, so it's not gonna give us a type error. What that does for us is now we can see, we can pass it a size and we can also pass it a variant. Cool. So if we pass it a size and take a look at what that can be, it can be default, large, or small. So whatever we have defined inside of the button as the button variants. How convenient is that, right? And then in here, inside of this object we have at the end, we can pass custom properties. For me, that's only going to be one, is loading of Boolean. So we know if we should display a loading state inside of this button. Great. So in terms of TypeScript and setup, this button works perfectly. However, it doesn't render a button yet. So that's not ideal. It just renders a div. Let's fix that. And let's get some props from this first. We can destructure props, meaning we just take them from the original props. The variant, we want the is loading. So we have the class name, children, variant, and is loading. That's what we're destructuring. We also want the size. And then lastly, we can set a catch all. So all other properties that are passed to this button are going to be caught in this ... props right here. And we can just initialize a new button and pass it all of the other properties, because we know they are properties that can only be passed to a React button because we put that right here. So we can safely pass those into the button. we want to give the button a class name. And the class name I'm going to leave for last because that's going to require a small utility function. Then we can pass a disabled of equal to is loading. So whenever this button is loading, it should be disabled. We can pass the props as I already mentioned. And then inside of the button, if the button is loading, we want to display a loading state. The way we do that is by doing a conditional render. So if the button is loading, we are going to show a loader2 icon that doesn't exist yet, like that. And else, if it's not loading, we're not going to render that icon. Now, where's that coming from? That comes from a dependency, a super nice icon dependency. And we're going to use npm install to install that dependency called lucid-react. That's lucid-react. Press enter. That's going to be the source of our icons. And that's going to be quick to install. It's a lightweight dependency. We can now import the loader too. And to actually make it spin, we can give it a margin right of 2, a height of 4, width of 4, and animate-spin. That's the Tailwind animation. It's built in. You can see that. It takes 1 second to spin around and just looks good out of the box. And then we can render out everything else that is passed to the button as children. So for example, if we had a button in the page.tsx component, and I typed in hello inside of the button, this would be passed as the children into our button component. That's what we're rendering out inside of the button. And that's it. We can save that. And now we only need the class name. Now the class name is going to be conditional. So we need a little utility function for that. And where we're going to initialize that is in our source directory. Let's make a new folder and let's call that lib. Lib is important because it's the folder for preparing libraries for our application. So inside of this lib folder, let's create a file called utils.ts. Utils are just utility functions that help us throughout our application. And the one we're going to create is literally 3 lines of code. It's super simple. We're going to export a function and call that cn for class names. And this function takes any input, right? Any amount of class names. And that is going to be of type class value array if you're in TypeScript. Now, what the hell is this type, Josh? Where is that coming from? And to make this utility function, we are going to install 2 dependencies with npm, of course, that are super convenient. One for conditional class names, and then the second one to merge Tailwind classes together. So the conditional class one is going to be CLSX. That's what that dependency is called. It's going to allow us to do conditional class names, super convenient. You're also going to see that later in the app. And then Tailwind-merge. It's going to optimize our Tailwind code, automatically merge classes that are redundant together for cleaner Tailwind code. And now we can import that class value from CLSX. Great. And the only thing this utility function is going to do is it returns a TW merge that we get from Tailwind merge to optimize the Tailwind code. And then what are we going to merge? A CLSX to do conditional classes and pass that the inputs. Great. Now this doesn't exist yet, and we import that also from CLSX. Press tab, and we call that input. That needs to be inputs. And that is our utility function done. So anytime we create conditional classes throughout our application, this is the function we are going to use. Let's go back into our button component and implement that in practice right away. So the class name is going to be conditional, so in curly braces, and then cn, import that from libutils, and then a button variance, and that button variance, those are the variants we have declared up here, remember. Inside of there, we're going to pass an object and just pass along what we have destructured from the props. That's going to be the variant, the size, and then also a class name. So what the cn does for us is if we want to overwrite styles anywhere we render the button, we can do that. It doesn't always have to look exactly the same, even if it kind of should for, reusability purposes. It should always look similar. But if you wanted to make the background slate of 800 somewhere for any reason, we can still override the styles, and that's why we have the cn function down here. And that's the button done. That's all we need to do. Literally, we can close out of that file, and that lays a very important ground stone for our application. Okay, so let's do a very quick summary. That was chapter 1, the project setup. All we need to do was create a button, initialize the project, and install Tailwind. Those are the core components that we need to move forward. If you're following along so far, good job, champ. And we're gonna plow right ahead with chapter 2, the database setup. Database is gonna lay the ground stone for our application. It's super important. We're saving authentication data in there, the account data, right? We're saving the chat data in there, the friends, the friend requests, and so on. It's the cornerstone of our application. So that is why we are gonna do that second. To get started with our database, we are going to go to Upstash. Upstash is a provider that manages Redis for us. It allows you to scale easy and provides a super fast Redis database. This is the original application. And if I log out of this account, I can log in with another one that's going to be the support@wordful.ai to create a database there. Now, if you don't have an account yet, you can just log in via Google, for example, or any other provider. And Redis, Upstash Redis is going to be what we're using for our database. Super fast, as I said, because Redis gets its data from the cache, right, from memory, meaning it's stored in a JavaScript constant, you can imagine it like that, but it's also being persisted in the backend. So Redis, even though many people just use it for caching, is a full stack or fully fledged database, I should say, that makes your app super fast. And that's very important in a chat application. It can handle stuff that MySQL can't handle in the speed, and that's why we're using it. So, Upstash is, by the way, as I said in the beginning, kind of sponsoring this video, which is super convenient. And inside of Upstash, let's create a new database. Great. So we can give it any name. Let's call it Realtime-Chat-YouTube. That's going to be a regional database. And let me zoom in so you can see this easier. The region for me is going to be Frankfurt. This should be closest to your users, wherever you expect your users to be. And then we are going to enable the TLS SSL. And as you'll notice, Upstash makes it super simple to create a database. It's just loading for a few seconds, and that's all we need to do. There's your database. How easy was that? And then we are going to copy the two values you see down here, the Upstash Redis REST URL and the Upstash Redis REST token. That's what we're going to need to interact with this database. Let's copy the name of the first one first. Let's go into our project. And these values are sensitive information. If you don't know, sensitive information should never be hard-coded as a string in your app, but rather you do that in a .env file, or you can call this .env.local, which will be automatically in the git ignore, meaning if you're using git as version control, you won't push that up to your repo so anyone can access it. That would be horrible. We're going to define it as Upstash Redis REST URL and just copy the value that Upstash gives us and just paste it in here into the env.local. And the same thing for the other variable, which is the Upstash Redis REST token. We can paste it in here. And as the name might suggest, this is what we're going to use to interact with the REST API of Upstash. Copy that value as well. And now we have two values in our .env that we got from Upstash, the REST URL and the REST token. We can save this. And now we can actually get started with the database. And to do that, let's create a db.ts file. And if you've listened closely, you might already be able to guess where this database file goes, because after all, it's just preparing a library for our application, meaning it will go into the lib folder. Let's call this db.ts. I'm not naming it redis.ts because this should be a bit more unspecific. If you wanted to switch out to a different database later on, then you wouldn't have to worry about renaming the file, for example. It's just a bit more generic. And then here, we can import a Redis class from that needs to be in quotes, at upstash/redis, which is a dependency we haven't installed yet. So let's go into our terminal and say npm at upstash/redis. Hit enter, and they're going to make it super simple to connect to our database. We just need to install that package, and then we can export a constant of db. And that db constant is going to be a new Redis class. We are going to pass that an object. And if you are wondering what this Redis takes, it takes a URL. And I'm not getting any IntelliSense right now, which is a bit weird. But the URL is equal to the process.env. And let me close the other files just so it's a bit cleaner. The process.env. And if we take a look at the env right here, it's the Upstash Redis REST URL. We can just copy that, paste it here into our database file. And same goes for the token, which is a process.env dot, and then the Upstash Redis REST token. Paste it in there, and that's all we need to do. That's our database. And let's try out if that works. Yeah, let's just try it out. Let's give it a shot. Let's make this a async function home. And whenever we navigate to the home page, let's say we're going to await a db, import that from the file we've just created, .set. And we're just going to say, we're going to set the hello to hello. And so if we navigate to the page, we should be able to put a value into our database. And by doing that, npm run dev, we can verify that we've done the database integration correctly, or if I messed something up. So if we go to the main page, let's see what happens. Let's load that, and hopefully everything goes right. We do see the page, and now let's look into our database. To check which values we have in the database, it's super easy. We can go into the data browser, and great, we can see we have a string of hello and the content of hello. So this is just a key value pair that we are storing in Redis, just like that. So we've done the database integration correctly. Really, really good work. So now that we've done that, we can actually get started with the authentication, which is a key component of our app. Everyone needs to be authenticated so they can chat in our app. So authentication, super important. And we're going to use NextAuth for that. If you don't know what NextAuth is, NextAuth npm, it's a package that allows us to implement authentication of any kind, like social media authentication with GitHub or with Google, in a super easy and secure way, encouraging a lot of best practices that there are when working with, full stack web security. It's super cool. This is what we're going to use, and to install it, we can just copy the command or type it out, npm install NextAuth. Let's close out of that and get started with the authentication. Let's stop the development server. Yes, I want to stop that. Paste that command, npm install next-auth. And then that will take a little bit, and we can actually get started with the authentication. Great, it's done. And even though for all the API routes in our app, we're going to use the brand new NextJS 13.2 route handlers, there is one thing about NextAuth, and that is it doesn't support that yet. So without any disadvantage, we can just initialize it in the pages folder, just like we would in the latest version of NextJS, the NextJS 12 one, where we initialize a file called pages. And inside of there, we're going to create a folder. That folder is going to be called API. So pages, API, and then another folder called auth. That naming structure is required by NextAuth. And then inside of here, we can have a catch-all segment by doing like an angled bracket, ... for a catch-all, and then a NextAuth, close that with a bracket again, and then .ts, meaning any request that is going to be sent to auth is going to be handled by this file right here. And there's only going to be 5 real lines of code in this file. Let's export default NextAuth and pass it something called auth options. Now the auth options doesn't exist yet, but we can import the NextAuth already. And the reason we're doing this is because technically we are just preparing a library for our application. So that shouldn't be handled right here in the API itself, but that should rather be handled in the lib folder. And let's just leave this file with an arrow for now, because the auth options are what we're going to create in the lib folder right now. Let's go into that folder, the lib, and then create a file called auth.ts. And this file is going to be responsible for all the authentication that we do in our app. Okay, in here we're going to export a constant called auth options, which we are going to use in a lot of places in our application. This is super crucial. And that is going to be, if you're in TypeScript, of type next auth options. Now the automatic imports don't seem to be working, and what you can do in that case, if that ever happens to you, you can press Ctrl Shift and P and reload the window. Mostly that fixes the automatic imports. So let's reload the window. That's going to initialize the TypeScript features again. And now we can see the automatic imports are working. Great. And that means we also get type safety on what this object or constant can take. Super convenient. First thing this is going to take is an adapter. And what an adapter is, it means every time somebody calls this authentication, if they log in with their Google account, for example, a certain action with our database will be taken automatically. In our case, meaning the user data will be put into the database automatically, like their email and their ID and so on. So we don't need to worry about that. And the adapter is going to be one we can install. There is one made specifically for Redis and Upstash, which is super convenient. So we can say npm install and then add next-auth / upstash-redis-adapter. Hit enter on that, and so every time somebody logs in into our app, the database interaction will happen automatically. We don't need to worry about auth data persistence whatsoever. Now we can import that adapter. That's not what we want to import. It's called Upstash Redis adapter, and we can already see the automatic import right here. And what we can now do is put that into the adapter and wrap our database with it that we can import from the database. Great, that's all we need to do. Now, for this session, let's have a strategy called JWT. You can see there are two options here, database and JWT. JWT means JSON Web Tokens, meaning we don't handle the session on the database, which allows us, the reason we're doing that is so we can verify the session in middleware later on to protect our routes way more easily than we could if we kept the session in database. And then for custom pages, we want the sign in page to be equal to the /login path. So we can define a custom page for that. It just looks better. And now is the time to think about what we want our application or what we want our users to log in with, like email, password, social media, Google, GitHub. What do we want? And in the case of this application, what we want is the Google, and we initialize that as providers, by the way. That takes an array. And in our case, we want the Google provider because we want to be able to log in with Google. And Next.js or NextAuth already gives you those under import Google provider from, and then next-auth /providers. And then we see a folder containing a lot of providers, right? Auth0, Azure, Box, Bungie Cognito, AWS service, email, Facebook, GitHub, and so on. We want Google, right? So we have a ton of options in that regard. And the Google provider takes two things. If VS Code finished loading, you'd be able to see that. I had that issue in the previous long form video I did. VS Code sometimes just takes forever to load. So let's give this a hot second and then you'll be able to see what the Google provider takes. I'm going to leave you with a little cliffhanger and be right back. Aha, there we go. So it takes a client ID and a client secret. That's the cliffhanger. So first off, being the client ID. And for that, we are going to put that in an environment variable as well. But we want to know if we forgot to define this variable. So what we're going to do, it's a best practice, in my opinion, is write a function that gets us those values and logs an error if we don't set them. So we know what the error is in production when we forgot to set those values. Let's call that get Google credentials, and it does what it says on the can. It gets us our Google credentials. It's just going to be a function, and the const client ID, let's call it that because Google calls it that, is going to be the process.env.google_client_ID. And then the const client secret, that's the secret code we also get from Google. We don't make this stuff up ourselves. It's going to be process.env.google_client_secret. Great. And if we don't have a client ID, or if we don't have a client secret, then, actually, let's do this differently. So if we don't have a client ID, or the client ID dot length is going to be equal to 0, Then we're gonna throw an error, throw new error, and that needs to be capitalized because that's a class. And we're gonna say missing Google underscore client underscore ID. And then let's copy and paste that with Shift, Alt, and arrow down, the exact same thing. But instead of the client ID, we can paste in the client secret with client secret.length and then missing Google client secret, just so we have some sense of what's going on if we forget to set those. And if everything is fine, let's return an let's change that. Let's return an object with the client ID and also containing the client secret that we can then use right here for our Google provider. So the client ID is gonna be get Google credentials, invoke that, and now we have access to whatever it returns. Obviously, we want the client ID for the client ID, and then similarly for the client secret that we also need to pass, it's mandatory from Google. We're gonna invoke this function once again and pass the client secret. That way we have amazing sense of what's going on while we're deploying it. If there's any error, then we can monitor that using the function we have defined up here. Great. And then there's one last thing that we can pass inside of the auth, and then we're done with it, and that's the callbacks. Callbacks are actions that are taken when certain events happen that next auth detects. It goes down here, the callbacks, it's an object, and we can pass it, the JWT, the redirect, the session, whatever should happen when someone signs in. And we're going to use 3 of those. First one being the async JWT function that we want to pass. Inside of the JWT, we get access to the token, a few other stuff. We just want the token and the user from next auth. It's automatically provided, super convenient. And then it's highlighted because we're not returning anything yet. And the first thing we want to do is check if there's already a user in our database. So we can say const db user to determine if this is a new user or not. And we can await, that's the reason we marked this as asynchronous, the database that we've already defined, .get. And inside of here, we are going to apply a specific Redis naming convention, meaning we have the original name like user or chat or messages, then a colon, and then the variable value. So in our case, that's going to be the token ID that is automatically generated by the adapter that we have up here, the Upstash Redis adapter. That takes care of the whole ID generation stuff. So now we can just see if that user is in our database. And once we get the auth working, you'll be able to see just what we're doing here. Right now we can't log in yet, but as soon as we do, you'll know what this exactly is doing if this was a bit too abstract for you. And the type is as user or null. Now the user type doesn't exist yet, so this is marked as any, cannot find name user. And the way we define the user type, what one user looks like, is through a specific folder, and let's call that types. Inside of the types, let's have a file called db, so any types that have to do with our database, .d.ts. .d.ts is just for definition TypeScript files, meaning you don't have to import them anywhere. They are available throughout your application. And the user interface user, this is how we define a type in TypeScript, is very simple. The user will have a name of type string. The user will have an email of type string. The user will have an image of type string because that's going to be the URL. And then the user will have an ID that is also a string. Great. And as you could see, because we defined that in a .d.ts file, it's already known to the to this file now. We didn't need to import it. And what we want to happen if there is no db user is we want to get the token.id and assign that to the user, and we know that exists, .id. This exclamation point is just asserting that we know this type exists to TypeScript. And this might not be the case actually. This might throw an error if we're logging out, but it doesn't matter. And then we are going to return the token. So the token that we're returning is what is set as the JWT afterwards. And if there is a DB user, if this user is not new, then the ID of the token should be the DB user.id. Similarly, the name should be the db user.name. Then the email should be the db user.email. And then you can probably guess with, I'm going to call this picture. You could call this image as well. It's going to be the db user dot image. Naming really doesn't matter for that case. So the JWT expects us, maybe it respects us as well for using it, I don't know. It expects us to return a JWT value that is then stored for the session token for the user. So in our case, it would contain these values right here. That's what we're doing. And then after the JWT callback, let's have an async session callback whenever a session is generated. That's what we get access to throughout our application when we verify if the user has a session. We get access to a bunch of properties like token, user, and session. We only want the session and the token. We get provided that from NextAuth. And inside of this function, if we have a token, then we want to use those token values in our application, right? So we need to set them to the session values that we can then access throughout our application, because we can't just access the token itself. So let's append them to the session by saying session.user.id is going to be equal to the token.id. Now we don't get IntelliSense for this right now because we also need to define a separate types file for NextAuth. So we could continue working right here. Let's take a 1 minute aside and create a new types file. So this will be way easier, way more enjoyable to work in. Let's call this nextauth.d.ts, and we're going to define a few custom NextAuth types in here. So first one, type user ID is going to be a string. So this is an alternative to an interface. It's a type. It does pretty much the same thing. And then we want to declare two modules, so we get some IntelliSense in our auth.ts file. First one we want to declare is, we can say declare module, and then this is called next-auth/JWT. So these are values specific to the JSON Web Token. This takes an interface JWT, and in here we're going to say the ID is of type user ID or string, right? And then secondly, we want to declare the second and last module for this file is just NextAuth. So anywhere we use NextAuth, we want to assert that there is an interface session, and inside of this session there is a user of type user. Now we've already defined that, so TypeScript will know what we're talking about, and we are adding one value to that. That's why we have this syntax right here with the and object, the ID of user ID. And that's all we need to do. Now these we probably still need to import, at least I did in the example folder. So we're going to say import, and we're only going to import types. So we can say import type, and then session and user from next-auth. And then we also want to import type JWT. So TypeScript knows what that is, from next-auth/JWT. That's where we get those types from. We can save the file. That's all we need to do. And now you can see the arrows already went away in our auth.ts file, because now our application knows what the token can have, right? So the token could have an email, an ID, name, picture, and sub. Okay, then we are going to continue appending those values to the session so we get access to them throughout our application. So the session.user.name is going to be equal to the token.name. The session.user.email is going to be the token.email. And then lastly, the session.user.image is going to be equal to the token. And we call it picture here. I guess it also makes sense to call it image there. Great. And then we need to return that session if there is no token, right? So we always have to return something if there is a token or not. That's how this function works. And then lastly, the last thing we want to do is in here, when a user has signed in, we want to redirect them. We do that with the redirect, and this expects to return a string to redirect to. In our case, that's going to be the /dashboard, and that is authentication almost done. We just need to import that, and that's authentication done. I think in the next step, it makes sense to try out if this is all working and take a look at how this gets put into our database automatically. Okay, before we try out the auth, I realized, since I want to make this super beginner friendly, And also understand, I want you to understand every step of the way. Let's quickly take a look at what we've done so far. I think that will make a lot of sense. For example, the button, right? I mean, we did the button, but we never took a look at it. And again, the imports are not working. That's why I'm gonna click reload window. And then hopefully once the TypeScript features have initialized, the auto imports are gonna be working again. Button, no, that doesn't seem to be the case. Button, there we go. Components button, hello. Let's just have a button that says hello. Start up the server, and now let's take a look at the button really quick, just to even see what we've done so far. Let's reload the page, wait until the dev server has finished loading, and there we can see the button. Now I'm zoomed in a lot, but here you can see the button, the default button. When I navigate with the keyboard, there's a little ring on it. That's what we did with the button component. And now we can also render that button in a different variant. So we can pass it a variant of, for example, ghost. That will turn that button into a ghost button that is only visible when you hover over it, but still perfectly accessible via keyboard. Great, that was just very important for me to show you. And also one thing, okay, that's the finished code. I'm gonna move that over here. One thing I want you to understand, if you're completely new to TypeScript, maybe the auth options were a bit fast. So what we are doing here is assigning a type to the constant, meaning that we are saying this constant has this type. Right here we do that with a colon and then listing the type. And the auth options are given to us, right? We don't make them ourselves. But if we, for example, go into the page.tsx and I initialize a new constant called user, then we can pass anything in here. This constant can be whatever we want. But if we define the type of it, then that means we are restricting that constant to be of a certain type. For example, if we made a user mock type and say a user mock, any object that is of type user mock always has to have a name property of type string, for example, right? And then we say this user that we initialize right here, which right now can take anything, if we declare that as a user mock, then we can see a name is required if we hit Control and spacebar. That's why we're doing the whole type thing, right? That's what you see in the auth.ts. It's just so we know which types this can, the auth options can have, and we get type safety, right? So if I try to pass something that doesn't exist of type false, we would get an error that doesn't allow us to do that, because with this type we know what is expected, and the syntax for that is just with a colon. I just want to make that clear. I think it's very important for this to be totally beginner friendly. And now we can actually move on with A, checking if the authentication works, and then B, we can actually implement the login screen. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we can simultaneously take a look at the data that will be created in the database for our authentication. So first up, let's create the login route where users will be able to log in. If you, I mentioned it in the beginning of the video, NextJS has a file-based routing system, meaning if we want to create a new path in the browser like /login, we do that through a folder that we call login. And inside of that login lives a page.tsx. That name is required for this to be a page, whereas the login, we could name anything and that would represent a route. I'm going to use our handy functional component in here, and let's quickly create the login route for this. So what the login is going to do is there's going to be a button, and with the button the user is going to be able to log in, right? And in Next.js 13, these components are server components by default. A server component cannot have any interaction with the user, meaning if I try to pass an on click right here, and we just log out something to the console like hello, and we go to that path like /login, we're gonna get an error saying this can't happen in a server component right here. Event handlers cannot be passed to client component props, because by default this component is a server component. We can't have interactions, therefore we have to declare this as a client component because we want to have some interactivity on it, right? That's the reason we're declaring it as a client component. And the reason behind server components themselves is they're faster, right? We render all the stuff on the server, therefore we are not shipping that to the client. That's why server components are actually super useful. Let's develop our login page. Let's start with a fragment, meaning in the actual browser nothing is rendered, but in React it counts as a single child. And then in here goes a div. Now there's gonna be some styling involved in this. If you ever get lost, make sure to visit the GitHub repository and let's start styling this. So there's gonna be a div, and that div is gonna have a class name of flex, a minimum height of full, items-center to vertically center them, and justify-center to horizontally justify these in the middle, to center them, a padding y of 12, a padding x of 4. On small devices, we want a padding x of 6. And on large devices, we want a padding x of 8, just to make this a bit more responsive. In here, it's going to be another div with a class name of width of full, a flex column, so we're aligning them vertically instead of next to each other. That's why we have the flex column. Oops, I didn't want to remove that. We're going to center them with items-center, and a maximum width of medium, meaning this div cannot exceed the certain width of 448 pixels. Then give it a space y of 8, meaning all elements inside of this div, top level elements, so for example a div right there and then a div right here, this would be the top level div, and this wouldn't be affected by the space x of y, only the top level. So if I had another div, these two would be the top level, and therefore they would both be separated by the space y of 8. Okay, inside of here is going to live another div with a class name of flex-col for flex column, items-center, and a gap of 8. Great. Now in here, we want to render out our logo. However, we don't have a logo yet. I'm just gonna say logo for now, and then we're gonna implement the logo, the actual logo together in a second. And below that is gonna be an H2 saying sign in to your account. Now with Tailwind, the H2 is good for semantic HTML, but it has no inherent styling, so it looks just like regular text. That's why we also style the H2 with a margin top of 6 to separate it from the top, text-center, text of 3XL, so it's very large, a font of bold, tracking-tight to make the letter spacing a bit less, and then a text-gray-900 for the styling of this H2. Great. Then after one closing div, we are going to include our button component that we created. As I said, we're going to reuse it a lot, and also in this component right here. This button is going to get an isLoading of isLoading. Now that doesn't exist yet. We're going to create that in just a second. Actually, we can create it right now. It's going to be a state, a React state, and we're going to call that isLoading of type Boolean, and that is going to be false by default. Now, if you're wondering, this syntax right here is TypeScript specific. If you're in JavaScript, you can leave it out. Even if you're in TypeScript, you could leave it out. This is just for explicitly marking the state as Boolean. TypeScript would actually infer that. Even if we left it out, this would be a Boolean. I just like keeping it in there though, just for, overview. Then inside of the button, the type is gonna be button and a class name. We're gonna have a class name in here, and let's put this into the new line just like that. And the class name is gonna be max width of small and mx of auto to center this horizontally, a width of full, and a bg of slate 200, just a light background. And actually, let's not do that. I think the original button component already looks good. Let's exclude that slate part. And then on click, whenever we click this login button, we want to log in with Google. Now that function doesn't exist yet. Let's create that up here. Function login with Google is going to be an async function because I'm trying to combine two syntaxes here. That doesn't work. Let's just have this as an async function login with Google. Like that. And now the error is gone for the on click. Great. We're going to worry about the actual logic in a second. Let's finish the styling first. Now for what's about to be in the content of the button, navigate to the GitHub repository, because instead of typing out the SVG all by ourselves, we can just copy paste it. It doesn't make sense to just stupidly type out an SVG. So we're gonna go into the source directory, and then under the app, into the login page, you can see the page.tsx. And from here, we can copy the SVG. That is the Google logo. As I said, no point typing that out ourselves. We can paste it in here. And then right below that, we can say something like Google. Great. Okay, so let's save that for now. And that is a big part of the login page already done. So let's see what happens. Let's navigate to our login page, press enter, and see what happens. We can see logo, sign into your account, and then there's the Google button. Beautiful. Now we don't have a logo yet. We're gonna fix that. Sign into your account, and then the Google button. That does nothing, right? But it is super accessible via keyboard because we used our reusable component. However, when we are logging in, something should happen, right? Nothing happens yet. And let's implement that next to actually log us in. Okay, so inside the login with Google, this is an async function. We want to have a try-catch block. Now a try-catch is super useful for executing asynchronous code, because if anything goes wrong during the try stage, the catch block is going to catch the error and we can inform the user of the error. In here, we're going to handle the login functionality. Before that, we're going to set isLoading to true to actually show the user, okay, something is happening, you are being logged in or forwarded. And to actually display that to the user, we can't just set the state. The user doesn't see the state. Instead, we want to go into a button component. And then if it's loading, we don't want to show this SVG, the Google logo. And if it's not loading, we want to show it. So let's cut the whole SVG and then say, if it's loading, we're going to show null, else we're going to show the SVG. What this is going to do is, if I just mock the loading state by setting this to true by default, see what happens. The Google logo disappears and a loader appears instead. So it looks really nice as an alternative to the Google logo, right? So there's no loader additionally to the logo, but instead of it, it just looks super nice. It's a nice attention to detail. And now we can actually get into the authentication logic, which is super simple, by the way. We can await a sign in, and that sign in is actually being provided to us by the library we are using the authentication for or with. It is provided to us by the library that we by NextAuth. Okay, Jesus Christ. And we can say import sign in from and then next-auth/react. And what we now need to do is just call this function and pass it the provider we want to log in with. In our case, that's gonna be right here, Google. We want to log in with Google. And then as a catch block, we want to display error message to user. Right now, we don't have any means to do that, but we're gonna add one in a second. It's very simple. And then finally, no matter if we're in the try or the catch, no matter what happens, we're gonna set the isLoading to false again after setting it to true in the beginning. Now VS Code is loading again. Let's give it a hot second. It keeps doing that. I don't know why, but it is going to be easier when it's finished loading. So let's give it a second. I'm going to be right back, depending on how long this takes. Okay, so it finished loading. Let's format this page and now work on displaying an error message to the user if something goes wrong. And how we're going to do that is with a library. And I didn't want to do that. Let's stop the server for now and npm install react-hot-toast. It's a super famous library for handling toast notifications in React. And you're going to see exactly what that means in a second when we implement that. Now to implement it, we're going to go into our app folder, and then we are going to create a new component. No, that's here under components. That's where we want to create it, called providers.tsx. Now, the reason we are creating this component, let's initialize it, is we need to render context in Next.js 13 as a client component. Context is a client thing, right? If you don't know what context is, it's a React hook that provides some kind of state to the entire application, and that can only be done client side, not server side. That's why we need to wrap this provider that we're going to use for the toast notifications in a client-side rendered component. And how we do that is right here with the div. We can actually take that away. Just have a fragment so we don't unnecessarily put something into the DOM that we don't need. And then here we're going to have a toaster that we get from react.toast, essentially allowing us to display a toast anywhere in our application. If you don't know what a toast is yet, don't worry, you're going to see that in a second. With a position of top-center and a reverse order of false. We don't want that. And that's it. That's the provider. Now the providers is also going to receive the children, right? Because we're going to provide to the whole application. That means the whole application will be passed as children that we also need to render out. Else nothing would be shown in the application if we didn't render these children. If you're in TypeScript, these children are of type React node that we get from React. Great. And now the question is, where do we implement that provider? And the answer is we do that in the root layout. So in NextJS 13, a root layout will be automatically generated for you. And we can use that to our advantage by wrapping the whole application, that is these children right here, because we're in the root layout, everything will be handled through here. We can wrap everything, the whole application, with our client-side rendered providers. Meaning everywhere except in this component right here, which is totally fine, we will have access to send toast notifications. And as long as you got the toaster in the layout, you're golden. That's all we need to do. We can close out of that. And now we can display an error message to the user. We can do that by calling toast, and we get toast, import toast from React hot toast. We can import the toast, and the toast, when we put a dot, has multiple options we can pass. For example, the toast.error if we want to display an error message. And then the message is going to be something went wrong with your login, for example, whatever you want to pass as a message. Right, let's save that and go back into our browser to see if that works, right? Let's go back, reload the page. Whenever the server is done loading in the background, this page will be reloaded, and then let's try out the login. Technically, it can't work yet because we haven't entered our Google credentials, but let's see what happens. Okay, great, missing Google Client ID. Great, now we actually get good intelligence on what is happening and why this is not working. And we can see if the toast is working by just doing something that won't work. For example, actually we could just throw new error, doesn't matter. So we will never get to the sign-in stage. We just want to see what happens when we force the error. We can mark that. So let's click the button. And that is the toast notification I was talking about. So if something goes wrong, it's going to be displayed beautifully to the user and they know what's going on. That's why we have the toast notification in here. We can remove that. And now let's get our Google credentials to actually handle the login, right? For that, let's go back in here into our auth.ts and see what we named these variables. So first one is the Google Client ID. Let's go into our .env. That's where we're going to define the secrets, the Google Client ID. And then also we want the Google Client secret. Copy that from the auth.ts, paste that in the env.local. And now the way to get them is pretty straightforward. I'm going to link you one or multiple very good videos in the description explaining that. I can't really show you that because for me there's a lot of sensitive information in my Google Cloud Console regarding the company I'm developing, so it's kind of hard for me to show you that, but it only takes 2 or 3 minutes. It's very straightforward, and Google is going to tell you these values exactly, like the Google Client ID and Google Client secret. Look into the description. I've linked 2 videos, and then when you're done following that video or those videos, you're going to get a Google Client ID and a Google Client secret. I'm just going to copy and paste mine over from the last application I did, just so we can see the login works. Pause the video now, get these 2 values, Google Client ID, Google Client secret, and then play the video when you got those values. Okay, so I'm gonna assume you got them now. I'm gonna paste mine in here. We can save the .env, and we need to restart our server because we changed env values and that isn't implemented in hot reload. We actually need to hard restart the server. Okay, so let's go back into the server to our login page and see what happens. Let's reload this and click login with Google, and that should prompt me to log in with Google now. Great, that works. And we have the options of our normal Google accounts. I'm gonna press admin, and now it should redirect us to the dashboard because that's what we configured in the auth options, in the lib file, right, as the redirect. And we are on the dashboard. Great, so the authentication works just as expected. Now, if you have any errors, if you encounter anything that shouldn't happen, make sure in your Google Cloud console you define localhost as an authorized source. And later, if you deploy the application, then that URL that you deploy to should also be an authorized source for Google. Otherwise, you'll get an error during the login stage. Other than that, all should go well. And now we are on the dashboard with the authentication working. Great. Let me look into my notes. We got the authentication working. That means we have laid the groundwork for everything else. So what the authentication allows us to do is, for example, let's actually close all of this just to clean this up a bit. And then let's go into our dashboard page. How we authenticate the user is the following. We can say const session is going to be equal to await. And this needs to be marked as an asynchronous component for the await to work. Like that, and get rid of the FC. We'll just have a normal page right here. Await get server session that we get from NextAuth. And then here we're gonna pass the auth options. That's why they are also important, not just for the initial login, but also for getting the session. And then let's render out that session in a pre. Pre is meant for code. I'm gonna remove it in a second. You can just watch at this point, no need to follow along. JSON.stringify, I just want to demonstrate to you what the session looks like. A JSON.stringify session, so we're displaying that as a string. And when I reload the page, okay, we don't get a session right now. I wonder why that is. Let's log in again with our Google account. And it seems like the authentication is not working correctly. Let's see what happens in the console. Decryption operation failed. So something is still not good with the authentication. I'm gonna go and check what that is, and then I'm gonna be right back with the solution. Okay, not long after, I think I know what the issue is. So we need to go into our .env.local and define an environment variable called nextauth_secret. And we can put anything here. That is going to be used to encrypt our JSON Web Tokens. And we get the error of decryption operation failed because we don't have that decryption token yet. So I'm just going to say super secret, save that for now. If you actually wanted to create a secure key for your application, you could go into your command. And if you have something like OpenSSL installed, you can run OpenSSL gen RSA 2048. Run that, and that's going to generate you a super secure key that you could use for this NextAuth secret to sign your JSON Web Tokens with. Or if you don't have OpenSSL, you can either install it or just spam something on your keyboard, and that should also work for now at least. It's not super secure, but it works. And let's restart the server because we changed an environment variable, and then try to log in again. And hopefully that will then work. So let's go back to the localhost/login and verify that it's working now. Let's log in again. And there we go. The session is working. We can see the user, the name, my email, the image to our content, which is going to be very helpful for the chat later on, and then a user ID. And now I want to show you something. You remember our database, right? Because of the adapter we have in the auth, if I reset this, you can see the user data was automatically added to the database, which is super convenient, right? So we have the user account by user ID. With a Google account, we can see all the Google details, like when it expires, the access token, and so on. That's not going to be super relevant for us. Way more relevant is this right here. We enter the user and then the user ID and get back the name, the email, the image, whether the email is verified. We don't care about that for now. And the ID. And then also we can search by email and get the user ID. Super convenient. That's what the adapter, the Upstash adapter, we put into our auth.ts. This one right here, that's what this one is doing for us. Very, very convenient. And now we can verify the session throughout our application. How cool is that? Great, now that we got the authentication working, next up, I think it makes sense to handle the sending of friend requests, because no chat can happen if we don't have any friends on the app. So I think first up, it would make sense worrying about that, just the sending of friend request functionality. Now, to keep this project a bit more organized, there's a certain routing structure that we can apply at this point. It didn't make sense to introduce it to you before, but what we can do is create new folders and wrap them in these parentheses, and those won't be reflected in the actual URL. Those are just for organization. So I'm going to move the login into the, in parentheses, auth. That's just for organization for this app, and that's going to come in super handy right now if we create one for the dashboard as well. Wrap that in parentheses, because the dashboard is going to have multiple pages, right? It's going to have a layout only for the dashboard. It's going to be the index page for the /dashboard, but also something like /add, where we add users, right? And that's what we're going to implement right now. So inside of the dashboard, let's have a add folder. That's going to be the actual URL because of the file-based routing structure. And inside of here lives a page.tsx. Now, inside of this page.tsx, let's initialize that as a component. We don't need any props for this, so we can get rid of that. It's just going to be a functional component, no props needed. And then here we are going to render a main, or we could also render a section. That works just fine with a class name of padding top 8. And then in here are going to be two things. One is going to be an actually let's do an h1 with add a friend to let the users know what this page is for. And then secondly, actually let's give this a class name beforehand of font-bold, text-5xl, and a margin border of 8, just to separate this a bit from the component that we are about to implement, which is going to be the add friend button. Now that is going to be a client component. We're going to just do some separation of concerns here. The page should not worry about implementation details in this case. So we're going to declare that as a separate component called add friend button. That doesn't exist yet. So let's create it under the components, new file, and then add friend button.tsx. Also initialize that as a TypeScript component. And inside of this component, there's going to be some cool logic that I'm going to get used to handle input, user input, right? Because the user can input the email that they want to add. And my camera was about to die, so I forgot my train of thought, but I'm going to show you some cool ways to handle user input anyways. So this is going to be a client component because we're going to handle functionality, use client. That's how we declare this as a client-side rendered component. In React, that would be the default, right? React is only client-side rendered, so every component would be use client, not in Next.js. That's why we have to declare that separately. And inside of this component, we are gonna have a form. Return form, we don't need the action for now because the action is gonna be handled first later by a library that is specifically for handling forms, super convenient. The form is gonna have a class name of max width of small, and that's it. Then inside of the form is gonna be a label for the email component, the email that we're gonna input, that lets us define who we want to add with a class name of block text-small font-medium, that is the font weight, so medium would be 500, the equivalent to CSS, a leading of 6, leading 6 is the line height, we want to specify that, and then a text-gray-900. Okay, and this label is gonna say add friend by email, just to be very clear to the user what they are about to do. And then below that label is gonna live a div. The div is gonna get a class name of margin top of 2 to give it a bit of offset, flex, and a gap of 4 between the top level HTML elements that are gonna be in here. Those are gonna be 2. First one is gonna be an input of type text, and the input is gonna get a class name of block. The class name is going to be a bit longer because the input is a very important piece of this component. A width of full, rounded dash medium, that's going to be the border radius, a border of 0, a padding y of 1.5, a text-gray-900, a shadow of small. Then we want to give it a ring if we are focused on it, ring 1, a ring dash inset, and I'm not too sure what that does, honestly. And then a ring of gray 300, a placeholder of text dash gray dash 400. When we are focused on the input element, we want to highlight it. So a focus of ring dash 2. Also, when we are focused, the ring should be inset. Again, I'm not 100% sure what these insets do. And then when we are focused, we want the ring to be of color indigo 600. That's a brand color we're going to use across the whole application. From small devices and up, this is mobile first, by the way, we're going to have a text of small. And then when we're on small devices and up, we're going to have a leading of 6. And didn't we already have those in place? No, it doesn't seem like it. Okay, great. So we're marking the styles like up here, so they look uniform. And then the placeholder, actually, let's go into the new line for that. The placeholder of this input is going to be example.com. And that is our input done. Below that, we're going to have a button. And no, we don't want a regular button. This should be our custom UI button saying add. It's going to be a default button. No styling needed. We've already done that in the button component. And then if there is an, actually, let's just save that, right? Let's just save that. Let's import the add friend button into our page and let's take a look at what that looks like. Let's go to /dashboard/add. That's where we have this page and take a look at this. Great. So we have the add friend by email, you@example.com, and we have the little add button. Now the input looks a bit off. It has like a black border. It looks kind of weird. And the text margin inside of it is not quite right either. And the way we fix that is by going into our Tailwind config right here, into the tailwind.config.js, and we can install a Tailwind plugin that's just gonna make that look prettier, especially the forms. We can say npm install, and that plugin is called @tailwindcss/forms. Just go ahead and type that out. And when you're done, we can hit enter with the @tailwindcss/forms. Install that. It was super fast. It's a very, very lightweight plugin. And then to install the plugin, we can require it down here in the plugin section in the Tailwind config. Let's save that. And that is all we need to do. Now let's recheck that, reload the page. And obviously we also need to start the server back up after installing the dependency. Run yarn dev or npm run dev to do that. Then let's reload the page and you're gonna see that the form looks way better than it did before. The spacing is right, the ugly border is gone. Great. Now to handle the logic of actually adding a user. How do we do that? Because right now, and why is this giving errors? Okay, now they're gone. Now to the logic of actually adding a user. I have no idea why these are open. We didn't even write those. Okay, how do we add a user? Right, that's the question. So first off, let's handle the logic for the input, right? What is a valid input and what isn't? To do that, we are gonna install a library called npm install react-hook-form. It's a super widespread library for handling forms. It just makes forms that are originally a hassle in React way better and way more enjoyable to work with. Also, we want the @hookform/resolvers. You're gonna see exactly what that does in a second. And then we also want Zod to validate the user input and Axios to make the fetch request. And that's all we need to do. Those 4 dependencies, React hookform/resolvers, Zod, and Axios. Go ahead and install those. Now, since those are 4 dependencies, that might take, wow, that was really fast. I was about to say that's gonna take a bit, but it doesn't. And great. Okay, so let's get started with the actual logic. To do that, let's define a function. Let's call it const add friend, because that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be an async email, and since we're adding friends by email, we also want to accept that as a function parameter or argument wherever we call the function. And in here, we're going to handle the logic to add a friend. As always, we're going to have a try catch block. If anything goes wrong during the fetching stage, then the catch block can inform the user of what went wrong. And first off, we want to validate if the email that the user input is right. If the user inputs something like, 12345 and click add, they shouldn't even be able to make the request. It just doesn't make sense. And to do that, we can say const validated email is going to be equal to. And now the question is, what is that going to be equal to? And to have that validated, let's go into our lib folder, create a file, or let's create a folder first called validations. And in here, let's create a file called add-friend.ts, add-friend.ts. And in here, we can import z from Zod. Now, if you've never worked with Zod, what it allows us to do is define schemas that are then validating the user input. If that sounds cryptic, you're going to see exactly what that means. So we're going to export a const and call that add friend validator, because we're going to use that to validate the user input. And that is going to be equal to a z.object. Now, essentially, that's kind of like a JavaScript object, but instead we can use it to parse something against it. So the email that we are expecting from the user should be of type string, right? So every time we say z, we have access to like a Boolean or string or number, depending on what we want this property to be. And then Zod offers us something really handy, which is the additional email validator. So what we can do is pass an object. If I were to pass const random is going to be equal to idk of a string called ASD, right? If I were to parse this random object with this validator, it would fail because this object does not have an email property that is of type string. Well, that is of type string, but it's not called email, it's called IDK, and it's not an email format either. It's just ASD, right? It's not ASD at ASD.ASD, which would be email format. So the parsing would fail. And that parsing is super convenient when it comes to validating user input, because here we can say add friend validator, what we've just defined, import that, and then dot parse, and we are going to parse the email that gets put in, right? So we can verify if the email that this function gets called with is a string and also of type email using a regular expression. So if we have a validated email, we know it contains a valid email that we can then pass to the server. Now on the server, we're going to validate that again, because anyone can post anything to the server. But if the user is not actively tampering with our application, that is at least not going to send a request in the first place. And then to make the request, we're going to use axios.post, make a post request to an API endpoint that we haven't created yet, but that's going to live under /API/friends/add. That's what we're going to create together. And then for the body content, we are going to pass the email that we want to add. That is going to be the validated email object containing the email. Great. So now we made the post request to the API route. Now we want to show to the user that it has worked, right? If we were successful with that response. And to do that, we are going to use something called state in React. Let's call it show success state. And that is going to be of type Boolean as well and false. I've already explained what this generic here does. As I said, you could leave it away and then use state. We use, if we set that, it updates the React UI and then is shown to the user. So everything was successful, right? If this fails, the catch block will get called and this code won't get called. So if this code gets called right here, we know it was successful. We got a 200 response from this endpoint, and then we can set the show success to something like true. Great. In the catch block, we want to handle the error. And if, like right now, we don't know the type of the error. It's unknown, right? So how would we display to the user that something went wrong? We could display anything, right? We could just have a toast notification, or we could validate the error. So we could say if error is an instance of, because error is a class, right? So we can check if a class is an instance of another class. And from Zod, which we still need to import in here, import z from Zod, just like we did in the validation, we get a super useful helper called sortArrow, which is also a class. And then we can check is the arrow that got thrown from our API route a sort arrow. And if it is, then we should set that as an arrow somehow, right? That's also gonna live in state. Actually, let's do that differently. Let's let the library we use to handle the form validation handle that for us. We don't need to do a separate state for that. We can just offset or offload that to the library that's gonna handle the forms for us. Just keep that in mind for now. For now, we're just gonna return if the arrow is a sort arrow, and then we're gonna worry about the error handling here in a minute. And if the error is an instance of the Axios error, which is also a class, Axios error, and the automatic imports aren't working again, so let's reload the window. That will usually fix it after reinitializing the JavaScript and TypeScript features. Now we can import that. Great. If that is an instance of an Axios error, then we are gonna handle the error here in a second too. And if it's not, then we want something else to happen. However, we first need access to that setArrow function, and we get that by using the form library. Now, if you've never worked with React Hook Form, it's a library that makes working with hooks in React way more enjoyable. It gives you a bunch of properties that you can use. So, for example, those are going to be, actually, I'm going to show you what those are going to be. First off, we need to import the use form from React Hook Form. This is where it all begins. And this use form takes a function, is a function that we can invoke. And in here, if we take a look at what we get access to, we get access to a resolver property right here that we want to call. Now, I know this is gonna be a bit harder to understand, so I'm gonna pay close attention to make this as beginner friendly as possible. To use the resolver, we're gonna say sort resolver that we get from the resolvers that we installed. So we can say import sort resolver from, and then add hook form slash resolvers. Great. That's the sort resolver, and that doesn't work. So let's try slash sort, and that works. Great. So we get access to the sort resolver, and then in here we're gonna pass the validator that we want to use, right? So we can say add friend validator. So what we're doing here, right? We are telling the hook form if the value we're trying to pass for, or okay, and I need to restart the server, yarn dev. If the value we're trying to pass for input is not legit, it's gonna handle the arrow states for us. So it's gonna give us an arrows object that we can handle, that we can render on the page, displaying to the user why exactly this action doesn't work. So right now it wouldn't happen, but that's what we're implementing right now, and that's just easier with this library. Similarly, we can give this a generic type, if you're following along in TypeScript, of called form data. That's going to allow us to register these fields, turning them into controlled components. For example, this input. How would we know what the user has written in here? Currently, we don't. And that's why we are going to pass the form data. Now, this form data is, I don't really know why it's already working. I think this is from JavaScript itself. We want to override that with a type of form data that is going to be equal to. And what sort allows us to do is this validator right here. This is not a TypeScript type, right? But we can turn it into one. And we do that by saying z.infer, and then we can pass the type of add friend validator. Now, if we take a look at the form data, we can see it's of type email string. How cool is that? So it turned our validator in here, that is in JavaScript, into a TypeScript type that we are then using to validate our form input right down here. And what the hook form allows us to do is get the register from the use form. And now we can use that register. Maybe I'm a bit fast here. We can destructure that from the use form, go down into our input right here, and then call the ... So we're going to spread in the register, which is going to give this input a bunch of props. And if we take a look at this, because we've given it the type and the validator, we can see there's an email that we can register this as and nothing else. If I try to do something else, it would give me an error. And that is the beauty of working with TypeScript and this validation library called React hook form together with the Zod resolver and Zod. Okay, now we don't only get the register, we also get the handle submit that we can then use to work with the input data and the set error I was talking about. So whenever something goes wrong in the API call, we want to handle that error, right? And the way we do that is by calling the set error and then first off telling it where the error occurred. And we can already see the email is in here. How cool is that? So it occurred for the email field, and if we had multiple fields, we could specify for which field or for all fields where we want to show this error. And then the message is gonna be error.message. And we know this error has a message property because we validated it, because we know it's of type Zod error, right? And the same thing we're gonna do down here for the Axios error. So we're gonna say set error, and then also for the email. And in Axios, the message is gonna be a bit different. It's gonna be the message that we're gonna pass. Message is gonna be the error.response.data. Great, that is optional. TypeScript has done that for us, super convenient. And then lastly, we're gonna set the error. If we couldn't pinpoint where the error exactly occurred, it's not of type Zod error, it's not of type Axios error, then we're gonna set the error for email as well with just a generic message of something went wrong. And what we could also do is send a toast notification to the user containing the error message for every key, but since we're already displaying it this way, there is no need to do it. You could do it, but there's no need to do it. Finally, when the form is submitted, we want something to happen, right? So currently, if we take a look at this, if we submit the form, nothing happens yet. The default action happens, but that's not what we want. So to implement the actual logic, we can say const on submit is gonna be equal to, and this is gonna receive data of type form data. Beautiful, because we already know what type it's gonna be. And then we're gonna call the add friend with the data dot, and now we know there's an email on this data. And to have this on submit actually be working, the form gets an on submit by React. Now we can call the handle submit that we get from React hook form and pass that the on submit. So that's gonna call this on submit function with that data whenever we submit the form. And the button that we have in here is gonna be a submit by default because it's in the form. However, right now, we're almost done with this component, by the way. We're not displaying the errors anywhere to the user, and that's not ideal. So let's create a p tag down here with a class name of margin top of 1, text of small, a text red of 5, or let's do 600. And in here, we're gonna display the errors that we get from React hook form. We still need to import those. Let's go back up here and get the error. Wait, where are we getting those from? Okay, we get them from the form state. So we can say form state, and from there we can get the errors. Errors. And there we go. So we get the register, handle submit, set error, and then the form state, and destructure the errors from there. And down here, we can now call the errors dot. We can see email might be an error. And now we can call the dot message. Dot message on that email. And that is optional. And that's the error handling done. Last thing we want to do is also display a success message, right? If the user was added successfully, we know that is the case because we're keeping that in state. And if that is true, we're going to render the exact same p tag. We can just copy and paste that over here into here, but change the text to green 600. And instead of displaying an error, we could say friend request sent. Right, and if the show success state is false, then we are going to render out null, no success message in that case. Let's try it out. Support at wordful.ai, click add. And as you can see, right now that didn't work. That's literally just what we got back from the API route because that doesn't exist yet. Obviously, this would be horrible to display to a user, but when the actual API route exists, that is not going to be the case because we are going to handle the errors that come back to that. Let's create that API route. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that at this point, and we are going to get our feet wet in how to work with a database and how to handle the functionality. So that's going to be super cool. to create this API route, first let's go into our source, then the app directory, and then into the API. Now in this API is where we define our custom API routes. If you've never done full stack development, an API route is server side, and we can fetch information from the database, send it back to the client, and then display it there. Inside of the API, let's first get rid of this hello folder that's in there by default from Next.js. We won't need that. And let's create a folder called friends for all operations that have to do with friends, like accepting a friend, adding a friend, and denying a friend. First off is going to be adding a friend, right? So we create a folder called add. That's going to be the API path. It's going to be localhost /API/friends/add. Then in here, we are going to create a new file called route.ts. Now this name is mandatory. It's enforced by Next.js naming. It's not just convention. You have to name it route.ts. It's not going to be reflected in the URL structure. So the API would be API/friends/add. That's it. And then inside of the route folder, we want to handle the post request we're making from the client. And the way we do that is by exporting an async function called the HTTP method that we want to handle. If we wanted to handle a GET request, this would be GET. If we wanted to add a PUT, that would be PUT. If we want to handle a POST, that is going to be POST. And this POST gets a request of type request, which is a standard web API. That's why we don't even need to import that, just like, the arrow, for example, the arrow class. Inside of here, we're going to initialize a try catch block because we're going to handle async logic interacting with the database. And now let's get started in this route, excluding real-time functionality for now. That's going to be a bit much to do it all at once, but let's get started developing this API endpoint so we can add a user to our friends list. So let's say const body is going to be equal to, and then await rec.json. If you've never worked with the new API routes, this is how we get access to the body content of the post request in the new API routes. And then the structure, the email from that. Let's call it email to add, because that's what it is. It's the email we're going to add as a friend. And now, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to revalidate the input. Never trust the client input, right? They could send anything along. So we're going to validate the input again using the same validator, which is super convenient. We already know what data we are expecting. And we're going to pass it the body.email that we are sending along. Great. Now let's work with the database. And first thing we need to figure out is who do we want to add, right? We have their email, but we don't have their user ID. And actually we add users by user ID, but that would be super user unfriendly to always have the IDs. That's why we're using email on the client. Now that we actually want to add the user, we need to figure out what's their user ID. And because sometimes Next.js 13 API routes have some weird caching behavior, I'm going to demonstrate to you how we can do that through the database REST API. So we can call this const, REST response, just to be very verbose about what this is going to be. And now we're going to make use of the fetch like that. Inside of this fetch, we obviously need a URL to fetch, and that is going to be now we're going to be working with the REST URL, right? Remember the env, the REST URL that we got. That is what we're going to use. So let's copy that name, Upstash Redis REST URL, go back into our route.ts, and that is the URL we're going to make a fetch request to, the process.env.upstash Redis REST URL. We are going to make a GET request to that API route, and we want to get, well, let's take a look at it. Let's go into our database. How do we now figure out the email of this user? We can see it right here, user : email : and then the email of the user that we want to add, right? So in here we can say /get /user : email, and then email to add. Basically the email of the person that the user that is calling this API route wants to add. We want to figure out their ID, right? Now, if we make this request, it's not going to work. We also need to pass some headers. Very, very important. Upstash needs to know that we are authorized to make a query to this database. And we do that in the authorization header. Let's call it authorization. And that is going to be bearer And then our process.env and we can go back into the env and copy that, the Upstash Redis REST token that is going to authorize us to make a query to our own database. And after we have that in the headers, let's also to bypass the weird caching behavior that I mentioned earlier, have a cache as no store, meaning the data is never going to be stale. Because this is a GET request, it would usually fetch that, which is definitely not what we want. Instead, let's just tell Next.js to be very specific about not storing the result and always delivering fresh data. That's the fetch request done. Now we can get access to that data, const data, by saying await rest response.json, and then we can cast that result into a type. Let's log that out, take a look at the type this is going to be. And let's just make a request to that endpoint. I think the server should still be up and running. Yes, it is. Let's go into here, click add, and now we called that API route. Let's go into here and we can see the type is result null because, well, obviously the user we tried to add doesn't exist in our database yet. But we can see that we have a result property and that is of type string. If we get an ID back, right, that's going to be of type string. That's how I know that. And the const ID to add is going to be equal to the data.result that we get back, this string property right here. Great. Now let's find out who is even making this request, right? And we don't want to send that along from the client. That's super unsafe. Instead, let's get the session server side. And we can do that by saying const session is going to be equal to await get server session, and then here pass the auth options. And we also need to import those. Great. Now, if there is no session, just finding this out doesn't mean there is one, right? This could be session or no. We can say if there is no session, then this request is invalid, right? So we can reject this request by saying return new response. That is the syntax of the brand new Next.js 13 API routes. Return new response of unauthorized and pass an object with a status of 4 or 1 unauthorized. Now, what we didn't do yet is verifying that this person exists. So as we saw earlier, the result came back as null, right? So this doesn't have to be a string. This could also be null. And if the ID to add is not existent, if there is no ID to add, meaning the person that this user that is currently logged in is trying to add doesn't exist, then we can return also a new response rejecting this API request. And this response is going to say this person does not exist. You silly goose. Why are you trying to add this person? They don't exist. With a status of 400 bad request, obviously that doesn't make sense to add a person that does not exist. Great. And one last thing we want to check before this is a verified request is if the ID to add is equal to the user that is logged in, right? A user should not be able to add themselves. That doesn't make sense either. So in that case, we can return a new response, and that response is going to say, you cannot add yourself as a friend. You silly goose. Why are you trying to do that? And with a status code of 400. Great. If we have all those checks done, valid request, and we can just handle that request, right? Great. You know what? Before that, we should check if the user is already added. Someone should not be able to add another user if they've already added them. That doesn't make sense. The way we can do that is, as I mentioned earlier, there sometimes is a caching behavior that's quite weird to deal with. So the way we can get around that is by creating a custom helper function to interact with our database where we know that the result is not going to be cached, right? Because especially with these GET requests by default, they are going to be cached in Next.js 13. I'm pretty sure that's a Next.js thing and not anything to do with the database. Therefore, we are going to create a helper function to interact with our database. We're going to do that in a separate folder. Let's call that helpers, where we just create helper functions to help us throughout the entire application, and call this, for example, redis.ts. We are calling this Redis and not DB because this is specific for Redis. First thing we want to do is import our variables, right? This is going to be a function to help us interact with the database. So we need our credentials to be able to do that. Let's call the Upstash Redis REST URL. It's going to be equal to process.env.upstash_redis_rest URL. And the second one I'm going to copy from the env because I can't be bothered to type that out. Second one is going to be auth token. It's going to be equal to the process.env. And then what I just pasted from the env file. Great. Now we want to type out the commands that we are allowed to pass. So we're going to say type command. And then the commands we're going to use this for are going to be zrange, then s is member, sysmember, and to check if a value is a part of a list in Redis, then get, and then also s members. Because if you don't do that, it's going to be buggy at some points. Now, if you're new to TypeScript, I've already explained what the type does, meaning a command can be one of these literals, right? Then the function that's going to help us interact with our database is going to be export async function, and let's call this fetch Redis. This fetch Redis is going to take two things. It's going to take the command of type commands, or actually let's call this command. I think that's a bit cleaner because it's just one. And then secondly, all the arguments that are going to be passed into it, we're going to catch with this ... args, and that is either going to be a string or a number array, right? That's how we define an array in TypeScript, these angled brackets right here. And then within the body of the function, we can handle the Redis response. Now this looks complicated, but the Redis helper is going to be super straightforward. Essentially, we can kind of copy and paste this code right here, the REST response code, because that is essentially what we're going to be doing. Let's just copy that over. Let's not paste it just yet. Let's get the URL for the command first. Let's call this command URL, and this is going to construct the URL that we're going to make a fetch request to. It's going to be a template string with these backticks, and then the Upstash Redis REST URL as the base URL, then slash command, and then slash, that needs to be slash, args, that is an array. We're going to join those together using a slash. So that's how we make requests to the Upstash REST API. There's a separate documentation if you want to go further into that, but this is the format in which you can make requests via the REST API endpoint. And then for the response, we can just paste the code. Response is going to be equal to await fetch. We're going to fetch or command URL instead of this whole thing. Command URL. There we go. And what did I do? Command URL. And in here, because we've already named this, we can just copy the auth token value that we want to pass in the authorization header, telling Upstash, yes, we are actually authorized to do this. Then very important to prevent the caching behavior is the cache of no store. And that's basically all we need to do. Let's do a quick validation. If the response is not okay, so if not response.okay, then we are going to throw a new error. And to the error class, we're going to give a string of error executing Redis command, colon, and then let's change this into a template string actually, so we can tell in the console exactly where the error occurred. Let's have a $sign and the curly braces in the template string to insert a dynamic value, and then the response.status text. Great, we're almost done. After that quick validation, we're going to have a const data be the response JSON. So await response.json, that conversion, and then returning the data.result to the client. Great, and that is essentially the same thing as calling our DB that we have initialized for post requests in the db.ts right here. It would be the same thing as calling this one, just without the weird caching behavior. That's why we defined this helper function. And now in our route.ts, we can check if the user is already added, right? So check if user is already added. If you already added the user, you can't add them again. Makes no sense. So we can say const is already added is going to be equal to, and then fetch Redis, the helper function we've just created. If we insert a string now, we can see the command types that we can enter, right? These are the valid ones, and we are going to use isMember for this. S is member. S stands for, a set that we have in Redis. It's an unstructured kind of array of data, you can imagine. You're going to see exactly what it looks like when we are going to work with the chat messages, by the way. And also when we are done implementing the friends logic, you're going to see exactly what the sets are. We are going to check that. And then second is going to be the string of what we want to query in the database. We already know the structure for Upstash, right? It's user and then the ID. And we are going to create a custom structure for this. First, let's insert that user : ID to add. And then we are going to call this, that's what we are defining right now, incoming _ friend _ requests. That's what we're going to query. And that's also where we're going to store any incoming friend requests. And we're going to pass the session.user.id. And we need to pass that in this function, session.user.id. So we are checking, is the user that is currently logged in a member of the incoming friend requests of the person that we're trying to add? And if they are, that doesn't make sense. We're not going to allow that. If is already added, shouldn't work. So you know the drill by now, returning a new response saying something along the lines of already added this user with a status of 400, bad request. That does not make sense. And this needs to be typed out as 0 or 1. Because either the user is a member or they are not. And we also need to await this because it is an asynchronous operation. Great. Now we need to check one more thing. And yeah, we want to make sure this is really secure. If they are already friends, right? You shouldn't be able to add someone who's already your friend. And we can check that similar, right? We can honestly just copy and paste this. I did that by marking it and then pressing Shift, Alt, and down arrow. We can call this is already friends. And this is already friends is going to be the S is member as well. But instead of incoming friend requests, we're going to check the friends. The ID to add is going to go last one. ID to add, that's what we're going to pass as the arguments. And then the session.user.id. So we are checking in the friends list of the current user that is logged in, does the ID to add already exist? We could check the other way around. It doesn't really matter because if one is the friend of another one, then another one is the friend of one, right? It's always when I think it's clear what I mean, right? Two people are always, when you are my friend, I am your friend, right? That's how it works. It can't be one-sided. That's what we're doing here. Great. And now we can finally, after doing all that validation, send the friend request. Send friend request. There we go. And we do that by saying db dot. And in here we can actually use the db. There's not going to be any weird caching behavior because only get requests are cached by default and not post or put requests that we're doing right now. So the way we do that is by saying sadd. The database is sad. No, it really just means we are adding to the set. And what are we going to add? We're going to add the user of type ID to add. Now that's where we're going to add it. The user ID to add. And then for that person, the incoming _ friend _ requests. So we're going to insert some data into that list. And what are we going to insert? We're going to insert the session.user.id. So the user that is logged in is going to be put into the list of the incoming friend requests of the user they are trying to add. And if all that has been successful, we can return a new response saying something like okay. And by default, the status is going to be 200. If there is an error, we can do some error handling. If you already know the drill, right? With a zod error. If the error is an instance of a z.zod error, we still need to import zod to do that check. So let's import it at the top. Import z from Zod, because right here we are parsing, and if this parse fails, if there's not an email in correct format being passed to this API route, then a Zod error is going to be thrown. That's why we're checking this down here. Instance of z.zod error. And okay, we didn't handle that error correctly. Let's quickly do that. Is already friends. Yeah, I just copy pasted that. Already friends with this user. Remember to also check that, right? Okay, and after we've handled that, we can make the request. As I said, we are going to check the error. And if this is a Zod error, meaning if the email did not get passed correctly, we're going to return a new response saying invalid request payload. And the status is going to be 422 for unprocessable entity passed to this API route. And if we can't know what the error is, if it's just some random error that we can't point out to where it happened, we're just going to say invalid request. So a very generic error message with a status of 400. Great. Let's see if that works. So technically, if everything is right, we should get back either a user doesn't exist because we are the only user right now, and if there are multiple users, then we will be able to add another user. So let's try this. This person does not exist. Great, because they've never signed up for our application. Let's do that. However, let's go into localhost 3000/login. Let's log in with the other account. That's going to automatically create the user data that we can then use to add this friend. So right now, I think I'm logged in with the top account. Let's log in with the bottom one. And then that's going to create the user data in the database. Why is it not doing that? Name. Did I log in with the wrong one? Oh, I think I'm already logged in. That might be it. So I'm going to log in from a different browser, the original Chrome browser. Let me go to localhost 3000. Here my other screen. Log in with with a random other account. Okay, so I'm going to log in with my second account. It's the support account right here. And I had an issue that I cut out because it's not an issue anymore. You won't have that issue. It's fixed. However, let's continue where we left off. So I logged in with my second account, and now we want to test if we can actually add a friend. So let's try it out, add friend, and let's go ahead and add our admin at wordful.ai account, press add. And even though that person should exist in the database, those were some debugging logs that you just saw, even though our account does exist in the database, there is one problem. And that is the weird caching behavior I talked about earlier. Because I just did some debugging that I'm probably not going to include, the data that we get back right here for the REST response is null, even though that user clearly exists in the database. And we can verify that even. So I still have a debugging log in here. It says get ID and then email to add, right? So it says get ID admin at wordful.ai, and technically we should get the ID for that user back from our query. And we can verify that we should get it back if we go in here and say get user email, and I'm going to zoom in so you can see this better. As you can see, I've already done that query, admin at wordful.ai. And we can verify that we should get an ID back in the CLI. So the ID exists in our database. However, due to some weird Next.js caching behavior, this REST response doesn't deliver us with that data. So instead, what we're going to do is say const ID to add. And now we're going to use the fetch Redis helper, because that fetch Redis helper gets rid of the problem. Fetch Redis, that's why we did it. And we are going to have a command called get. And what we are going to get is the user email and then as the dynamic parameter, the ID to add right here as string. And that was email to add and not ID to add as string. There we go. And there's a naming conflict. Let's get rid of that line. And there's still one issue because we probably need to await that operation. Okay, now we are awaiting the ID to add, and now let's see if this works. I hope it does. Let's go to admin wordful.ai, click add. Finally, great. Some debugging later, friend request sent. Great, good work. It's funny how even though I developed the project out completely, stuff can still go wrong when you're filming the video for YouTube. Anyways, that's just how it works. The friend request has been sent. Let's verify that in our data browser. So right now, there should be a friend request for this user. Great, it's in our database for this user right here. The C7 ending in DF incoming friend request, and we have the other user ID that is mapped to our support email, the 8106, that is the support@workflow.ai as the friend request. So we successfully sent a friend request. Really, really good. Great. Now the question is, how do we display the friend request? Because a user should be able to see which friend requests they have, right? And the way we do that is through a layout component. And the beautiful thing is, if we display a layout, the layout is going to be the sidebar on the left that you saw in the demo of the application. That's the layout. If we define a layout in Next.js 13, even though we are switching the pages, the layout state doesn't re-render, which is good for performance. Obviously, unless we wanted to, we can always force it to re-render. And that's what we're going to do next. We're going to do the sidebar, in which we see the option of the friend requests. Or what we could also do is not worry about that for now. Actually, we're going to have to do that anyway, so we might as well do it now. We could also just make the page itself with a friend request, but we got to do the sidebar anyways, so we might as well do that now. It's going to look great and be a big help for the rest of our application. So for the sidebar, let's create a layout under the dashboard folder. And that is going to be a layout for all pages that are in the dashboard directory. So for the ad, the main page.tsx, this layout is going to be for all of them. Layout.tsx. Now, I'm going to link you a second snippet. It's pretty convenient. It's kind of like the FC, just an LC for a layout component. As you can see, it's pretty cool. It gives us a layout component. If you can't be bothered, you can just type it out. Takes 10 seconds. Our component takes a children prop, all the pages that are rendered through the layout that we are then displaying somewhere on the page, and children are of type React node. If you're following along in TypeScript, if you're in JavaScript, you don't even need to worry about that. Great. And then in the layout, what we can first do is get the session. Const session is going to be equal to await get server session. Now, to be able to use the await, let's pass this the auth options first. To be able to use this await, we can make this asynchronous, and then we can remove this first part because that doesn't go well with the asynchronous part, and that then instead we can declare these children here inline, or we could say layout props. The props we have defined above of type React node. So now our TypeScript IDE knows, or Visual Code or IDE and TypeScript know this is of type React node. And if there is no session, right, this is an authenticated part of the application. Nobody should be able to access this part without being authenticated. Therefore, if there is no session, if this is null, either this is a session object or it's null. If there is no session, we don't want any user to access this content. Therefore, we are gonna mark this as not found. Now, this is a kind of last resort. This will not get called if you initialize middleware correctly, which we're going to use to protect our sensitive routes. Obviously, this is not what we're going to rely on. However, we still just want to keep it in there just in case, And then we can get started with the layout. I think it makes sense to get started with that now. First main div is going to get a class name of width of full, flex, and a height of screen. So we always make sure it's 100 viewport units high. We're going to worry about the responsive stuff at the end. I don't think it's very crucial to do that right now. Let's get the functionality working first. And then as the second div inside of this, let me just make a bit of space here. This div is going to get a class name of, as I said, let's do the responsive stuff first. So it's not going to be hidden for now. Let's mark it as flex, give it a height of full, a width of full, a maximum width of XS, which means extra small. We don't want the sidebar to be huge, Then this is going to get a grow property, which is a flex property, flex grow of 1, a flex column, gap Y of 5, vertical spacing between our flex elements, an overflow Y of auto, So if the height is too large, then there's going to be a scroll bar, a border right, a border gray of 200-200, a BG of white, and a padding X of 6. And that's quite a bunch of class names, but I think that was one of the largest divs in the whole layout. Then in here, we're going to have a link component. That link is going to contain our logo, which we don't have yet, but we're going to worry about that in a second. First off, let's talk about where that link will point. And because of our routing structure, our homepage is our dashboard page. So that's where we want this link to go, /dashboard. Now, I'm making this super beginner friendly. So if you don't know what a link is, it's basically an anchor tag that Next.js provides us where the page doesn't hard reload when we click it. When you click an anchor tag, everything else is reloaded. The page is kind of refreshed. With a link component from Next.js, that is not the case, resulting in the link being faster than a tag and it being best practice to implement the link unless you specifically have a reason to use the original HTML anchor tag, which we will also have a reason to later in this video, by the way. Okay, this link is gonna get a class name of flex, height of 16, not 126, height of 16, a shrink of 0. It's the flex shrink property that we're applying here, and then an items-center. Okay, and in the links, we want to display our logo, right? However, we don't have a logo just yet. Now for the logo and for crucial icons of our application, let's create a component that will hold all of those. And that component is going to be called icons. Let's initialize that component. Let's close all tabs first and then go into components. This is where the icons are going to live. Icons.tsx. Now this is not going to be your average React component. There's going to be a small difference. We can literally just export const icons is going to be equal to an object. And that's it, right? So from here, we can export the logo. And this is going to take some props as Lucid props. Lucid props is basically just a type, and it only allows props that an icon can take. So like class name, height, width, whatever, we can pass to the logo. Everything that works just fine with an SVG, because our logo is going to be an SVG format. Now to get that SVG, again, I don't want to type this out with you. I don't think that makes sense at all. So how about we go into the GitHub repository, into the source directory, and then under components, you can find the icons. In here, we've got the SVG. We can just copy that. I'm going to move that over and we're going to paste the SVG right here as the logo. If you have a real logo you want to add to this application, go ahead and use that. Amazing. And then we are gonna, actually while we're here, we can already export one more logo. We're gonna use that later on. That is the user plus. And the auto imports aren't working again. So we're gonna import that from Lucid React up here, user plus. That's just an icon we're gonna need later. And then also for later, while we're already here, just so we don't have to worry about it, we're gonna export the type of these icons. And we can do that by saying export type icon is going to be equal to key of type of icons. Now, if you're wondering what that does is it turns our icons into either a logo literal or a user plus literal. That's going to come in super handy later when we're passing one of these icons as a prop, because technically this is a function and you can't pass a function as a prop between client and server components. What exactly I mean by that, you're going to see later. We're done in this file. We just export the type. We get the user plus icon and the logo icon so that we can display the logo right here in our layout component. The logo is going to get a class name of height of 8, width of auto, and a text-indigo-600. And that's going to be a self-closing tag right here. Great, so if we take a look at what we've done so far, if we reload the page and the server, is that still running? The server is still running. We can see there is a sidebar here on the left-hand side now. The content has been pushed to the right, but the logo still looks a bit off. We're going to work on that, but the sidebar is already there. That's what we're currently building. Okay, let's move back into our code. And inside of these inside of the sidebar, we are gonna render out something called your chats, which is gonna contain all the chats that this person has. We're gonna have a div in here with a class name of text-xs, a font of semi-bold, leading of 6, and a text-gray-400. And here we're gonna say your chats. Let's take a look at what this looks like. Refresh the page, and it seems like it's kind of glitching out. Oh, and I think I know what the error is, because we put the first div here as a self-closing div, and that's not ideal. Obviously, we want these children to be contained in that div. If we go ahead and save that, then that is going to be put into the sidebar. However, the children should not be rendered out like that. Instead, we're going to position the children down here. So they're not included in the sidebar, but rather right of it. So let's reload the page. And now we separated the sidebar on the left-hand side from the children. Great. Okay, that was just a visual bug that I wanted to address. And now we can keep on working on this sidebar. Great. Let's go back in here. And then under the Your Chats section, we are going to render out the chats that this user currently has. And we're going to do that in a nav element with a class name of flex, flex-1, and flex-column. Now, if you're not too familiar with CSS, here's a little refresher. Flex1 means that inside of a flex, it should take up as much space as possible without taking anything away from the other children if they really need it. But it's going to fill up the remaining space. Then flex-column means that we are listing items beneath one another. Inside of this nav element, we're going to have an unordered list with a role of list and a class name. Class name up there it is. Class name of flex, flex-1, flex-col, and a gap y of 7. Just to get some nice spacing between the different chats that this user has. And inside of here, we're going to render out a list element. And now we would need access to the chats that a user has. For now, chats that this user has. Let's just leave it as this comment. Let's take a look at what this looks like in the browser. There the chats would go, right? So this already looks good, but we don't have the chats just yet. We're going to do that afterwards. And then there should be an overview of the actions that the user can take. So add a friend and see their friend requests, right? And we are going to render those out as another list element right below the other one. A list element. And inside of here, we're going to have a div with a class name of text-xs, a font of semi-bold, leading -6, and a text-gray-400, saying overview. So this is going to be the same as your chats. It's going to be the same style. Let's take a look at this. It's going to be the overview. And I would actually put this in a side-by-side, but I think me being zoomed in this much would clip the code on one side. That's why I'm not going to do it. Let's stay in full screen view for now. And then below this, we want to have another unordered list containing all the actions that the user can take, right? So this UL also gets a row of equal to a list, and then a class name of -margin x -2, -2, I just said that in German, a margin top of 2, and a space y of 1, just to separate the list items inside of this UL by just a bit. Now, if we wanted to render out the options a user has, we have to know which options do they have, right? So to do that and make it easily expandable, let's declare that as a constant at the top of the page right here, or the layout page. Let's call it sidebar options. And also let's declare a separate type for that, just so we don't make any mistakes in the future. This is going to be of type sidebar option array. And we can just declare that type inline right here, so not in a separate file, because it's not going to be reused across the application. It's very specific to this implementation right here. So let's create an interface sidebar option. As I explained earlier, that is to not make type mistakes and get type safety when writing out the constant, because a constant by itself could take anything, right? How would JavaScript know what is wrong and what is right in a constant? That is totally up to us. That's why we're declaring this type. separately. That gets an ID of number, so each sidebar option will have an ID, a name of type string. Then it will also get an href of type string, what should happen when a user clicks this element. Then an icon in capital of icon, because this is going to represent a React component that we're going to render. So I like putting it in uppercase. And then a current, we could add that if you wanted to display some additional what's the current site logic. I'm going to leave it out for now and just to leave some overhead away. Now the icon type is coming from components and then icons. That's what we declared right here. That's this icon type we exported, so we know it's either a logo or a user plus. It can't be anything else, forcing us to add the icon to these icons if we want to display them inside of the layout. So let's import that icon type, and that's going to be it for our sidebar options. Now we can get started creating the actual array. That's what we need with an object inside, right? And now we get beautiful IntelliSense on what we can pass. For example, the ID is going to be 1 for a first option. The name is going to be add friend. Then the href is going to be the route we have already defined for this, /dashboard/add. And then the icon, and now we also get beautiful IntelliSense as to which icons exist, either a logo or the user plus. Let's go ahead and select the user plus. And as I mentioned earlier, instead of passing the icon function directly, because we can't, this is a very nice workaround to get around that. So now we can pass the icon to the as props pretty much. And now we have a list of options that we can map through. If you wanted to add to them at any point in the future, you could just do it up there and then declare the page, which is super nicely extensible. So to display them, we're going to say sidebar options down here in the UL that we have created together, options.map. And for each sidebar option, let's just call it option, we are going to render out a function for now, so a code block that returns some JSX later. However, we are using a function block because we need to calculate one thing, and that is the icon that we want to render. So let's say const icon is going to be equal to icons, that is the component that we need to import, that we've created together, which contains the logo and then the user plus, at the index of option.icon. And since TypeScript knows what this can be, either user plus or logo, it can know that the icon will always exist. As for the JSX, let's return a list element. We're in an unordered list, so the next logical thing is an li element with a key of option.id. And then inside of this li element, we're going to render out a link coming from next.js. This link, as the a tag also does, gets an href, and this href is going to be the option.href that we've configured. Also, this link is going to get a class name. Let's give it a class name. Move this to the next line, and the class name is going to be text-gray-700. If we hover over this, we can use this pseudo class from TailwindCSS, a text-indigo-600. If we hover over this, then we want the background to change, so bg-gray-50. This is going to be a group. We can just initialize that with the group keyword, allowing us for children to know if this group, for example, is being hovered. Then we want it to be flex, have a gap of 3, be rounded medium, so we're giving it a bit of border radius. We want this link to have a padding of 2, a small text, so text-small, leading -6, and a font of semi-bold. That's all the class names this link is gonna get. That's enough for now. And then inside of this link, we are gonna have a span. Now, why is this? There we go, there's the link. Inside of here, we're gonna render out a span element. Now this span is gonna be responsible for the actual icon that is displayed. This needs to look beautiful as well. That's why this also has some class names, text-gray-400, for example, then a border-gray-200, a group hover, that's why we used the group previously. So if we're anywhere in the link component, this hover will be true, the group hover, with a border dash indigo dash 600. And then also, when we are hovering the group, so group dash hover again, we want the text to be dash indigo dash 600 as well. And there shouldn't be a space there. And we want this to be flex, have a height of 6, a width of 6, because this is going to render the icon. We can do that. A shrink of 0. This shouldn't become smaller than it is. Items dash center. Justify dash center for, this is for vertical alignment, this is for horizontal alignment. And then a rounded dash large. We want the icon container to have a lot of border radius to look better. A border, a text of, and then to insert a custom value for the text, because we're not going to reuse that across the application. This is just a one-time, one-off thing that we're going to do. We can put this in these angled brackets and then declare a 0.625 rem text for that. A font dash medium, and lastly a BG of white. Trust me, that's all the class names for the span. That's it. And now styling wise, we're almost done with the icon styling. Inside of this span, let's get the closing element. Inside of this, we're gonna put the icon that we have calculated up here, that we get from the icons component. We're gonna put that right here with a class name height of 4, width of 4, and that is gonna be self-closing. And then right below the span, we wanna have another span that is gonna contain the option.name. So, add a friend, for example, and we're gonna add a class name to this span, which is gonna contain one word, that is truncate. Truncate applies a bunch of CSS styles, meaning that if we were to shrink the window, the text wouldn't move to the next line, but it would be cut off by dots. So for example, add a friend ... right? If there was no space. Let's take a look at what we've done so far. These are the options that we've implemented. And now if you wanted to implement another beautiful option, all you'd have to do is go into your component and add it up here, and it would automatically be displayed in that line for you. That's why we did that whole integration. Add friend, and that should obviously lead to add. We're already here. If we go to the dashboard, okay, this still looks a bit weird, but we are gonna work on fixing that. Don't worry about it. If we want the add route, this looks just fine. Great, good work until now. And let's plow right ahead with something like the profile information at the bottom, right? That's also crucial to implement. And to do that, we're gonna stay in the layout. We can get rid of all the other tabs. We won't need them right now. And then let's declare another li element right below this one. So we have the li we're declaring right now, then a closing UL tag, a closing nav tag, closing div tag, and then the children. That's where we currently are. And this li tag is gonna get a class name of -mx-6 mt-auto. So what we're doing now is building the account information, right? The profile picture, the name and the email, and the sign out button that's at the bottom of the sidebar. That's what we're currently building. This is gonna also get a flex class name and an items-center. And in here, we're gonna put a div with a class name of flex, flex-1, items-center, a gap x of 4. So this gap is only gonna be on the x-axis, a padding x of 6, padding y of 3, text-small, a font-semi-bold for the name later on, for the account name, a leading-6, and a text-gray-900. Great. Let's open up that div and take a look at what we are going to put inside. This is going to contain the image, the user image. So to render that, we're going to have to declare one more div with a class name of relative. That is very important because by default, Next.js images are absolute. So they will adhere to the closest relative element. That's why we need to declare this as relative with a height of 8, width of 8, and a background gray of 50. And now since we've declared that as relative, we can put the image in here. It's going to be self-closing. If you don't know, if you're new to Next.js, this image is basically like a regular HTML image, but we need to declare the relative element above it, as I just mentioned, and it's automatically optimized. It's one of the best features of Next.js. It's super cool. It automatically optimizes the image for us. No matter what we put in there, it's going to be performant. Super cool. This image is going to get the fill property, a referrer policy of no-referrer. And we do that because when we get the images from Google, sometimes it doesn't show them if we don't set this referrer policy. A class name of rounded-full to make this a circle. A source of option dot, and no, that shouldn't be option, that should be session dot user dot image. And since that could be undefined, we're going to do an or an empty string. If there's some kind of error, then we're not going to display an image there. And then alt is going to be your profile picture just for some accessibility. Great. Below that div containing the image, we're going to initialize a span called your profile for accessibility purposes as well. So we're going to give it a class name of sr-only. Now, what does this sr-only do? Essentially, it's a bunch of CSS properties hiding this element from any person, so nobody's going to be able to see this text, but screen readers are. So visually impaired people, for example, are going to have an easier time navigating our page this way. Then below that, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex and flex-col to sort these elements below one another, with one being the span element. And in here, we're going to write the session.user.name that we get from the Google login. That span is going to receive a class name. That's not going to receive a class name. It's going to receive an area-hidden of true. So meaning if visually impaired people navigate this website, we are not going to show them their own name. That doesn't make too much sense. And then in here, we're going to put a class name of text-xs, a text-zinc-400, which is very close to gray, but I think looks just a bit cleaner in this case. And also an area-hidden of true, just to give impaired people a bit of an easier time. And then in here, we're going to put the session.user.email, right? And let's save that, see what we did so far. Refresh the page, and we still need to add this as our Next.js domain, as an allowed domain where we get images from. In Next.js, you can't just get images from anywhere, because that could potentially be malicious, right? If somebody manages to inject some image into your source right here, that could potentially be very bad for you. So we have to allow images in our Next.js config. We can go under the next config, and then that should be domains, right? Why is this giving me an error? Pretty sure, oh no, this is images, right? Images. And then in the images, that's an object that takes a domains array. And in here, we can whitelist the domains we allow images from. In our case, that's going to be lh3.googleusercontent.com. If you support other sign-in methods, they would also go here. That's crucial. And because we changed a Next.js config variable, we have to restart our server, just like with an environment variable, for example. In both cases, we would have to restart. So let's do that and go back to our application and see the results. So great. Now down here, the account details are being displayed. We get the name, we get the email. Now the only thing missing is the sign out button that we are rendering down there, which is going to be super straightforward. Let's go into our component, do that really quick. Let's go right under the div right here, right above the li, and then render a sign out button with a class name of h-full and aspect-square. Now the sign out button doesn't exist yet, so let's create it under the components, and let's call it sign out button.tsx. The reason we can't have the button right in the layout is because this is going to be a client component, because obviously when the user clicks the button, something should happen, and we can't do that in a server component. That's the reason we are putting this in a separate component. This is going to get a state of is signing out, so we know if the user is currently signing out, of type Boolean, and by default this is going to be false. I've already explained what this does, so the rest is just regular React state. And then we are rendering out or reusable button. This is where it comes in clutch again. We are receiving props in here, right? Remember we passed the class name, for example. How do we receive that? We can extend this interface. We can say extends button HTML attributes, and then HTML button element. I've explained what this does when we build out the button. Basically, we're saying this class should have everything that this class also has, which is all the default stuff that we can pass to an HTML button. Meaning we can just spread in all the props beautifully in here. This button is going to be of variant ghost, so it doesn't stick out too much. And on click, we're just going to define an inline function, asynchronous, and the following code is going to happen. Your set is signing out to true. Then after that is going to come a try catch block. In the try, we're going to await the sign out method that we get from next.auth React. Super convenient. And if we catch the error, we're going to say toast.error and then say something like there was a problem signing out. And then also the set signing, or we're going to put that in the finally, no matter what happens, we're going to set is signing out to false. Okay, and in the button, we are going to say if the user is signing out, then we are going to display a loader2 icon from Lucid React with a class name of animate-spin, a height of 4 and a width of 4. And when we are not currently signing out, so in the other case, we're going to display a logout icon, so it's apparent to the user what this button is doing. And we get that icon from Lucid React or trusted icon library with a class name of width of 4, height of 4, and that's it. Great. So now we only need to import that sign out button. There we go. Save that and let's take a look at this. Let's render this, reload the page, and now we can see a beautiful sign out button right down here next to the name and the email that we can press, and it's going to sign us out. Great. And because we're not authenticated, the dashboard will return a 404, which is what I talked about earlier. We are gonna validate this through middleware, of course. So this shouldn't happen. But even if we set up the middleware incorrectly somehow, then unauthenticated users are still not able to access the dashboard. Just as an extra security measure, just in case. It doesn't hurt, you know. Great. By the way, this is the only thing I did without you. I've implemented the sign out button. This is just for debugging purposes. This has no effect on the project whatsoever. But I just want to make sure you're following along every step of the way. So I'm going to tell you about this. I just have a button here on the homepage saying sign out. That's all I did. You don't need to copy that. It was just for debugging, but just so you're not thinking I'm doing stuff here without you. Great. So far, we have completely implemented the authentication step, which is amazing. That is a central part of this application. We're displaying the user data on the front end. And now we can also add friends, and that is being shown in the database. Let's go ahead into the database and quickly log in with Google. I'm going to use this account. And then as we saw, no, we don't want that. Get rid of that. As we saw, the friend request was somewhere in here. There we go, as incoming friend requests with the other email. Great. Now we want to accept friends, right? We don't just want to add them, we also want to accept them. And that is what we will do next. So first off, we need an option inside the layout that lets us navigate to the friend requests page, right? That will be under the add friend. And we will do that inside of the dashboard layout. So let's navigate in here. And that link to the friend request will go right here in between the other two li elements that we have in here. So underneath is the your profile section that contains all the information down here. And then above is the your chat section and the overview. And we're doing it right in between those two, right here between the two LIs. And let's initialize a new LI. To do that, after all, we are still in the list. And then here we will render out the friend requests as a client component, because later on we will be implementing real-time functionality. And for that, it's crucial that this is a client component. Let's call this the friend requests sidebar option. I know the name is quite long, but it does describe really well what this component is going to be. And inside that friend requests sidebar option, we are gonna go. So let's exit out of our app directory and create a new component called friend request sidebar options.tsx. Great, let's initialize this as a new functional component. And the styling is gonna be pretty simple for this one. So what we're gonna do is, first off, we want to create a link, right? Just like the add friend is a link, if you click at the main page here changes, the same thing is going to happen with the friend requests. So the underlying behavior that we want for this component is going to be a linking behavior. And we do that with the next link. This link is going to have an href, and no, that's too much zoomed in. I think I was like this. For me, it's a new day, so maybe some settings changed. But I hope the zooming in level is still the same. The href behavior is going to be /dashboard/requests, like that. And then we're going to worry about the on-click handler later. And this link is going to get a class name. Let's put it after the href so it's a bit easier to see. The href, that class name is going to be text-gray-700. When we hover, we're gonna put the text to indigo 600. Then also when we're hovering, the background will become gray of 50. This is gonna be a group element to track behavior that, that is when we hover over this link element marked as the group, then we can listen to that behavior in all children elements and style them accordingly. That's what it's for. This is going to be flex, items-center for vertical alignment, and we want a gap x of 3, rounded of medium to give this a bit of border radius, a padding of 2. We are not differentiating between x and y padding here, just a general padding of 2, a text of small, a leading of 6, and a font dash semi-bold. So the styling is going to equal the other option that we have. And that's it for the link. In here, we're going to put a div with a class name of text-gray-400, a border-gray-200. And now we can listen to the group event. And we do that, I think I showed it earlier. It's by group-hover. And now we are listening in the child to an hover element to the link element because we marked that as a group right here. That's what we're listening to. And whenever we hover this link element, the border is going to be indigo 600. And also when we do group hover, the text is going to be indigo 600 as well. Great. We're almost done with the class names. Actually, oh no, there are quite a few more. But I promise this is the longest div. There are a couple class names. Let's just plow ahead. It's gonna be flex, height of 6, width of 6, a shrink of 0 to not make this go any smaller than it is, an items-center for vertical alignment, a justify-center for horizontal alignment, a rounded -large, so we're styling the icon right now. That's what this is for. A border, a text of, and now in these in these angled brackets, because we're inserting a custom value, it's gonna be 0.625 rem We are not going to declare that in the Tailwind config as a special value because we're just using this one-off, a font dash medium, and then also a BG of white. And I promise that was it for this div. And that was by far the longest class name in this whole component. The rest is going to be super simple. So in here, as I said, we are rendering out the icon, and that is going to be a user icon that we get from Lucid React. Just import it up here. And this user icon gets a class name of height 4 and width 4. Great. So that's the icon done. Let's quickly save that and import this component. And the auto imports don't seem to be working again. So let's restart the window, and then hopefully that will fix the auto imports. Give it a second to reload. And did I mess something up? Friend request, sidebar options. Oh yeah, I did sidebar option. Okay, so that was the reason. There we go. Now we can import that component, and is still giving us an error because it didn't actually import the component. Great. Let's import that manually from, and then that should be @/components/ and then we called it friend request sidebar options. Let's import that manually if VS Code won't let us. And let's take a look at what this currently looks like. So right now, this is the icon here below the add friend. What we rendered doesn't look quite as similar to the add friend yet. That's because we haven't added the text yet. So let's do that, and let's quickly close these pages. We don't need them. And then below the div where we rendered out the icon, let's put a P with a class name of truncate, meaning if the page goes too small, it will be cut off by ... Friend requests will be in the div, in the P tag. And that's gonna be it for now. Let's save that. And that still looks a bit off. I might have messed up the styling somewhere, but that's fine for now. Let's just keep plowing ahead. And then if there are any minor style differences, I'm gonna make a quick cut and let you know what those are. But for now, that's fine. Let's implement the actual functionality. So we want to see the friend requests that a user has. So we should probably pass them in as the initial friend requests. And then because we want to add to that later on, depending on real-time changes, we are going to save those in state so we can change them later on. And the way we do that is first declaring this as a client component by saying use client at the very top of the file to mark this as a client component, and then initializing a new state inside of this component. We're gonna call this state unseen request count because we don't care about the actual requests. We just want to know the count to show that to the user. And then that is gonna default to the initial unseen request count. And that doesn't exist yet because we're gonna pass it from the parent. So the way this will work is we're gonna fetch from the database in the parent component because that is a server component, right? We are rendering this inside of a layout, which is a server component, and then passing the standard default value in here. And during runtime, when the user is inside of the application, we can still add to that with real-time updates, which we're gonna implement later. First off, we need the initial unseen request count from the parent as a number. And then we also want to import that in the actual component. And then secondly, what we also need is going to be the session ID. We won't need that right now, but it's going to be very important later on for the real-time functionality. It's a very easy thing. We can just import the session ID or pass it as props. I should rather say not import it. And then we can also get it from the props. As I said, we're not going to need that right now, but just let's have it in there while we're already here. And now we get an error from the layout component because we need to pass the session ID and the initial unseen request count. Let's pass those. Session ID is going to be the session.user.id. That was easy. However, we don't have the initial unseen request count yet. So let's do that next. That is going to be the unseen request count. Let's name it that we're going to pass in as the initial request count. I can exit out of that. And now let's work on getting this value. at the top of the component. Because we're in a server component, we can interact with the database directly. And the unseen request count, const unseen request count, is going to be equal to, and then let's use our fetch Redis helper. And for the command, we are going to use as members because that's going to give us back a number. We also want to await this because it is an asynchronous operation. And then as for which value we want to retrieve from the database, that's going to be user colon. And then obviously we want to do this for the session.user.id. So for whoever is currently logged in. And as we know from the database, if I open it up right here, the incoming friend requests is what we're looking for. So let's go back into our component, then insert a colon after the session user ID, and then say incoming underscore friend underscore requests with an S at the end. And because we don't care about the actual members, we can just say, first we need to await that. We can wrap that in parentheses and then say dot length. Now, because TypeScript doesn't know the return type of this would give us the actual member objects, each one in an array as user array. And that's what we get back. And we only care about the number of requests, right? So this is going to be a number. We can save that. And now we should have access to the amount of people inside of the friend requests page. This page doesn't exist yet. We are going to create that in a second. For now, let's render out how many unseen friend requests we have right here in the layout. That's very important. So let's go back into the friend request sidebar options. And then as one tiny tweak to this component under the friend requests, let's show how many unseen there actually are. And we do that by checking if there are even more than 0. And if there are more than 0, then we're going to render a div. And if there are not more than 0, so else, this is a ternary operator. So if this statement is true, then this code block will be executed. Else, that's why the colon is there, we're going to render null. We don't want anything to show up. And if the request count is larger than 0, we're going to show a div with a class name of rounded-full, a width of 5, a height of 5, a text of extra small, flex, justify-center, items-center, a text of white, and a background of indigo-600. And let's just put a 2 in here for testing purposes. Let's go back and we can see friend requests 2 are unseen. Obviously, we don't want to hard code this value, but instead this should be the unseen request count. Great. Now we are never setting the state, which is fine. We can save that for now. Let's see what happens. We have one unseen friend request, which should be the case because we have, one unseen friend request right here in the database. So it's working as expected. However, we can't interact with that request yet because the actual page we use for the requests doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. And to do that, we're going to go into our dashboard, and then inside of the dashboard file right here, we're going to create a new folder. So creating a new, URL path in that sense called requests. And inside of that request folder, we are going to put a page.tsx. And first off, initialize that as a regular TypeScript component, as we're already used to doing. Great. Okay, this component is not going to get any props, so we can just leave this whole stuff away for now. We don't need to worry about that. And then first thing we want to do is get the current session of the user. Const session is going to be equal to, and then get server session and pass that the auth options. You know the drill by now. And if there is no session, then we can just default to not found for now. Great, we're making really good progress. If you're following along, good job. We are making really good progress. In this component, in the page, we want to know who made a friend request to us, right? That is super relevant. That's why we even got the session. So we want to find out the IDs of people who sent us a friend request or who sent the current logged in user a friend request, right? That's what we want to know. And we can do that by saying const incoming sender IDs is gonna be equal to, and then await fetch Redis. We're gonna use our helper function. And for this to work, we need to mark the page as asynchronous and remove the type if you're in TypeScript. And then from Redis, what do we want? We want the IDs of the people who made a request to us, meaning the IDs of people who are in our incoming friend requests. These IDs right here are what we want to know. And to get those, we can say fetch Redis. We want to fetch the S members, so the members of a set. And then as for the command, we want to fetch the user, then or session, or the currently logged in user session dot, wait, why is that not working? Because we need to await the get server session, the session dot user dot ID, and then the incoming underscore friend underscore requests. There we go. And because this doesn't know what that is, this is a string array because we're getting back a bunch of IDs, right? Let's format that. And then for the, we all, okay, so let me rephrase that. We also want to know the email, right, for the people that request that. We don't want the ID to be shown on the page, right? When we navigate the friend requests, we don't want there to be a list of IDs because the user can't do anything with that knowledge, realistically. So we want to display the emails, right? That's way more important. And to get that data, we are going to make one more query to the database for every incoming sender ID to fetch that person's data. And we do that by saying const incoming friend requests is equal to await promise.all. And what promise.all does for us, it lets us await an array of promises simultaneously. So each incoming friend request will be fetched at the same time and not one after another, making for way better performance. We are gonna map over the incoming sender IDs map. So for each incoming sender ID, we are gonna call an asynchronous function, just an inline function. We get the sender ID as the parameter, and then we are gonna execute the following code block. The const sender is gonna be equal to, and then await fetch Redis, and then as the command we're going to use get, and then as the as the command we're going to say get, and then for as to what we want to get, it's going to be user colon and then the sender ID. That's what we want to retrieve from the database, and that is going to be of type as user if you're following along in TypeScript. So now our IDE knows, okay, the sender has properties like, you know, email, ID, image, and name, whatever we store in the database, and we can return that as the sender ID, and then the sender email is going to be sender.email. So we will have easy access to the sender email for the incoming friend requests. Great. Very, very good. Now we are done with the logic on this page, and we can work on rendering this out to the user. To do that, we're gonna create a main for our JSX for this component with a class name of padding top of 8. Inside of this main, we're gonna create an h1 to let the user know what this page does. And theoretically, what we can do is go into our other page, the add page, and just copy what we had in here. So we don't get any styling wrong. Let's just copy those 4 lines and paste them over here in our requests page. So the styling matches, right? That's important. And then this is gonna change. We are gonna have a custom component in here, but first we want to create a div with a class name of flex-call, and a gap of 4. So we want to list certain elements beneath one another, each one being a friend request. And these friend requests are going to be contained in their own client component because, again, we are going to be using real-time features in that component. So it's crucial we mark that as a client component that we are going to call friend requests. Like that. That can be self-closing. That's totally fine. And now that is a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. Let's go back from our app file and into our components and create a friend requests.tsx file. This is going to be a functional component, and then inside of the friend requests, we are going to determine what to show to the current user. After all, we've already done the work, and now we just need to display this to the user. Now, just like with the other page that we did, we're going to mark this as a client component because we're going to use real-time features later on. And we're going to save the initial requests in state again. Let's call these incoming, oops, I tapped into caps lock, friend requests. And we are going to pass the initial friend requests from the parent component, which is the server component. So inside of the state, let's put incoming friend requests. And there is a naming conflict here. So let's rename the state to just friend requests and then set friend requests. And by that, we are bypassing the naming restriction. And this is going to be of type incoming friend request array. Now this type does not exist yet, so we are going to create it, and we are going to create that. That's going to be your first interaction with kind of the real-time features. The actual ones we're going to implement later, but we can already create a type for this. And to do that, we're going to navigate into our types directory and create one last file for our types, and that is going to be called pusher.d.ts. That's what we're going to use for real-time communication later. This interface is going to be very straightforward. Let's call this interface incoming friend request. And inside of this interface, there's going to be a sender ID of type string, and then also a sender email of type either string or null or undefined. Great, let's save that. And now this type is known because we have done that in a .d.ts file. We don't need to import it. Now the incoming friend requests don't exist yet, and we know that we are going to pass them from the parent. So the incoming friend requests are going to be of type incoming friend requests, as you might be able to guess, an array of those. And one more thing we want is the session ID. Because we've already done the fetching on the parent, we can just pass it in instead of getting it from the client side. In this component, it just makes more sense to just pass it along. And then we want to accept both of these props in the actual component. Therefore, the arrow in the state is going to be gone. And now we can actually work on the logic of the JSX inside of this component. This component is going to consist of a fragment in the top level because we're going to nest or because we're going to conditionally render. And to do that, we need a fragment at the top. And we are going to conditionally render based on the amount of friend requests that this user has. So if there are none, we want to display something else than if there are any. So we're going to do the check. Friend requests.length is equal to 0. And if it is equal to 0, then we're going to render out what's in here. And else we're going to render out what's inside of these parentheses, right? So what we want to render out when there's nothing, when there's no friend request, is going to be a p tag saying nothing to show here. Now, this is pretty simplistic. It's very clear to the user what this means. It's probably not the most pretty solution, but adding some really advanced CSS, showing some cool things, would have added a lot of overhead to this project. If you'd like to tweak this, the empty state, feel free to do that. That's one of the best ways to learn. Just adding your own stuff to this project is a great idea. And for now, it probably makes sense to follow along and then do all that in the end. However, if you want, feel free to always pause the video and insert your own stuff to make this even better. Then inside of the p tag, it's going to get a class name of text-small and text-zinc-500. I just found that works well with the white background. And then if there are friend requests, then we're going to map over them and display something for each request. And what are we going to display for each request? We're going to display a div. And because we're mapping over every request, this div needs a key to be identifiable, and that is going to be the request.senderID. We can just use that. Great, because one sender can only have one active friend request. This div is gonna get a class name of flex, then gap of for and items dash center. Inside of this div, we're gonna render out a icon, user plus, to indicate this user has gotten a new friend request with a class name of text dash black. This is gonna be a self-closing icon. We don't need to do any more with that. Then below that, we're gonna have a p tag. And inside of this p tag, we are going to display the request.sender email. This is user-friendly because instead of showing the ID, we show the email that we have fetched from the database for this user. And we don't want to leave it unstyled. This should be with a font of medium and a text of large. Great. Okay, then 2 buttons and we're done. Let's initialize a button. And if you're using emmet in VS Code, you can type button times 2, hit enter, and that's gonna create 2 buttons for you. Pretty convenient. Inside of the first button, we are going to render out a check icon. We also get that from Lucid React. And this icon is gonna get a class name of font-semi-bold, a text of white, a width of 3/4 or 3/4 if you're in the US, and then a height of also 3/4. Great. Now the button is still unstyled. That is not ideal. First of what we want to do to the button though is add an area label. Because we're just using an icon as the button and no text at all, it would not be clear to visually impaired people using a screen reader what this button does. And therefore we're adding an area dash label, and that label is going to be accept friend. And this button is going to get a class name of width of 8, height of 8, a background of indigo-600. When we're hovering this button, it's going to get a BG of indigo-700. It's going to be a grid, place, dash items dash center. It's the same thing as applying a flex. No, it would be the same as applying flex, then justify center and item center. Instead, we can just say grid, place, item center. That's going to center the items in that container. In this case, the icon that we're rendering is going to be rounded dash full. Then a transition property, which is a convenient utility we get from TailwindCSS to make animation easy. And then lastly, a hover dash shadow dash medium. Hover colon shadow dash medium. Great. Let's quickly take a look at that button. And I think we first need to import the component in our page under the requests. Let's import this component. And did the auto import not work again? No, it did, but okay, we need to pass the incoming friend requests first. Let's do that by just copying the value that we got from the database up here, the incoming friend requests, pasting it in here. And then secondly, we demand the session ID, which is gonna be, you probably know the drill by now, the session.user.id. Great, and that's all this component needs. We can hit save, and let me switch my keyboard back. And if we take a look at what this does in the browser, let's navigate to friend requests and see what happens. Oh, great. We can see the user icon and the check mark. Now we can't see the email just yet. So let's work on fixing that. Let's go back into our friend requests. And then we want to display one more button. It's already down here, but instead of having to type out all the button by yourself again, let's just copy and paste this one. By the way, I just copied the code using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Let's have a bit of space between these buttons. And then the button area label is going to be deny friend. And I switched to English keyboard again. How do I keep doing that? And the class names are going to be lightly different. Instead of indigo, we're going to make this red of 700, but the rest is going to stay exactly the same. And instead of the check, we want to display the X. Great. Let's hit save and go back into our component. And it seems like the email is not being displayed correctly. I wonder why that is. To quickly debug that, let's try logging out the incoming friend request that we passed to this component. Let's go into our page.tsx and log out the incoming friend requests and also put them in string so we know what those are. If this is a bigger issue, which I don't think it is, but then I would make a cut. Okay, so in here we can see the incoming friend requests. The sender ID is defined, but the sender email is undefined. And that means this GET request is doing something wrong. Let's see what that could be. The incoming friend requests. Let's see what happens. So we're going to the user and then this sender ID right here, the 81 and ending in 06. Let's check what that does in the database. Let's go back in here and then see for user, which one was it? User 81. And the email doesn't exist because that user doesn't exist. That is weird. I know this seemed like a rough cut, but there was an issue with the login system and I fixed it. The error was a bit hard to find, but it is a small tweak we need to do, because previously, at least for me, I don't know if it did the same thing for you. Maybe it even worked for you if you don't have the same caching behavior, but it was an issue due to the weird Next.js 13 caching behavior. So now it displays the login just as we want. Sidebar is still a bit messed up, but that's just visually. That is not going to be a problem later on. So the problem is in this line right here. Whenever I logged in, the issue was whenever I logged in, no matter with what account, it would always show that I've logged in with the first account I've logged in with, right? So the admin at wordful.ai. And the problem is in this line right here, because it caches the account that we log in with. And that is horrible. We don't want that. So instead of using the db.get, we're completely going to replace this with our custom fetch Redis helper. This helper is super convenient because it bypasses that caching behavior. As for the command, we can actually use just what was there previously. Let's go to the next line and then say const db user result is going to be equal to await fetch Redis, and then here we want the get command to be executed because this is a db.get that we are replacing. As for the command, we can literally just copy and paste it. And as for the result, this is either gonna be a string, a JSON string, so as string, or null if no user is found. Now we can get rid of the first line, can completely eliminate that, remove the console log for now. And if there is no db user result, that means this user has not existed in the database previously. Otherwise, if there is a db user result, remember this is a string, a JSON string, then we need to parse it. So we can say const db user is going to be equal to json.parse, and then the db user result as user. And that bypasses the weird caching behavior. So if we were to go back into the application, flush the database, as you can see, I've done a bit of debugging there. If we refresh the page, we are automatically logged out. So if we navigate back to the login page, log in with a first account, the Wordful AI admin one, then go ahead and let me zoom out far so we can see the button right now, then log out again, and then log in with another account, for example, the support account. It should work just as expected because we are not having the weird caching behavior anymore. Great. So just to summarize, to not confuse you, we replace the way we get the previous user in the JSON web token callback in the auth file. And then if there is a result for that, it's a JSON string and we're converting that to a user. That's all there is to it. Okay. Great. Where were we? We can go back and now let's navigate to the requests page. We can see add a friend, nothing to show here. And now we can actually show friend requests, right? So we can go to the add friend request. And for example, let's add our second account. Let's click on add and friend request was sent successfully. So let's log out of this account right now and log in with the other account to see if we have gotten that friend request. We sent that to this account right here. Let's log in and let's get rid of the session data on the homepage for now. It just obscures the vision. So let's quickly go into the dashboard page, this one right here, and just get rid of this and just say dashboard. So because this looked horrible before, there we go. we can see we have gotten one new friend request. Now it's actually working that we're over the weird caching behavior. Let's click on here, but it seems like it's still not displaying the email correctly. So let's dive into why that could be. The user, however, should exist in our database. Great, that is the case, so this shouldn't be a database issue. Let's debug that. Let's first close all tabs just to get a bit more structure in here. And then let's go into our requests page, log out the incoming friend requests, and we're already doing that. And we can see the sender email is still undefined. So how about we log out the sender, and then sender right here. Let's save that, reload the page, and then hopefully that should log out the sender. Let's go back in here. Sender is Wordful AI support, email support@wordful.ai. So this is working correctly. However, I suspect this is going to be right. So this is a JSON string. That is why this is not working. It's the same thing as in the DB user that we just did. This comes back as a JSON string, and therefore it can't read the email property. So we need to convert this instead of the user to a string, and then const sender parsed is gonna be the JSON.parse of the sender that we get back from the database as a user. And then instead of the sender.email, we're gonna insert the sender parse.email, and then if we reload the page, we have debugged the issue successfully on the fly, and now it works. Now it shows the actual email. Great, really, really good work. Now we want to either be able to add the friend or to deny the friend request. That would be very important. That's all we're doing on this page. So if we click on the check mark, that should add a friend. And if we click on the X, that should deny a friend. Let's work on implementing that logic. It's gonna be a lot of fun, because for this, we're gonna implement 2 more API routes, and you're gonna learn how we're gonna handle security in those API routes. And the functions in the component itself are gonna be very straightforward. Let's get rid of that console log and then navigate back to the friend requests.tsx component where all the magic for the friend requests happens. This is where we can accept and deny a friend. So let's create the functions to do that. First one is going to be const accept friend. This is going to be an asynchronous function because we're going to make an API call inside of there. And the API call we're going to make is by saying await Axios, and we're going to import Axios to make the request. Dot post, we're going to make a post request to the endpoint of /API/requests/accept. This API route or endpoint doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it. And then as for the data we want to pass the ID of the person that we want to accept as a friend, which is going to be the sender ID. Now the sender ID, we don't have access to that yet. And that comes as a parameter or argument. No, as a parameter instead of this function. Argument, I think, is where an argument is when you invoke the function what you pass, and a parameter is what you accept in the function. I think that's how it was. So we accept that right here, the sender ID as a string. That's how we know the sender ID in here. And then after we accepted that friend, we want to put it into state and also refresh the page. First off, let's put it into state, set friend requests. We get the, we are going to receive the previous friend requests. And then we're going to say prev.filter. And for each request that gets passed in here, we're going to do a check if the request.sender ID is unequal to the sender ID. There we go. And then afterwards, we're going to say router dot, and we don't have the router yet. We still need to import that. That is a hook that NextJS gives us. It's just the router, const router is going to be equal to, and then it's called use router. However, pay attention that you import this from next/navigation and not next/router. That's important because next/router doesn't work anymore. And we want this router from next/navigation that we can then use to say, where is it? Refresh. There we go. So at the very bottom of the accept friend function, we are refreshing the page. And by doing this, we are filtering everyone out So for example, if we had 3 friend requests and we are accepting one of them, we want to take that person out of the state to only show the other 2. That's why we're filtering out every ID of what we just accepted. Right, and then a very similar logic is going to happen for the deny friend. So we can just mark the whole function block, hold Shift, Alt, and arrow down to copy and paste this. Obviously, we want to rename this to deny friend, and the sender ID is going to stay. Pretty much most of the logic is going to stay, except the endpoint. Instead of accept, we're going to send a request to deny, and then the rest is going to stay the same. Great. So whenever we accepted or denied a friend, we want that person to be taken out of the state right here. Now the API endpoints would always fail because they don't exist yet. And that's the next thing that we're going to do, implement the accept and denying friend endpoints, because accepting and denying a friend are the basis for even being able to chat with someone, right? We are requiring someone to be friends with one another to be able to chat. Otherwise, there would probably be a lot of spam, right? That's what we're going to do. Imagine WhatsApp, where you could just spam everyone that doesn't want to talk to you, or Discord, where you could just write everyone. That wouldn't be amazing. So let's create the API routes for that. We're going to do that in the app folder, and then under the API. We're going to create a new one for the friends, and that is going to be accept. And that doesn't go into the add, but instead the friends right here. So we have API, friends, and then either accept or add at the same level. And then in the accept, we are going to create a route.ts. And inside of this route.ts, we can then handle the logic to accept a friend. Great. So inside of this file, we're going to say export const, or actually this is going to be an async function post. As I mentioned earlier in the video, the HTTP methods are required. So if we made a post request, this code right here would handle it because we named it post. If we named it get, it wouldn't handle a post request. So the naming is important for this one. And inside of here, we're going to put a try catch. We're going to worry about the error handling later. Totally unimportant. We don't need to do that for now. And then to get access to the body content of the request, by the way, we can get access to the request right here as the parameter. It's going to be of type request. And to get access to the body content is fairly straightforward. We can say const body is equal to await rec.json. That's how we get the body request. And then we want to validate if this ID is, a string. Anybody could pass anything as the ID, and we want to check if it's a valid input that the user is making. So we can say const ID is, and let's call it the ID to add, because that's what it is, right? It's the ID of the person that we want to add as a friend, or accept could also work, right? And that is going to be equal to a z.object. We've already worked with Zod before, and in this case, we're also going to use Zod to validate the input that is coming into this API route. So let's import Zod from Zod to be able to use it in this file. And for the Zod object, this is going to be passed the ID. And the ID is going to be a string because we are, expecting a string as the input. And then we can call the .parse function of that and parse the request body in there. And that means if the parsing is successful, we will get an ID to add as a string. And in all other cases, if it's a number pass or function or whatever, the error, the catch box is going to get invoked because the parse is going to throw an error. Now, not anyone can accept anyone as a friend, right? We need to do a lot of logic checks in this one. If we didn't, I could just make a post request to this endpoint directly and tell the endpoint that I want to accept you as a friend, even though I've never sent a friend request, for example, to you. That would be pretty bad in terms of security, right? We don't want that. So we're going to perform a series of checks to check if the request that is being made is actually valid and this person is allowed to add someone, in this case, you or me, as a friend. First off, we need to get the session for that. We need to know who is making the request. To do that, we're going to call the get server session, pass it the auth options. You know the drill by now. And if the user is not logged in, if there's no session, then they can't even go further. They need to be logged in, no way around it. Otherwise, we're going to return a new response, and that is going to say unauthorized with a status that we can pass as the second argument as an object with a status of 401. Great. And then if there is a session, we need to verify both users are not already friends. So you can't add someone who you are already friends with. Doesn't make sense, right? So to find out if that is the case, we can say const is already friends, and that is going to be equal to await fetch Redis. And then as for the command that we're going to use, we're going to say s is member. So is this person a member of a set? In this case, the friends set. And to check that, that is the command. And for which part of the database we want to query, it's the user : then the session.user.id, and then a structure that I'm going to introduce to you now that you haven't known before, as the .friend, and that should be s :friends. So for the current user that is logged in, we're looking into the friends document and verifying that the person that is making that they want to add, that the ID to add is not in there already, else the request is invalid. And if they is already friends, if that is truthy, then they cannot make the request. Doesn't matter how hard they try, we're going to return a new response that says already, friends or something along those lines with a status of 400, indicating a bad request. Great. Now we want to determine if the person has actually had an incoming friend request. The only people that you should be allowed to add are people where you had an incoming friend request, right? Otherwise, you could just add anyone, accept anyone without having them send a friend request. That is horrible. So we're going to say const has friend request is going to be equal to await fetch Redis once again, and we're going to fetch the is member, the s is member again, but this time we're going to fetch that for the incoming friend requests. That's the difference. So we're going to put a template string as the second argument, and that in here goes the user and the session.user.id, and then the incoming _friend requests. And by doing that, we want to find out if the ID that we're trying to add is already in these incoming friend requests. Now, to pass that, we are going to insert it right here at the end as the third argument, ID to add. And then let's log it out for now. Let's just move this into a new line, and console log has friend request, ? And then let's insert the constant that we have just calculated, just so you get a good feeling as to what we're doing here. Let's save that and make a request to the endpoint. So if you wanted to accept this user, the API endpoint would get called. Let's press enter or the accept mark, look into our console and see what happens. If we scroll down, nothing has happened. Console log has friend request. So let's see what happened to the request. We can do that by going into the Chrome DevTools under the Network tab. And it seems like we are not even making the request, probably because I forgot to link the button and the function. Yes, I did. So we're going to link the accept friend function to the actual button. So on click is going to be accept friend. And we can't just put it like that. We need to pass this an argument, which is the sender ID. And the sender ID is going to be equal to the request.senderID. Similarly, if we wanted to deny a friend, we're going to put an on-click handler and then call the deny friend function with the same sender ID. Okay, let's save that, go back into the browser, and now the network request should work, right? We made the request. But we are getting back a 404 not found for API/request/accept. Let's see if I messed up the routing structure. API/friends/accept. No, that should work. And the devil is in the detail. I put requests here, and this should be friends. We are not accepting a request per se, but we are accepting a person, a friend. Therefore, that should be reflected in the structure. There we go. Let's save that and try making that request again. Let's go to the fetch the XHR. So we only see the fetch requests, the check mark, and that didn't work. We got a 404 again. Did I spell that wrong? Yeah, that should be friends. Okay, now it should work. Let's go back, make the request one last time, and now we won't get a 404. Instead, we'll get a 500. Interesting. So let's take a look at what that means. Go into this and then the response. Let's take a look at why that could be the case. And in this fetch Redis right here, it doesn't seem like we are passing anything to check for who is member of this. So we would probably want the ID to add in there as well. And let's see if that now works. Now we still get back a 500. I think it would be best to log out the error for now, console log error here at the bottom to see what the problem is. Let's press on the check mark again. See if we get any response for this. We probably don't because the catch block is being invoked. And actually, after logging out the request 1 and the request 2, they have both gone through successfully. And we even get a value for has friend request as 1, which is just as it should be. So let's return a new response of okay. And let's see if that is fixing the problem. And it is. So if we don't return a response, we get back a 500 error, which makes sense, but I didn't think about that before. That's interesting. So we just get back an okay response. And now we know that the user is either in their friend requests or they are not. And if they are not in the friend requests, then they can't add them, right? If not has friend request, then they shouldn't be allowed to add this user as a friend because a friend request prior to accepting someone as a friend is mandatory. So in that case, we're going to return a new response like no friend request with a status that we pass in the object as the second argument as 400. And if all of these conditions are not throwing an error or returning a new response prematurely, then we can actually add this person as a friend. The way we do that is with our actual database. So await DB, we don't need our fetch Redis for this because we're making post requests or modifying data, and that is not cached in NextJS. So we don't need to worry about any weird caching behavior. Now to add a user as a friend, we're gonna call the sadd. So we're adding someone to a set. That's what this is doing. And we want to add where the user is the session.user.id. And then we want to add at the friends set. That's where we want to insert the person that we are wishing to add, ID to add. So we pass the data that we want to add to the set as the payload in the second argument of this function right here. Then we want to add the user to the requesters friend list. So the other way around. If I am friends with you, if I'm accepting you as a friend, then you're also my friend, right? Not to get any asynchronous behavior there. If you're my friend, I'm your friend, and the other way around. So we're also going to add to the requesters friend list with saying db.sadd, and then instead of calling the session user ID right here and the ID to add right there, we're going to switch them around. So for the user, this is going to be the ID to add at the friends set, and then the value we're going to pass is the session.user.id. So both people are adding each other as a friend. Then secondly, we want to clean up the friend requests, right? If you and I are friends now, then the friend requests should be gone. To do that, we can say db.srem, similar to sadd, it's srem, srem to remove from a set. We want to remove where the user is ID to add, and we want to remove in the friend_requests department, and that should be incoming friend requests department. And then we want to remove the session.user.id. This line is not mandatory, and actually that shouldn't be the incoming friend request. Right now it doesn't really matter. If you wanted to also show the outbound friend requests, then that would go right here, the outbound friend requests. I'm gonna mark this as a comment for now because that is not a functionality that I've implemented in this prototype. It wasn't really necessary and it's pretty simple to implement. If you wanted that, that's how you do it, but I'm gonna comment it out for now because it's easier to understand if you just don't worry about that for now. Then lastly, we want to remove the actual friend request though, and that we can do by saying db.srem, and now we are removing the friend request for the session.user.id under the incoming _friend _requests. And what do we want to remove from the set? Well, we want to remove the person that has added this user, the ID to add. Press save, and now this route is pretty much done. Just a bit of error handling, and then we're done. If the error is an instance of a z.zot error, I've explained what this does previously. We're checking if this error is of a certain shape. We can return a new response that says invalid request payload. And the reason we checked if this is a zot error is because of the status that we can send back. This needs to go into an object, because if this is not parsable, we are going to send back a 422 response, unprocessable entity. And if we can't pinpoint what the error is, we're going to return a new response saying invalid request with a general status of 400. Great, let's save that and let's try adding a friend, hitting the check mark, and it worked. So the page refreshed. If we have the real-time features enabled, I just reloaded the page, that's why it disappeared. If we had the real-time features built in already, then it would also disappear in real time. And now we have added a friend successfully. How cool is that? We've done the friend implementation. So if we go into our database now and check for the friends, then this user is in that user's friend set. And similarly, it's also the other way around, just how it should be. However, what happens when we don't want to accept the user? When some scary ass dude sends us a friend request and we don't want to accept it, we should also be able to deny that person, right? And we haven't implemented that logic yet, so let's quickly do that. And I think to do the denying, actually no, that's we don't even need to copy this whole code. The denying route is rather simple. Let's just create a new folder, and that shouldn't be called friend, that should be called deny. And inside of the deny folder, we're gonna create a route.ts. You know the drill by now. And because we're gonna make a post request to this endpoint, we also want to call the function just that. Export async function post with a request as the parameter of type request. And that is gonna have a function body. Inside of the function body, we are gonna have a try catch. And first off, we need access to the body content. And we do that just like in the accept by saying const body is equal to request.json. And we want to wait that because that takes a little bit of time and is asynchronous. Secondly, we want to get access to the session. And that is gonna be equal to await get server session and pass that the auth options as always. Now, if the user is not logged in, if there is no session, they shouldn't be allowed to deny anything. That's why we're returning a new response saying something like unauthorized with a status indicating that, and that being 401, unauthorized. And then we can destructure the ID to deny just like we did in the accept route. And to do that, we can actually copy the one code snippet from there. That was some silly stuff I did to debug because I wasn't sure where the issue was, and we can remove all of the debugging stuff. So this is the way we parsed the ID in the acceptance route. We can copy that and paste that into our deny route right here. And instead of the ID to add, that's going to be the ID to deny. And the reason that this is giving an error is because we haven't imported Zod yet. So let's import Z from Zod, and that should fix that error right there. Great, that is fixed, and now we can work with denying this ID. And just like we did with the add, adding to a list, we can remove from the list of the friend requests. So as a broad overview, what should happen when we deny a friend is the incoming friend requests that we have, they should be taken out of that list. That's all we're doing. And we can do that by saying db.srem. We are removing from a set, that set being user at the session.user.id, and then the incoming underscore friend underscore requests. And we want to remove the ID to deny from that, right? And that's all we need to do. So we can return a new response called OK with a status of 200. We could even leave this away. Actually, we don't specifically need to pass a status of 200. If we just return a response, that should be just fine. Let's see, did we return a status here explicitly? We didn't, so let's not do it here either. And then in the error, we are gonna do the same error handling as in the accept route. We can just copy and paste this. The console log can stay in there, that's totally fine. We can save the denial route, save the acceptance route. Great. Now that we've implemented the denying logic, let's try out if it actually works. So right now, we would probably, let's just reset the database for now by typing in flush all into the Upstash CLI. That is gonna clear the entire database of any data. And now let's log out, go to our login page, and in here we are gonna log in with one account, and then go right back to the login page and log in with another account. For example, the support at wordful.ai. Let's see if that is successfully in the database, and it is not, so we probably need to log out. And let's log in back again with our support account. Okay, so there is an interesting behavior I just noticed. When we log in with one account and then try to log in with another one while still being logged in with the other, then it won't count as logging in with that account, and instead it will log us in with another account. Now that's not a problem, because a user will not be able to navigate to the login page anyways when they're logged in, because we're gonna protect that with middleware. Just an interesting behavior that I noticed. So let's go to the main page and log out. Actually click sign out, then log in with the other account, being the support account. Let's click that. And that logged us in with the other account. So let's clear the database one more time. And now it should work. Let's navigate to the login page, log in with one, the admin account. And then we can just click this button to log out. Let's go back to the login page and log in with the support account and see if that works. Great, it does work. So now we're in the support account, and now we can add our other account as the friend. Let's add them. Friend request was sent, and then let's go back into our other account to see it. Oops, not the login, just go to login. Let's go into our other account to see that friend request. It's gonna show up in the sidebar here on the left side under friend requests. We can see the request. And now let's try denying it. So let me click the X, and it has successfully denied the friend request. It seems, again, this will be remedied when we do the real-time functionality. Right now, if we refresh the page, that would just go away as well. And let's navigate into the network tab. Oh, and I think because I just reloaded the page, we can't see it, which is fine. We can just check the database if we successfully denied that friends, if they are not in a friend list somewhere, and they are not, meaning that the denying of a friend works. Great. So now we can add friends and we can deny friends, and that is the basis for any chat that's about to happen. First off, however, let's fix that issue with the login system. A login should always work. There should be no issues there. And to fix that, we are creating a middleware so that logged in users cannot navigate to the login page and log again. That doesn't make any sense. They shouldn't be able to do that. Instead, if they try to navigate to the login page, we're going to redirect them right to the dashboard where they belong. Now, to build a middleware in Next.js 13, we are going to create a file in our source directory at the same level as the app or pages directory. And that file is going to be called middleware.ts. The naming is important. We need to name it that. You can't just name this what you want. So Next.js will recognize this is a middleware we're trying to write. And what the middleware does is, let me show you. Let's go to Xcali draw. This is an old drawing. We can just get rid of this. Let's just delete it all. So what the middleware is going to do is if the client, if the person, the user, let's just put a P in here, if the person that is trying to make a request to the login page over here, if a person tries to make a request to that page, then the middleware comes right in here. It checks. Well, let's just put the middleware here first, the MW. The request goes this way and then first down to the middleware if there is any, and now we just created one. The middleware checks, is this person, the user, logged in or not? And if they are, then the middleware is going to route the request right back to the dash, and I'm just going to put a B dot to the dashboard. So the user is never going to even see the login page. So the middleware intercepts the request to the login page, or to any other page for that matter, right? For any route that the middleware runs on, it intercepts the request, and before anything happens, the user is getting put into the spot that is correct, that we determine, and not to the login page if they're logged in. If they're not logged in, then they won't have any problem navigating to this page. Obviously, they should be able to log in. That's what the middleware does. And to create this middleware, it's super simple, because NextAuth gives us a cool method we can use, and that is called with auth. Now the auto imports don't seem to be working again. Let's import the with auth, and that's gonna be from next-auth/middleware. That's where we get it from, and this receives a callback that is gonna be the actual middleware. Let's call this async function middleware, and that receives a request, and now we can actually implement the code block that we want to care about. However, before we do that, let's export a const config at the very bottom of the middleware. And this config will determine via a matcher property, that is a string array, in which routes this middleware will actually run. For example, we want it to run when a user navigates to the slash, so the main homepage, because that is not compliant with our current routing structure. In that case, we want to redirect them to the dashboard. Similarly, a login should cause the middleware to run a /login, and then also a /dashboard/ and then any path. And the way we determine any path is by a colon path and then a star. So it will run on dashboard/ASD, dashboard/ doesn't exist. Anything that goes behind the dashboard will invoke this middleware function right here. Okay, first off, in the middleware, we want to determine the current path the user's on. And we can do that by saying rec.nextURL.pathname. Then we want to manage the route protection. Let's do that down here. We have access to where the user is trying to navigate. Now, let's see if the user is already authenticated. Const isAuth is going to be await get token. That's what NextAuth gives us, and it will automatically use our NextAuth secret that we have determined in the env file to decrypt our JSON Web Token and see the values that are in there from the request, because that is automatically passed as a token, right? And then let's determine if the user is trying to navigate to the login page. That is going to be rec.nextURL.pathname, or we can just use our pathname up here. Dot starts with and then /login. Just for a bit better readability, we're going to save that in memory. And then let's determine the sensitive routes. And in our case, the only sensitive route is going to be the /dashboard. Nobody should be able to access the /dashboard if they are not logged in. Let's determine if they are trying to access a sensitive route. Now for the dashboard, this would be pretty simple, but I want to make it easy extendable for you in the future. So let's say const is accessing sensitive route is going to be equal to sensitive routes.sum. So if this returns true for any of the following cases, then this is going to be true. For any route, if the path name dot starts with, and then that route, and that shouldn't be as a string, but rather as the actual route, then we are trying to access a sensitive route. In our case, that would only be dashboard. So if the path name included dashboard, then this value right here, the is accessing sensitive route, would be true. Next up, we are going to determine if the user is navigating to the login page. And if they are, then we want to differentiate between whether they are authenticated or they are not. If they are, if they are authenticated, then they shouldn't be able to access this page. We are going to return a next response dot redirect, and we also need to import the next response from next/server. Redirect the user to a new URL that we're going to construct that's going to lead to /dashboard, and pass it the rec.url as the base URL. So that's going to be localhost 3000 or whatever, and then /dashboard. Right. And if they are not authenticated and trying to navigate to the login page, that's totally fine. They are free to do so. So we're going to return a next response.next to tell the middleware to just pass along the request. In this case, the middleware would see, okay, the user is not logged in, and let the request go back to its original path leading to the login page, instead of redirecting the user. Okay, two more cases we want to handle. If we are not authenticated, if not is auth, and we are trying to access a sensitive route, we can just copy and paste this value. That obviously shouldn't be allowed either. So in that case, we are going to redirect as well. We can copy the return from up here, but we're not going to redirect to the dashboard, but instead to the login page. And we are going to copy this down one more time with Shift, Alt, and arrow down. The condition being if the path name is equal to the home page, so just /. Then we also want to redirect to the dashboard because that complies with our current routing structure way better. Good job. We're almost done with the middleware. One last thing, and that is a little workaround that we need to do. It's a next auth specific one. So for a callbacks that we can pass as the second argument, we want the async authorized. And why is that not working? We want the async authorized. There we go. To return true. There is a note in the GitHub repository. This is a workaround for handling redirects on auth pages. We return true right here so that the middleware function above is always called. If we didn't have that callback, we would get an infinite redirect and just an error in the browser telling us that this page is redirecting us too often. That's why we include this little callback right here. Now, if we save the middleware and navigate to our app, let's try to go to the login page. We are logged in. This shouldn't work. We expect to land on the dashboard. Let's type in the login and we get redirected to the dashboard just as expected. Similarly, when I'm logging out, then it's going to redirect me immediately to the login page, and we can log in with any other account. This is phenomenal because it really removes a lot of kind of things that don't make sense, right? It enforces our routing structure. I'm not able to navigate to just /. Instead, I'm redirected to the dashboard. And then secondly, logged in users can't log in again, which is super weird in the first place. Great. So the middleware is a huge improvement to what our app was previously. And now the question is, what do we do next? So we can see friend requests. We can even accept them. Next up would be the actual chat functionality, however, not with Realtime yet. We're going to add them after. I want you to be able to grasp the concepts easily, and for that, it's better if you split this up in first the hard messages, persisted in the database, and then add the Realtime functionality to all the moving parts of our project. Okay, the chats are going to show up right here, and let us create the actual page for a chat. And we do that in our app under dashboard, and in there we can create that page called chat. Let's create a new folder in the dashboard, call it chat, and in there goes a page.tsx. So in the routing structure, as you already know by now, this will be accessible under /dashboard/chat. Great. This file is going to contain the core functionality. Oh, I just closed my, oops, I didn't want to do that. This file is going to contain the core functionality for our entire chat logic. And let me close all other tabs, close others. Let's initialize this as a normal TypeScript component first, and now we can actually work with it. Now, very important, because this is a dynamic chat, we need to declare it as such. Right now, this page would be accessible, and I think closing the window also closed the dev server, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it did. Let's start the dev server back up. Right now, if I navigated to /dashboard/chat, that would work, right? Because we have created that route, and even though it does take a bit of loading after spinning up the app, we can see it renders page. But if I navigated to, /chat and then random chat, which we will use to determine which chat we want to show to the user, then there's a 404. So we need to mark this as a dynamic page that can get the current chat from the URL and then determine based on that what to show to the user. In NextJS 12 and 13, the way we do that is by marking the chat as a dynamic page segment. So inside of the chat, and then just having the page.tsx, let's add a new folder, and in angled brackets, that's how we declare a dynamic route, let's have the chat ID. And then inside of that chat ID goes the page.tsx. And what that allows us to do, that little change of inserting one more file with the angled brackets, if I now go to /chat/ whatever, see what happens. It's gonna load a bit, and then it's still gonna show that page. Now, very crucial is that we get access to these URL values to determine which chat we want to show to the user later. And we can do that through params that are automatically passed to this page. And they are passed in the following way. We can destructure them as the props. And these, if you're in TypeScript, are going to be of type page props, like that. If you're in JavaScript, you can just use them right away. If you're in TypeScript, let's determine what these params are. In the page props, we are gonna say params, and then whatever you put in these angled brackets, you can choose the name freely. This doesn't have to be chat ID, but it makes sense to name it chat ID. However, whatever you name this, the same thing needs to go right here. The same thing is gonna be passed as params to this page, in my case, chat ID. That is gonna be of type string. And now, if I rendered out the params.chatID on the page, we would be able to see that I'm navigating to /chat/ASD, and it's being shown right here. So that way we can then later determine which chat we want to show to the user. So this is super helpful. As for the chat messages that we want to show, we can already get started in writing the query for that. Now we don't have any messages yet, but it still makes sense to get them already. So we can say const, actually let's destructure the chat ID first. I think that makes more sense. It's going to be equal to params, and then we will worry about the chat messages when we need them. First off, let's determine the session. A user should be logged in when they want to view any chat that is already being enforced by middleware. We can also enforce it right here, just to have an extra layer of security. So const session is going to be, and you know what comes next, await get server session, and pass that the auth options. Now, because we're awaiting this function, we need to mark this as asynchronous, and that is going to give us an error on the page. That is why we put this in line if you're in TypeScript, so that we can remove all of this and the error will be gone. Great. If there is no session, then we are going to return a not found that we get from next/navigation, suggesting to the user this chat wasn't found 404. So the user is not allowed, or they can't see that there's actually anything hidden beneath the URL that they entered. And then we can destructure the user from, and I typed out from is equal to session. Just destructure that. Great. Now that we have access to the user, we want access to the chat ID. And the format that we're going to pass that in is going to be const user ID 1 and user ID 2 in this array syntax is going to be equal to chat ID dot split. And then we're going to split that string that we get back as the chat ID at the double hyphen. So what we get back from the chat is a user ID 2 and a user ID 1. We can save that. So for example, if the chat, let's go back to xcalidraw, the structure of the chat was /chat/ and then comes one user ID 1, and then -- user ID 2. That's going to be how we construct the URL for one certain chat. And to make sure the chat is the same for both people, no matter who's logged in and who you are and who you're chatting with, we're going to sort them beforehand. Because if this was your name and then your friend's name, then the chat would be a different one for your friend. Imagine your user ID was 1 and theirs was 2. Then from their view, the chat would be /chat/2-1, right? It would be another thing. And that's why if we sort this beforehand, it would also be 1 dash, and we will do a --2. That's how we're going to construct the URLs for the chat. And that's why we have the split at the double hyphen here and getting back both user IDs without currently knowing which one is yours, right? We can't tell that just by the ID. Okay, and the user should only be able to view this chat if one of these two IDs is theirs. One of these needs to be theirs. So if user.id is not the user ID 1 and the user.id is not the user ID 2, so if your ID is neither of these, then you shouldn't be able to view this. So we're gonna return a not found once again. Syntactically correct, of course. We can get rid of that. Great. So now we have ensured that if you're viewing this chat, if you're getting to this point of the code, then either of the IDs is yours. Now to determine which of these IDs is actually yours, we can do a simple ternary. We can say const chat partner ID is gonna be user.id. And then if your user ID is equal to user ID 1, then the chat partner ID will be the user ID 2, and else it will be the user ID 1. And then to get the name and email and so on for your chat partner, we're going to say const chat partner is going to be equal to await db.get. And we also need to import this. Now we could also use our fetch Redis once again for this one, but in this case I didn't experience any caching issue. The user at the chat partner ID as user. That's how we get access to the chat partner. And then we also want the messages that were sent in this chat, right? And to get those messages, we can say const initial messages is going to be equal to await get chat messages and pass the chat ID. Now this is a function that we're going to create, but it's not rocket science. It's just going to make a call to the database for just these messages. I just wanted to abstract it away because it looks a bit cleaner that way, but we can just define it above the page because at least in this app, we're not going to reuse it anywhere else. As for the function itself, we're going to call async function get chat messages and pass that the chat ID that we want to fetch the messages for. And this is going to be a function that fetches all messages using a Z range. So a sorted list range with a score range that you're going to see here in a second. So we're fetching all messages for this certain chat room. In here, we want a try catch to handle any error if it occurs. And for the error handling, we're also going to put a not found for now. And inside of the try, the const result that we expect as the messages is going to be of type string array. If you're in TypeScript, an array of messages. And the reason this is a string and not a message is because, well, it is technically of type message as an object. This is a JSON string that we still need to parse. So this is going to be await fetch Redis once again. And this time, this is going to be of type zRange, so a sorted list range. You're going to see what that is in a second. It's just a set. I'm not sure if we have one in the database currently. We don't. I'm going to show you that when we get there. It's basically a sorted array. You can imagine it like that. It's a Redis structure that we're using here. And then we want to fetch the chat and then the chat ID. And we want to fetch the messages from that. Now we are never setting this, so right now we couldn't get anything, but we're gonna do in a minute. And then we want to fetch from the start index of 0 to the end index of -1. So we're fetching all of them. We are never stopping to fetch. And then the const db messages, let's call it, is gonna be equal to results, and let's call this results and not result dot map. And for each result, or let's call this message, I think it's a bit more meaningful to call this message. We're going to parse that, the JSON string that I mentioned. To do that, we're going to call the JSON.parse method, put in the message, and then type this out as message. Now this message type doesn't exist yet, so let's create that in our database.d.ts. And one message is going to have the following properties. Interface message, we are declaring this as a TypeScript interface. Each message is going to have an ID of type string. Then it's going to get a sender ID of type string, whoever sent the message, a receiver ID of type string, whoever received the message, a text of type string, and also a timestamp stamp of type number, not as type date, but as type number, because this is going to be a Unix timestamp. And while we're already here, we can define two short more interfaces, one being for the chat. Let's make one for that, interface chat. And this is going to get two properties. One, the ID of string, and then secondly, the messages that are in this chat of message array. So an array of this interface right here. And then secondly, an interface of friend request. Interface friend request that we're going to need for later for the real-time functionality. While we're already here, we can just quickly implement this. It's going to get an ID of type string, a sender ID of type string, and also similarly to the message, it's going to get a receiver ID of type string. Great, that's it for the db.d.ts. That file is completely done. We're not going to make any more changes to that even later. We're done with that, and now we can access the message type that we have just created right down here. So now it makes sense. Now TypeScript knows, aha, this is of type message. I know what that is. And then what we're going to do later in the video is display the messages in reverse order. Now this might sound odd for now, but when we're displaying a ton of messages, by default, the last messages should be shown, right? And to do that, we're going to apply a CSS trick that's going to reverse the whole messages, and to kind of reverse. I know that sounds weird, but we are going to like these messages that we get back are in order, right? In order of the time that we sent them. So the most recent message is going to be at the very top. But in the CSS, we want the most recent message at the very bottom. Therefore, we're going to say const reversed db messages, because we called this db messages, is going to be db messages dot not reduce, but reverse. That's an array method we can call to just reverse the array. And then the const messages is going to be, and we are going to validate this message or these messages to be sure that they are in the format that we expect. And we will do that using Zod, using a message array validator. Now, to do that, we're going to go, first off, let's close all the files. Let's go into our validators, lib validations, and then let's create a new file called message.ts. And in this message.ts, we're going to create the validator that's going to parse the messages for us. So if we're working with them, we can know that they are in the format that we expect. Now, for this validator, we are first going to import z from Zod to start our schema validation, because with Zod, we are going to create a schema that's going to validate each message. Okay, and then we can export a constant called message validator. You could call this message schema. That's a widespread naming convention as well. And this is going to be equal to a z.object. And inside this object, we've already talked about what exactly this is. It's kind of like a JavaScript object, but instead we get the types of it. So we can parse it later on, as you already know. This gets an ID of type z.string, then a sender ID that is also a z.string. We can copy the z.string because we'll need it one more time for the text, so we can just paste it here. So we got an ID of type string, a sender ID of type string, a text of type string for each message. This is going to be the actual message content later in the chat window. And then the timestamp, which is going to be a z, and I think I'm zoomed out a bit, a z.number. There we go. This is the message validator. And then we can export another constant because we're getting back a message array, right? And this is just for one message. So we also want to be able to validate a whole array of messages. So we can say the message array validator is going to be equal to a z.array. And then here we can pass the message, not the array validator, but the normal message validator, meaning this is now the message validator as an array, allowing us to validate a whole array. And then we also want to export the type message that we're going to use later on. That is going to be a z.infer. And in here, we're going to pass the type of and then message validator. This is a super handy utility function that Zod gives us to infer the type of the message. How cool is that? That's the type we can now use. And if I'm not mistaken, if we go into the db.d.ts, it's pretty much going to be this interface right here, but as a proper validated type that we can now use instead of that one. Great. So that's all there is for the validator. We can go back into our page.tsx. Let's close out of that. And then for the messages, to make sure they're of the format that we expect, we can say message array validator that we have just created dot parse. And what are we going to parse? We're going to parse the reversed DB messages. We can just pass them in here. That's going to parse them. And if everything goes right, we are going to return the messages from this function. And if we don't have any, if something went wrong, if the parsing failed, for example, then we are going to return a not found. Great. If we save that and then go back into the browser, go to localhost 3000, let's navigate there and see what happens. Right now, we shouldn't be able to see any messages because there are none. There is no logic to add a message yet. And we are not even showing the chats currently in the sidebar, right? So we should probably work on that next. Let's see my notes. What's up next? I think that would make sense to implement first showing the chats in the sidebar, or the friends rather, because if there is no chat, the friend should still show up right there under your chats. Let's see what I have in here. So accepting a friend request and then chatting with database persistence, not real time yet. Okay, so the first step to implement that would be to actually list all the friends we have right here in the sidebar. So to do that, we are going to go into our layout, because remember, this whole sidebar thing is defined in the dashboard layout that we can see right here under the dashboard. That's where we handle the whole friend logic. And then currently, when we go down to, where is it? Right here, chats this user has. Right now, we're just mocking that with a text. However, obviously, we want the actual friends to show up there. And to do that, first off, we need to fetch the friends, right? That would be the logical first step so that we can then show them. And to get the friends, we're going to call a function up here in the layout above the JSX. And let's call these friends, because that's what they're gonna be. The const friends is gonna be equal to await, and then get friends by user ID. That's a function we're gonna use to get all the friends by an ID. Very reusable, so we can call this in any place that we want. And then obviously, as the name might suggest, we're gonna pass the session.user.id in here already. Now, as for this function, we didn't create that yet. We can't import it. So let's go under the helpers. And did we already create the helpers? We did not. So under the lib folder, or actually, no, we have it right here. Let's create it in here, in the helpers directory. And then let's call it get-friends-by-user-id.ts. Very verbose, I know, but it makes sense in this case. And then from this file, we want to export a function that gets us all the friends by the user ID. Let's call this get friends by user ID, just like we called it in the layout. And this is going to be an async arrow function that receives a user ID as a string type if you're following along in TypeScript. And then in here, we want to retrieve friends for current user. That's what this function is going to do, just for a bit of documentation in here. So first off, the first step to get the friends would be to get all the friend IDs, and then in the next step, enrich them with their email and images and so on. Now we already know how to get the IDs. That's nothing new. We've done that before. Const friend IDs is going to be equal to await and then fetch Redis. We're going to use our handy Redis helper function, and we want the S members, right? Because we are checking if we go into the Upstash console. Let's navigate to our database. The real-time chat YouTube, there we go. Go into our data browser. Okay, and currently there is no set, but we are going to store friends in a set, which is kind of like an array. You can imagine it like that, like a Redis array. And to get the data from there, we use the S members, so set members, who is in that set. And then as for where we want to fetch that data, we are going to put backticks and then user at the user ID colon friends. This is the set where we want to get the members from. And as of the type, that's going to be a string array because we are going to get back all the friend IDs. Great. And now in the next step, we want to get the user data for each friend, as I said earlier, to enrich these friend IDs. And to do that, we can say const friends is going to be equal to, and then await promise.all. We've been here before at promise.all. What this does for us, it calls everything that is in here simultaneously, right? So we pass it an array of promises, and all the promises that go in here are called at the same time because they don't depend on each other. So if I fetch one friend ID, at the same time I can fetch another because I don't need to fetch one before I can fetch the other. That doesn't make sense. So we can just speed this up a lot by catching or by querying all the friends simultaneously. We do that by saying friend IDs.map, and then for each friend ID, an async arrow function is going to be called that receives the friend ID as its parameter. And then we are calling the following function block. And did I mess this up? It should be friend IDs. There we go. And in here we can say const friend is going to be equal to await db, or actually let's just use our fetch Redis helper for this as well. Fetch Redis. And then we want to make a get request to the database. And as for the where we want to get the data, it's going to be the user at the friend ID. So we're fetching all the information that is linked to this certain friend. And then we can return friend as user. Great. So now we are casting the type. And why does this not work? It says friend any. That is weird. So how about we do that earlier? We just cast it up here as user. And now that should work. Great. Okay, that's it for this function. Almost, we just want to return one more thing because right now this function doesn't return anything. It's just a void because we are not returning anything. We can do that by saying return friends right here at the bottom. So we are returning the array that we are fetching simultaneously. And now we can go back into our layout and actually call this function from our helpers and get access to all the friends that this person has. Now, if they have no friends at the moment, if they're new to the application, then we don't want to show the your chats. Currently, we are showing that all the time, but there's no need to show this if the user has no friends yet. So we can conditionally render this by saying friends.length is greater than 0. And if that is true, then only then we are going to render this div right here, and else we are just going to render null, so nothing will show up. And only if there are friends, this div will be shown. And then similarly, we want to go into the chats that this user has to show, well, the friends that this user has access to. And we want to do this in a client component as well, because later on we want to expand on that and also show unseen messages in real time, right? So it makes sense to do this as a client component because we need to do that in order to subscribe to real-time updates. So instead of the current just the text that we had right here, let's render a component, a client component that we can render out to display all the current chats this user has. And let's call this component the sidebar chat list. Now, we can save the layout for now. The sidebar chat list does not exist yet. We can go out of all the other pages and now work on creating that component. So let's go into our components directory and then create a new file called sidebar chat list.tsx. Great. And inside of this sidebar chat list, we are going to initialize this as a regular functional component. This is going to receive props later, so that interface can stay for now. And first off, let's work on the JSX, just so we see something that resembles the chat list. And we are going to get started with a UL, an unordered list. And this UL gets a role of list and then also a class name of a max height of 25 rem. So if a user has a lot of friends, it shouldn't, push all the other content we see in the chat bar. Well, we can't see it right now, but it shouldn't push all the other content way below the screen. That would look horrible. Instead, there should be a scroll bar instead. Great. And then to actually initialize the scroll bar or allow for the scroll bar, we are going to put a overflow y of auto. And then for some additional styling, we're going to put a minus margin x of 2 and a space dash y dash 1 to give it some vertical spacing. And then as for the friends, we are going to receive them as the props. Remember, we want to display the friends in this component, so we need to fetch them in the server-side layout, pass them down to the sidebar chat list, and as for the type that the friends are going to be, it's going to be a user array. So now we know the type, and now we can actually map over those in the JSX. So let's say friends.sort.map. So the friends are always in the same order. And then for each friend, we want to execute a code block for now. We don't want to return immediately because first we want to determine how many unseen messages are there for this friend, right? So for now, let's just comment that out so we can take a look at the sidebar together. Let's import this component like that. And we also need to pass the friends. So friends is going to be equal to friends that we fetch from the database. Let's save that, reload the page, and now we can see the sidebar. By the way, there's a little optical bug that kind of looks weird. Let's figure out why that is. So we have the li element right here, and then that's a separate li element. I think that's the problem. So let's move the friend requests out of the li element, go into our sidebar, and let's try this. Does that work? Is that now moved into the proper position? No, that did not work. Let's put that back. And then I just saw that we need to close the UL right here. So let's finish the UL. That is going to give us an error. So let's go down here. And that UL should not go there. Let's save that, and hopefully that's going to... No, that did not seem to fix the bug. Instead, let's move this li right here that contains the friend request sidebar options. And by the way, let's revert that. The UL should actually close there right before the nav. And let's even, yeah, let's go back to that. So right now we didn't change anything. And then let's move this li right here. That's what happens when you don't just stupidly code out the component you have prepared, but instead you do it, you know, step by step. Sometimes this can happen. So let's move this li to the same level as these brackets right here, so that we have the li, then the ul closes, and then another li closes. Now, if this confused you, just look into the GitHub repository. Obviously, it's all in there. I hope it didn't. I hope I explained it well. So the only thing we did is we moved this li to the same level as where we are mapping over the sidebar options. Let's save that, reload the page, and hopefully now that will look better. And yes, it did. That fixed the issue. So now we have the add friend and the friend requests at the same level, and it looks way better here in the sidebar. Great. Okay, that's just one little fix for the CSS. And now what I want to show you is that for each friend, we are not displaying them at the moment. Just like when we get a new friend request here in the sidebar, you know, the little icon that shows up, right? And we want to show that for each friend if we have an unseen message from that friend. That's the goal right now. And to do that, we need to find out for each friend how many unseen messages we have for that exact friend. And the way we do that is, first off, we can pass the unseen messages into this component and then see for every friend if the ID is in there, how many times does the ID occur in the unseen messages. Now, to know how many unseen messages we even have, let's put that into state so we can change it later on. So, and first off, let's just return some random stuff in here so the error is gone. Okay, as for the unseen messages, let's put them in state so we can change them later on. And let's call them unseen messages. That is going to be of type message array. And we need to import the use state. And now for these messages, I have made the decision to just keep them in state. Now we could also implement a functionality where you could also show the messages that are unseen from when you were offline. In our case, because we're just keeping them in state, these are only going to show the messages that you receive while you are online. Okay, and for the message array, this is going to be initialized as an empty array for now, so we can push any unseen messages that come in during, you know, runtime or while the user is active on the page, so we can display them in this state. Also, we want access to the router for later, so we're going to say const router is going to be equal, and I switch to English keyboard again, it's going to be equal to use router, so we can then determine if the user has seen the messages, right? And we do that by checking if the path name is the chat. You know, it's kind of hard to explain, but if we navigate to a chat, we get access to the chat ID from the URL, right? And by doing that, we can check if a user has seen the messages in this chat ID or not. That's why we want access to the router. And this comes from next/navigation and not from next/router, remember that. And then as for the path name, const path name is going to be equal to use path name, which also comes from next/navigation. This is going to be the relative path. So for example, you know, /dashboard/add, and not the whole localhost 3000 thing as well. Now to determine if the path has been checked, we are going to create a small use effect that is going to run every time the path name changes. So that's why we're putting the path name in the dependency array. So every time this value changes, this function, the use effect, is going to get run. And then if the path name dot includes the chat, then we're going to execute a code block. So if the user is in any chat, then we want to set the unseen messages to whatever they were previously. And we're going to, no, we don't want to set them to whatever they were previously. We want to get access to whatever they were previously. And then we are going to return the filtered version of that. So we're going to say prev.filter, And for each message that we get, and something is off about the syntax, there's a parentheses missing there. And what did I mess up? Let's take this out for a second. That shouldn't be there. There we go. So we're going to set the unseen messages to the filter of the previous one. And then for each message that we get, we're going to check if not the path name dot includes the message dot sender ID. And that's the way we figure out if the user has seen the messages or not. And if they are on the corresponding chat, then we'll take those out of state because then they have seen the messages. Okay, we're going to implement the real-time features later together. Don't worry, it's not super complicated, by the way. It's actually pretty cool and pretty fun to do that. For now, let's work on the JSX a bit further. So after mapping the friends, we want to display something for each friend. However, first off, we want to determine how many unseen messages there are for this particular friend. To do that, we're going to say unseen messages count is going to be equal to unseen messages dot filter, and then for each unseen message we are going to return a code block, and for each unseen message we're going to return unseen message dot sender ID is equal to the friend dot ID, so the person that we're mapping over, and this needs to be unseen messages dot filter. And then we don't care about the actual messages, we just care about how many those are. So we're going to put a length at the end of that. And by doing that, we get access to how many unseen messages there are just for this friend. And now we can get into the JSX part. For each friend, because we are in an unordered list, we want to return a list element that needs to have a key because we're mapping over elements. And in this case, that's going to be the friend.id. Inside of this, we are going to render out an A tag. And we do this instead of a link because every time we visit the friend, we want there to be a hard refresh to get the latest messages this friend has sent. And an anchor tag compared to a link tag forces that hard refresh of the page. And that's why we're using that. And the href of this anchor tag should be a template string that we put in the curly braces leading to /dashboard /chat/ and then to the corresponding chat ID. However, currently we don't have a way to get that, right? And to get access to the chat ID that we want to navigate the user to, we are going to create one very tiny helper function that is going to be the chat href constructor, meaning we pass, it sounds fancy, but the only thing it does is it takes in the friend ID and the user ID and sorts them, separates them by 2 dashes so we can have the chat ID for the URL. As we talked about earlier, that is corresponding to the chat structure. We talked about that. So let's go into our utils under libutils and create this function that is going to be an export function chat href constructor. Again, sounds very fancy, but the only thing it does is it takes in ID1 as a string, takes in ID2 as a string, and then we are going to sort the IDs. So const sorted IDs is going to be equal to an array that contains the first ID and the second ID and just sorts them, standard stuff. And then we are going to return a template string to put those IDs into the URL later, which is going to be the sorted IDs at the index of 0. Then a dash, and that has to go outside of that, a dash, a double hyphen, and then sorted IDs at the index of 1. That's the only thing this function does. Again, sounds fancy, very simple functionality. And now we can call that right here, and the chat href constructor, and pass it for 1 the session.user.id. And then why is that not working? Chat href constructor, that should be working. Then secondly, we pass it the friend.id, and there needs to be a comma there. And okay, so we don't have access to the session. So what we're gonna do is, because we already fetched the session in the layout, we can just pass it as a prop to this component. So let's go to the sidebar chat list and give it access to the session ID, which is going to be equal to the session.user.id. Now the component, the sidebar chat list, doesn't receive that yet, doesn't expect it. So let's accept the session ID as a prop that is going to be of type string. That needs to be the session ID. And now the error should be gone. We have access to the session ID, and we're going to pass it right in here to be able to construct the URL for this component, or for this chat rather. So what we just did is, let's just have some text in here. Hello, for example. Now for each friend we have, that should be displayed in the sidebar. And when we click on that, okay, and we need to mark this as a client component. As I said earlier, this needs to be a client component because we are going to implement real-time features later. So we're going to say use client at the very top of the file. That's how we make this into a client component. And then for each chat, that would be displayed up here in the corner. And then when we click on that, the chat will be opened right here on the right side as the separate chat page. The layout will stay because it's a layout. And to test if we did everything correctly, let's add a friend. Let's add my other account, admin@wordful.ai. Press add. And then let's log in with the other account, accept that friend request, and then hopefully they will be listed as a friend. We can see the friend request coming in. We get a React hydration error. That's fine. It just sometimes does that. We can press accept. That's going to accept that as a friend. And now we can see hello. However, we still need to hard refresh the page for the friend request to be deleted and also the little icon going away. That will be not the case later. However, right now we can see we are rendering out a hello here. When we press it, that should take us to the corresponding chat. So let's press the hello, see what happens. And that should put the chat ID. Great. But we get an undefined. Interesting. So we get access to this ID right here, the 0B. Let's see what user that corresponds to. That is the 0B. That's the admin@wordful.ai. So it works for the admin, but it does not work for the friend ID currently. Interesting. So we don't get access to the friend.id. Apparently that doesn't exist. To see why, let's go into the layout component and take a look at why that could be. So we get the friends by user ID. So the error should be in here. And what I imagine is the case is that the friend we get back here is not a user, but instead a string, because we're making a GET request. So this is probably going to be a string. And now we can say the parsed friend. So I expect this to be a JSON string. Const parsed friend is going to be equal to the JSON.parse. We're going to pass it the friend, and that is going to be a user. And we're going to return the parsed friend. Let's save that, see what happens. Let's click on the hello again. And that was the case. Okay, so we got back a JSON string from the database. That's not ideal. We still need to parse that. And by doing that, we get access to the other ID. Great, so it's put into the URL correctly. Now what we need to do is first display the actual friend name and not hello. And then we can get to the chat functionality. For now, we don't want to display hello here. That's not ideal. Instead, we want to display the actual friend name. And we get access to that on the friend object because we enriched it with all the friend properties. And then next to the friend name, right now we're only displaying the name, Wordful AI support, for example. Next to the name, we also want to display how many unseen messages there are for this person. We can do that down here, but we're only going to display that if there are more than 0. So if there are unseen messages count, if that is larger than 0, then we are going to render out a div, and else we are going to render out null. Inside of this div, this is going to get a class name of background-indigo-600, a font-medium, a text of extra small, and I think we can just copy and paste this actually. This is a class name that we have used previously inside the... No, we haven't. Okay, let's just type it out then. It's gonna get a text of extra small, a text-white, a width of 4, a height of 4. So this is going to be the little icon. You can see that displays how many messages there are. A rounded dash full, flex, justify dash center for horizontal alignment, and items dash center for vertical alignment. And that's it. Inside of this div, and there needs to be no space at the end right there, inside of this div, we are going to render out how many unseen messages there are for this chat. And we've already calculated that up here. So we just need to display it, put it in here. And right now that shouldn't be rendered because we have no unseen messages for this user. Great. Now, right now this text still looks a bit weird. Let's give that a bit of styling so it fits more into the other styling. And to do that, we're going to give the anchor tag itself a class name. And that class name is going to be text-gray-700. When we hover over this, we want the text to be indigo 600. When we hover over this, we want the background to change to bg-gray-50. We want this to be a group. Then we want this to be flex with an items-center, a gap-x of 3, so it only applies to the horizontal axis. We want this to be rounded-medium. Makes it look better if you navigate to it via the keyboard, for example. A padding of 2, a text of small. We want a leading-6, and then a font-semi-bold. That's gonna make it fit in better with the rest of the styling. As we can see, if we hover over it, it gets indigo, just like with the other ones. Perfect. So we created the sidebar. We are making really good progress, by the way. Good job so far. Really, really nice. That is pretty much the sidebar done. The only thing that's going to be left for later is adding the real-time functionality, which is going to be super fun. That is going to be very enjoyable to do and pretty straightforward as well. And I think very interesting for you to learn about it. For now, let's actually get started with a chat. We can add a friend, we can request a friend. To give this a bit of padding, we're going to do that in the layout, so it's going to look better. Very, very simple fix. And we currently have the chat. And we sometimes get hydration errors. That's totally fine. Those won't be there in production. Okay, as for the chat, let's get started in creating that. We can see currently, if you go to the page.tsx corresponding to the chat ID, the only thing we're doing is displaying the chat ID, which is not ideal. Instead, we want to display the messages and then also a field that users can use to type a new message. Let's get started with that. First off, we want to keep the div, and this is going to get a class name of flex-1, a justify-between, and then a flex-col. So what the justify between does for us, if we use it with a flex column, then vertically the justify between is going to apply. If this wasn't flex column, then the justify between would apply horizontally. And what it does is it pushes the elements as far away from one another as the layout allows them. That's why we have the justify between in there. This gets a height of full and a max height that we're going to calculate. And we do that by putting it in these angled brackets, meaning we can insert any value like 1 rem, for example, and that's going to get applied. In our case, we're going to say calc, which is going to calculate the height dynamically. And we want to put in here 100 VH, 100 view height minus 6 rem, because that's going to fit our layout very well. Right now, that won't do much. But as you're going to see with the later messages, they can't go beyond the screen then. That would look super weird. And to prevent that, we apply that styling. And then inside of this, we want to get rid of the params.chat ID for now, and then continue with the next div. Now, because the chat is super important, there is going to be more CSS involved in this, more styling, but in return for that, in the end, it will actually look good and you'll have a proper chat. So I think it's definitely worth it, way better than just doing some prototype where, yes, you can see the messages, but nobody would ever use it because it looks horrible. So let's get into the styling a bit more. The second div is going to get a class name of flex. From small devices and up, we want an items-center for vertical alignment, a justify-between, just hit that, a padding y of 3, a border dash b dash 2. So this is gonna apply the border only to the bottom of this div, and a border dash gray dash 200. Inside of this div is gonna be another div with a class name of relative flex items dash center and space dash x dash 4 to give this a bit of horizontal spacing. And inside of this div is going to be another div with a class name of relative. And then inside of this div, we are going to put one last div that is going to be an image container that's going to contain the image of our chat partner. We're just going to get a class name of relative width of 8. On small devices, we want a width of 12, a height of 8, and on small devices and up, obviously, we want a height of 12. Great. Inside of here, we're going to put an image, the next/image. I've explained what this does previously. It's kind of like the HTML image component, but it's automatically optimized, which is super cool. We can give this a fill property, so it will always fill up this div. Remember, this needs to be relative for it, because that will apply an absolute styling to the image. And if we didn't apply the relative, it would just stick to something else. This image needs to have a referrer policy of no dash referrer. So the Google images work just fine with it. The source is going to be the chat partner.image. We want to display who this person is currently chatting with. The alt is going to be, in curly braces, a template string. We can say chat partner dot name profile picture to make this accessible to more people, for example, visually impaired, and then a class name of rounded dash full. Great, that's the image done, all set. We want to go one div below, two divs below, and then open another div up. So we have 3 divs below that, and these 2 divs now. This is going to get a class name of flex-column and leading-tight. And the reason we are initializing this div or creating this div is to display the user's name in here. Inside of this div, we're going to create one more div with a class name of text-xl, flex and items-center. And then inside of here, a span to render out the actual name. We can put the name in here by saying chat partner dot, and then, oops, not the image, we want the name. And this span is going to get a class name of text-gray-700, a margin right of 3, and a font-semi-bold. Great, that's the name done. Then when go to the end of the closing span tag, one div down, and then create one more span tag. So we have 4 closing divs below this span with a class name of text-sm for small and a text-gray-600, so a bit lighter than the name. And here we're going to say chat partner.email. We can save that. Let's take a look at what this currently looks like. Reload the page, and we can see there is, well, we still get the hydration error when we click on the page too early. That's not going to be a problem later. Well, this is what we just did. We displayed the user's profile picture, the name, and then their email in a bit lighter color. The padding is going to be applied from the layout later. We don't need to worry about that on a per page basis. So the reason we are creating the padding in a layout later is so it will look unified across our entire application. Great, good job. Very, very good. That's most of the styling for this component done. The only thing that we want to do now is render out the messages and the chat input. To do that, we are going to create a custom component, go to the very end of the JSX and then one closing div up. And this is where we are going to create the messages component. This component doesn't exist yet, but it is going to contain all the messages that this chat has ever been sent. And we are going to worry about the chat input later. First off, let's create that messages component. That doesn't exist yet. We're going to go into our components directory and then create a new file called messages.tsx. And this is going to be, you know, when we see the chat, okay, messages is not defined. We can already import that. After initializing this as a component, we obviously first need to export the messages so we can import them in here. When we save that, we won't be able to see anything yet except for the messages, and yeah, go away hydration error, we know the messages are going to be shown here. Currently it just says messages. Let's get to work in that component. We can close all the others for now and close the sidebar. And then in the messages component, we are going to create a div. We've already done that through initializing this component. Give it an ID of messages, so it's a bit easier to see when you go to the dev tools if you're trying to debug where the messages begin. It's just kind of clean to have a ID for that. And then as for the class name, we are going to give this a flex, a height of full, a flex -1, and now something very interesting, a flex -call.reverse. And this is the reason why we reversed the messages in the first place. If you go to the chat page where we get the messages, remember, we reverse them. And the reason is this flex call reverse right here. It turns everything upside down, meaning the bottom of our messages is going to be shown by default because it's kind of considered as the top because we reversed it. That's why we apply the flex call reverse. A gap -4, a padding of 3, an overflow of y-auto, so we get a scroll bar if there are too many messages and they don't bug out of the screen. A scroll bar -thumb-blue. This is going to be a long class name. A scroll bar -thumb-rounded. Now we're styling the scroll bar. Afterwards, this is going to be a scroll bar -track -blue-lighter, a scroll bar a scroll bar -w-2, and a scrolling -touch. Now, if we hover over these, we can see these are not Tailwind classes, because this would be kind of hard to do in Tailwind. These are custom classes that we still need to define. And to do that, we're going to navigate into our globals.css, where we are going to define these styles. These are just 4 CSS classes, very simple to do. So for the .scrollbar -w, I keep messing this up. For the .scrollbar with 2, this is going to be a : -webkit -scrollbar. This is something CSS gives us by default, super handy. And as the name might suggest, we're going to apply a width of 0.25 rem and then a height of 0.25 rem, and that's it for this class. Secondly, for the .scrollbar -track -blue-lighter, there we go, we get a webkit -scrollbar -track. Again, super handy. And here we're gonna put a --bg -opacity of 1, a background -color of #f7, and then FAFC, and then lastly a background -color of RGBA, and then as the first value a 247, then secondly a 250, a 252, and then as for the opacity, we want a variable that we pass the opacity we have defined right here, which is in our case going to be 1. Okay, then for the .scrollbar -thumb-value, no, that's not going to be value, that's going to be blue. For the scrollbar -thumb-blue, we're going to give this a webkit -scrollbar -thumb, so we can style that. Again, we can copy what we have in the scrollbar track blue-lighter, paste it here. The only thing that's going to change is this one and then the RGBA as well. As for the hex value, this is going to be ED F2F7. There we go. And then for the RGBA values, that's going to be 237 for the first, 242 for the second, and 247 for the third. And then one last thing we want to do, one last class, is going to be the .scrollbar thumb rounded. And we also want access to the WebKit scrollbar thumb. There we go. And we're going to apply a little border radius of 0.25 rem to that. Great, that's all the CSS we're gonna do. Save that, and we're out of there. By the way, if that was too fast, if you want to copy anything, here's the CSS, if you're following along and missed anything. But again, everything is in the GitHub repository if you need it. Let's switch back to our messages and now go into that messages div. Great. So now this will look good no matter how many messages there are. In here, we're going to create a div that is self-closing with a ref of scroll down ref. The reason we are creating this div at the top of the component is, first off, we reverse the order. So everything is in reverse. Keep that in mind. And then secondly, when we send a message, we automatically want to scroll to that message. And the way we do that is through assigning a ref to this div right here at the very top. And then we still need to create that ref. Let's call it scroll down ref. Scroll down ref is going to be equal to use ref. And then for the use ref, we're going to pass it null. And if you're in TypeScript, this is going to be a HTML div element or null. Because we're using a ref, we also need to turn this into a client component because we're making use of any hook. This needs to be a client component. This div now knows what it is. And to actually achieve the scroll down effect, we're gonna do that later when we actually can send messages. I think it makes more sense to do it later, just so you could see what it actually does. Then below this, for the messages, we're gonna map over them. However, we currently don't know which messages there even are, right? And to get access to those, we are going to pass them as a prop into this component. So inside of the props that we receive, one of them is going to be the initial messages. And we also need to define that in the interface, initial messages, if you're in TypeScript. And this is going to be of type message array. Great. And the message type is going to come from our validator and not from the interface we have created in the .d.ts file. And then the page will throw an error that it doesn't know. Well, we are not passing the initial messages. That's the problem. We have already defined those in this component though, so we can just pass them. We can save that, and then let's go back to the messages, and now let's map over every message. However, the reason I call this initial messages is because, as you know the drill by now, we want to add to it later. So first off, we're going to put this in state. Let's call this messages, and this is going to be of type message array. And then in here, we're going to put the initial messages. Right, so that allows us, when a user sends a message, we can put it into the state, showing it directly to the user instead of having to refresh their page or something. And then we can take these messages and map over them down in the JSX. So messages.map, and for each message, we want to get access to that message as the first parameter, and then secondly, we get access to the index. And then we are going to execute a code block instead of directly returning some JSX. Because first off, we want to determine if the message that we are displaying, this message instance, is sent either by us or by our chat partner, because either we want to display it on the right side or the left side and in a different color. And to do that, we can say is current user is going to be equal to either the message.sender ID, and we need to check if this sender ID is equal to the user that is currently logged in, is equal to the session ID. Now, to get access to the session ID, we could either use client-side use session, but because we already fetched it in the parent component, we can just pass it down as a prop. This messages is going to get access to the session ID, and the session ID is going to be of type string. Great. Now, this is still throwing an error because we're not returning anything. That's fine for now. Let's navigate back to the pages and provide that session ID to our component. It's going to be the session.user.id. Great, we can save that. Now we get access to the session ID. And now we want to check for displaying the image if the if there are multiple concurrent messages from the same user. Because if there are, the image that's going to be shown at the bottom of each message, it should only be shown for the last message. That's why we need to know, is there a next message from the same user? To do that, we can say has next message from same user is going to be equal to, and then we're going to check the messages at the index of the current map index -1. The sender ID, is that equal to the messages at the current index of .sender ID? And if it is, then that means yes, there is a next message from the same user. The styling is going to be done in the JSX that we can get to now. That's all the logic we're going to do. And then we are going to return a div at the top level. This div needs to have a key because the first element after mapping over something always needs to have a key. So React knows what element that is. And this is going to be consisting of the message.id. We're going to put this in a template string, and then the dynamic first value is going to be the message.id dash, and then the message.timestamp that will create a unique key for every message. And this is going to get a class name of chat-message. We could also put this as an ID if we wanted to. This is just a bit easier in the Chrome Dev tools to see the class name, so we know this is one message instance. Then inside of this div, we're going to put another div with a class name of, and this is going to be conditional, because if the message is from the logged in user, we want to display it on the right side. If it's not, we want to display it on the left side. So we've already done the check if this is the current user, and we can use that to our advantage now by giving this div a conditional class name. In curly braces, we're going to use our cn helper function for that. That helper function is going to come in super clutch in this component because there's going to be a lot of conditional rendering involved depending on who sent the message. This is going to be getting a class name of flex, items-end, and then as the second argument, an object, and a justify-end if is current user is true. So only if this value is truthy, then this style will also be applied and justify the message to the end, because else by default it will be at the start, so on the left side, and then if it's the current user, then is it going to be displayed on the right side. Inside of this div goes another div, lots of divs in this component, but it's going to make the final chat look super good, I promise. This div is going to get a class name of, and this is also going to be conditional, cn, and this cn gets the default values of flex, flex-call, a space y of 2, a text-base, a maximum -w-xs, so it can't exceed a certain width for each message, and then an mx of 2, just to give it a bit of margin. And these classes are always going to be applied. And then let's do the conditional ones in an object, where an order-1 and items-end is applied if is current user. And also we want an order-2 items-start if not is current user. Okay, great. After that, we are going to create one span element. This is going to contain the actual message text that we want to show. And the class name is going to be a very interesting construct for this one. It's also going to be conditional. And as for the values that will always be applied, it's a padding x of 4, a padding y of 2, a rounded dash large, and an inline dash block. Great. Then for the conditional ones, let's pass an object as the second parameter. And if we have the current user, then we want to apply a background of indigo-600 and a text-white for each message if is current user. Secondly, if this is not the current user, we want a background a bg-gray-200, a text of gray 900. And that is if not is current user. Then, as the next conditional, we want a rounded dash bottom right dash none if is, well, if this value, the has next message from same user, is not true, so not has next message from same user, and is current user. So only the last message that is sent concurrently from the same user has a border, like an edged border, and all the other ones are going to be round. It's just a very tiny styling detail that you could easily omit if you wanted to. I think it's just a very nice touch. And then similarly, we want to apply a rounded off bottom left dash none if not has next message from same user and not is current user. Those are the conditional classes that we want to apply to the span element. And inside of here, as I said just a minute ago, we're going to render out the message.text. After the message.text, we're going to render out a space. And we do that in a curly brace, so it's always shown and not dependent on HTML. So we're kind of inserting a JavaScript space here. And then we want to display the time this message was sent in a span with a class name of margin left -2, text of extra small because this is not very important, and a text of gray 400. Inside of here, we are going to format this timestamp. We don't want to display it as a number. If we did, let's see what happens. Message.timestamp. Now there is no message yet. And that would actually make sense to do the message input first so we can actually write messages and we can see what we are doing. So let's pivot real quick. I thought we would create the whole message component first, and it's not that much left. However, I think it's easier to see what we're doing if we can actually send messages. So let's continue this component here in a second. First off, let's create the chat input in our page. And by doing that, we can actually send messages. I think it's just going to be a bit more intuitive if you see what we're even doing in the messages component. So let's go to the chat ID real quick. And then below the messages, we want to render out a chat input. That component doesn't exist yet. So let's create it under source components, then a chat input.tsx. Initialize that as a functional component if you're in TypeScript. And inside of this component, we can already get started with the JSX really quick. Again, the reason we're doing this now, the reason I pivoted is because by doing this, we can actually send messages and then we can see those messages. Jesus Christ. We can see those messages and actually see what styling we're even applying. It's just better to show you than to explain to you. So first off, this is going to get a div with a class name of border-top. A border-gray-200, well, not border top, just border-t, a padding x of 4, a padding top of 4, a margin bottom of 2, and on small devices and up, we want a margin bottom of 0. One more div, one last div in here with a class name of relative, a flex-1, so it's going to take up all the space it can get inside the flex element, an overflow of hidden, rounded dash large to give this a large border radius, a shadow dash small, a ring of 1, a ring dash inset, a ring dash gray dash 300. Now this next element is a pseudo selector that Tailwind gives us access to. It's the focus dash within. So if the focus is anywhere within this element, we give it a ring of 2. And then when the focus is within, then we want to give it a ring dash indigo dash 600. Great. Okay, that's all we need to do for now. Go into that div, and inside of this div, we are going to render out a text area. However, we're not going to render out any text area. We're going to render out a text area that changes its size depending on how much text is in there, because else it would look super weird. And to do that, there is a super cool, super convenient package we can use called text area auto size, and that is on npm. It's called React Text Area Auto Size, has 2.5 million installs, and is super easy to use. As you can see, we just use it like a normal text area, but it changes its size depending on how much content is in there. That's why we're going to be using this. Let's stop the server for now. Type npm install and then React Text Area Auto Size. Hit enter. That's going to install the package for us. It's a very small, lightweight package we can use. And we can copy the import statement from the npm documentation and now import that in our chat input to then render it out inside of the two divs that we have created here. The text area auto size. Great. This is going to be a self-closing component with a ref of text area ref. We want a ref to this text area because we want to be able to focus it programmatically later. Let's create the ref. Const text area ref. You know how this works by now. Is of use ref null by default if you're in TypeScript an HTML text area element or null. And because we're using a hook, you know the drill, use client at the top of the page. Great. Then on key down, we want something to happen. We want to have a function that sends a message, and whenever the user presses enter, that we get access to in the first parameter, the event, we can do a check if the person just pressed enter by executing an inline code block. And we're checking if the e.key is triple equal to enter with a capital E, and if the user did not press an e.shift key, because if they're pressing shift and enter, that means they want to go into the new line. If they just press enter, they're going to send the message. And we are going to prevent the default behavior from this event by calling e.preventDefault and then call the send message function. Doesn't exist yet. Let's quickly create it. Const send message is just going to be an arrow function that doesn't do anything for now, just to get rid of the error. Let's format that. And then the rows in this text area are going to be 1. The value is going to be input. And this doesn't exist yet. We are going to create a controlled text area, meaning we keep the content in state. The state, as you can already guess, we're going to name input. It's going to be of type string and an empty string by default. We need to import the useState. And to make this a controlled component, we also need an onChange handler where we get access to the event in the first parameter and then set the input to the e.target.value. This e.target.value, if you don't know, contains the text the user has typed into the input field, and we are saving that into the state and then telling the text area you should have the same value as in the state. So whatever is in the text area is always going to be the exact same as in the state. That's the purpose of a controlled component. The placeholder is going to be a template string. That's where we're putting this in curly braces, message, and then we want to display the name of whoever this person is chatting with, right? So message wordful AI admin, for example. To get access to that, we need to have access to the chat partner. And because we already fetched that in the parent component, we could pass that down as props to this component, and that's precisely what we will do. So chat partner is going to be of type user. That needs to be capitalized. And then we can first import this component in our main page and also pass it the chat partner. So we can now go back into the chat input and display the name of the chat partner right here. It's going to be chatpartner.name. So for example, message wordful AI admin. That's what we're doing here. And then as for the styling of the text area, this is going to get a class name of block, width of full, resize dash none, because it's automatically gonna resize, border of 0, a BG of transparent, a text dash grade dash 900, placeholder. This is a pseudo class we get access to from Tailwind. So we're gonna style placeholder with a text dash grade dash 400. Then on focus, we want to give this a ring, focus colon ring dash 0. On small devices and up, we want a padding Y of 1.5. Then on small devices and up, we want a text dash small. And on small devices and up, we want a leading dash 6. And that's all the styling we want to apply for the text area. Let's just take a look at what we have created until now and restart or refresh the page. Okay, we installed a dependency, so we need to restart the dev server, start the dev server back up, go back into our browser, and take a look at what the chat input currently looks like. Give this a hot second to load. And now we can see the text area is right here. And if we type into it, it resizes beautifully. Great. There is no button to send it yet, but we can already type in messages if we hit enter, or send message function gets called, but it doesn't do anything yet. But very nice. That's gonna be our chat input. Really, really good. We're making good progress. If you're following along, good job. Let's continue with this component. There's not so much left actually. Just one more button and that should already be it. And one more div. So we want the button to be in the bottom right corner of the component, and to give it a bit of spacing vertically. As you could see right now, the text area is super small. It just looks like a regular input. We want it to have a bit more height. And to do that, let's put a div under the text area auto size. And if we click this div, then we want the text area ref, that's why we put it in a ref, .current.focus to be called. And the current is optional, so we need to put a question mark there. And then this is going to get a class name of padding y-2. Oops, class name is equal to padding y-2. An area dash hidden of in string true, to hide this for accessibility purposes, because this is just for decoration, and visually impaired people navigating with screen readers, for example, don't need to see that. They probably don't want to see that. Then a div in here, oops, and we need to put that right in here between the two divs. A div with a class name of padding y-px, we just give it 1 pixel, and then a self-closing div in here that gets a class name of height-9. So let's restart this. We gave the text area a bit of height, and now we can put the send button at the bottom right because we can't type there. If I were to type, the space at the bottom of this div is always going to be free. We can't type here because we inserted this div with a height of 9. That's the purpose, but we can still click it and it will still focus the text area just fine. That's the purpose of this line right here, of the on-click. And then below that, we want to put the send button. So with 2 closing divs at the bottom of the page, let's initialize a new div with a class name of absolute, a right-0, a bottom-0, a flex, justify dash between, padding y of 2, padding left of 3, and a padding right of 2. Then inside of this div, one last div for this entire component with a simple class name of flex-shrink-0 to not let this get any smaller than it is. And in here, we're going to put a button. Actually, let's put a custom UI button in here. We've already done the reusable button. Put that in here. And depending on whether the message is sending or whether it's not sending, we want to display a loading state. We're going to do that later, but this button is going to say post for now. Then if we click this button on click, we want the send message function that we've already mocked out to be called. This button is going to be of type submit. There is no form, but it is a submit button. And then as for the class name, this is already done. You can just save that, restart the page, and now we can see our big post button right there in the corner. The hydration error can go away. Right there in the corner is a post button. We can access it via the keyboard. We can press it. It will call the function, but the function is not going to do much yet. However, we want to keep track of whether this is loading or not. Is the message sending? And to do that, that loading state, as the name might suggest, we're going to keep that in state. That is going to be called isLoading, set is loading. It's going to be of type Boolean, and by default, we don't want the state to be true. And then we can pass that isLoading to the button. IsLoading is going to be isLoading. And just to show you what this does, I can default this to true for now. So you can see that the post is loading. Beautiful. Let's put that back to false. However, we don't want this to load by default. And now in the send message, this is going to be a very simple function. First off, no matter what happens, we want to set the isLoading to true because we're about to send a message, no matter if it fails or not. And then comes a try catch block. First off, we want to make a post request to the endpoint that's going to handle the sending of a message. To do that, we're going to say await, and we need to mark this as an asynchronous arrow function to do that. Axios, we're going to make the post request with Axios.post to the /API/message/send endpoint. And as for the data that we're going to pass a text, and that is going to be input. And we also want to pass the chat ID to that endpoint. However, the chat ID doesn't exist yet. So we know that from the parent page component, right? So it would make sense to pass the chat ID in here. We also need to define it in the interface, and that is going to be of type chat ID, of type string. So now we get access to that, and we can put it in the post request to know for which chat this message was sent, where it belongs to. So now we get an error in the page.tsx, and that is because we also need to pass the chat ID. And let me pull up my guideline here. Now that's the YouTube project. That's my guideline over here. Let's see where the chat ID is coming from. We need to pass that from the page.tsx. And the chat ID, we've already figured that out. In the page.tsx is just the chat ID. Great, we can save that. And now let's go back in here, reload the page. We can say something, have that reload with a very big image, click post, and that is going to call the API route. Now, obviously, it's going to just show a loading state because we're setting the load to true, but the API route itself does not actually work. So when I reload the page, type something in here, click post. Well, we get the hydration warning. We don't care about that. We just want to care about the fetch requests. So let's try that again. And there's a 404 error on the send API route because that doesn't exist yet. But we can kind of send messages. The whole chat input is done, which is great. We just need to work on the logic to handle the actual message. However, before we get into that, let's quickly finish up this component. It's only a few more lines of code missing. First off, after posting the message, we want to clear the message field. And because we have this as a controlled input, the text area, it's a huge advantage because now we can just say set input to an empty string. And therefore, we have cleared the input. Let's quickly mock this call. Let's await a new promise. That promise gets a resolve method, and we can set a timeout of 1000 seconds and then call the resolve method afterwards. Resolve, there we go. Why doesn't that work? Let's quickly enable GitHub Copilot. It will just get the syntax right. There we go. Okay, first, yeah, that's the syntax. Okay, never mind. Let me disable GitHub Copilot again. What I want to do right now is mock the API response. So we're just waiting 1 second, and then we're pretending like the API route got called successfully. So when I say hello, get rid of that error. When I say post, we wait 1 second, and then the input field should get cleared. And that doesn't happen because I think the hydration error interfered. Let's say ASD, click post. And now the message field got cleared after 1 second. And we also want to reset the loading state. Now to do that, we can say in the finally, so we have a try, a catch, and then finally, no matter if the try block is successful or an error gets caught, we can set is loading to false. So no matter what happens, the loading state will end. And then also currently, after typing a message and then submitting that message, Jesus Christ, this error is super annoying. It won't be there in production, but during development, it is well annoying. We're mocking the call, but you can see the focus is gone. So if I were to want to type a message right away and spam my chat partner with messages, I couldn't do that. I would have to click into this field every time. And therefore, after the set input, let's call the text area ref .current.focus, like that. By doing that, when I type a message, click post, the focus is right back, and I can submit multiple messages. Great. However, for now, let's get rid of the mocking, and instead, let's actually make the API call. In the catch block, we want to catch the error by submitting by letting the user know via a toast notification. It's going to be a toast.error, and inside of the error, we can say something went wrong. Please try again later, period. And that's it. That's all the error handling we're going to do. Technically, we don't even need access to the error, like that. And now we can work on the API endpoint. This is probably one of the most crucial API endpoints we have in this whole application because it handles each message that is being sent to the user. And for the API endpoint, we're going to navigate into our source folder, then under app, under API, we are going to create a new folder on the same level as the friends are, so in the API directory itself, and call that something along the lines of message. And then inside of that message folder, we can create another folder, because remember, folders only are represented in the URL structure and not the actual files that go into them. And in this send folder, we can have a route.ts, as you already know. Great. Inside of this route.ts, all the sending message logic is going to get handled via a post request. So we're going to export an async function that is named post, just like the HTTP method in all caps. And just like that, we can start working on the logic that this API route will handle. Everything is going to happen inside a try catch block, so we can gracefully handle errors. Let's start with the try. We can close out of that. And first off, we need access to the body content that we pass in here. If we take a quick peek at the chat input again, we pass the text as the input and then the chat ID. So we can destructure that in here. We can say text and chat ID is going to be equal to the await rec.json, not sJOHN, JSON. There we go. And the rec is something we get right here as the parameter of type request. We don't need to import that, it's native. And then we need to get the session in the second step, const session, because we require users to be logged in order to be able to send a message. This is going to be await get server session, as always, with the auth options in there. And we can already do the first guard clause, meaning if there is no session, in that case, we are going to return a new response with a message of unauthorized and a status code of 401 unauthorized. Great. In the second step, we want to get access to the user ID and the chat partner ID to verify that the user that is trying to send a message is one of these IDs. Therefore, we can say const user ID 1 and user ID 2 is going to be equal to chat ID. And because we know the structure, it's a ID separated by 2 dashes or 2 hyphens, and then the other ID, we can split the chat ID at the 2 hyphens, thereby getting 2 IDs. We don't know which one is which yet, but we can already verify that the authenticated user matches one of the user IDs in the chat ID. We do that by saying if session.user.id is not user ID 1 and session.user.id is not user ID 2. If it's not one of those, in that case, let's return a new response saying unauthorized as well, with a status code of just like above 401 unauthorized. Great. Next up, we want to determine the friend ID based on the authenticated user's position in the chat ID. So we just want to know who of these 2 IDs that we can't assign to either the logged in user or not, which one of those is yours, the logged in ones, and which one belongs to the chat partner. We can say const friend ID is, and then we'll do a logic check. If the session.user.id is equal to user ID 1, then in that case, the friend ID will be the user ID 2, and else it will be the user ID 1. Okay, so now we have found out what the friend ID is. And by the way, the chat ID and the text, we could type those out directly. Text is going to be a string and chat ID is also going to be a string, just to get some TypeScript validation in this file. And then we want to check if the friend ID that we just determined is in the user's friends list. If it's not, they shouldn't be able to send a message. To find out if they are, let's say const friend list is equal to await fetch Redis, and then as for the command, we want to get the S members, and as for where we want to fetch them, it's the user : session.user.id and then colon friends. That's the set we want to get all the members from, and that is going to be a string array because these are going to be JSON strings. And then we can say const is friend is going to be equal to friend list.includes. It's an array method we can use, and if that includes the friend ID. And if these two people are not friends, they shouldn't be able to exchange messages. So if not is friend, in that case, we want to return just the same response as before, unauthorized. You should not be able to communicate with this person if you two are not friends. Great. Next up, let's get some information on the sender to then be able to display that to the user that receives the message. For example, as I showed you way in the beginning of the video in the demonstration, when you're not in a certain chat window and you get a notification, a message from someone, it shows up at the top of the page as a toast notification. And for that, we need the sender information. So const sender is going to be await fetch Redis, and then we want to fetch with a get request, and we want to get the user colon at the session.user.id as user. And actually, let's verify this a user. This could also be a string. So let's log it out for now. I'm not quite sure of the type. So let's save this for now. And we should be able to send Wordful AI support a message. Hello. And the hydration error is back at it again. Let's reload the page, give it a few seconds to load correctly. Then the hydration error won't occur. Let's say hello, click post. That's going to call the API route. We got back a 500, which is fine for now, but hopefully we got the sender logged out, and we did, and we can verify, okay, this is a JSON string. This is not a user yet. So we can cast it as a string and then say const parsed sender is going to be, or let's just call this raw sender, and let's just call this sender is going to be equal to JSON.parse and pass in the raw sender. And now we know the type, it's of type user. Great, so now we have access to the sender information, and we've done all the necessary logic checks to determine that this message that's about to be sent is valid. So all valid, send the message. Now we actually want to send the message to the user. To do that, we are going to do two things. First off, we are going to notify the user that's receiving the message in real time. And then secondly, we want to persist that message in the database. For now, let's just persist the message and do the real-time features all together, because I think that makes more sense in this tutorial or in this video. So first off, let's persist the data in the database. We do that by saying db dot, and then, well, we first need to import the db. Like that. And to actually persist the message, we're going to say db.zadd. We're going to add to a sorted list. That's what this means. And the list is chat at the colon chat ID colon messages. That's what we want to add. And now as for the data that we want to add, this is going to be an object that takes a score. That is going to be the timestamp. The timestamp doesn't exist yet. So let's say const timestamp. Timestamp is going to be equal to a date.now. Date.now, that's going to be a number, a Unix number determining the current time in JavaScript. And then secondly, as for the actual piece of data that we want to add, the member, this is going to be a JSON.stringify message. Now, what is this message? It doesn't exist yet. The message is going to be the following. Let's determine it up here. First, we need to say what the message data is going to be. So what are we about to put into the database? That is the message data, and that is going to be of type message that we get from the validator, like that. This is going to be an object, and inside of this object, we can already see what we expect, which is one, the ID. Then secondly, it's the sender ID. Oh, and by the way, the ID needs to be, I don't think we have that installed yet, do we? No, we don't. So for the ID generation, we are going to use a package called NanoID. It's a super simple and super popular NPM package that just lets us generate IDs. Let's npm install that, npm install nano ID. Hit install on that. It's super lightweight, and it just serves one purpose, that being generating unique identifiers. Then as for the sender ID, we know that it's the logged in user. We can say session.user.id, and why doesn't that work? Because VS Code was lagging, okay. Then we want to pass the text, we already know that exists, and then secondly, the timestamp. Great, that's the message data. Now we want to parse that first. Const message is going to be equal to, and we know what to parse this with, right? We have the message validator in here. This is what we're going to parse the message with, just to make sure everything is all right. And for example, if you wanted to limit the text later on, we're not going to do that, but if you wanted to do that, you would also pass a max of 2000. That's why we're validating this beforehand. So we can say message validator dot parse and then pass in the message data. So the reason we are validating is to enforce custom properties if we wanted to. I made this very easy for you to expand on. I'm not going to check this, but it would be a very common option to say something like there's a max length on the messages of 2000 characters, for example. And if you have a paid subscription like with Discord, then you can send longer messages. But I don't want to do that. And just for this demo, if you wanted to put this into production, that would probably be a good idea. That's why I implemented this. Great, we're gonna do the real-time stuff later. And now that is all we need to do to persist the message in the database. Let's return a new response saying, okay. Quickly catch the error and then take a look at what this message looks like in the database. First off, let's handle the error. If the error is an instance of error, then we can return that error message, and I need to type this correctly. We can return a new response saying error.message. We know this message exists because we just checked if this is an instance of the error class. Then for the status, we want to pass a 500. And if we can't catch the error like that, if we don't know what exactly it is, then let's return a new response saying internal server error, also with a status of 500. Great, that's the error handling done. We are persisting messages in the database. Let's try out if it works. Let's reload the page. Oh, and we also need to restart the dev server in order to validate that. Let's reload the page and quickly see if we have done everything right, or if I messed something up along the way, which I hope I didn't do. Because if everything works now and this would load, then it would be pretty simple adding the real-time functionality later on. And this hydration error can go, I'm not going to say that. It can go away. We don't want it here. Let's send the message, click post, and see what happens. So we sent the message, we got a 200 response back. That means that the message got persisted in our database right here. We can see there's a new data type. It's a chat messages, and it's of type ZS, which is a sorted list. And we also see the data type SE, which is just a set. Oh, this is sorted set, not sorted list. And this is just a set, which is unsorted. But in the sorted set, we can see it's sorted by the timestamp, which we defined right here as the score. So we know the order of messages they were sent in. That will make it super simple later on to display the messages in the right order. And since we know the messages are working correctly, let's try refreshing the page. And there is the message. How cool is that? Now the timestamp is still a bit off. Let's do that next. Let's format this into an actual time instead of the Unix timestamp. But the message is working. Good progress if you're following along. Really, really good. We got the first message to work. Not real time yet, but the message is there. That's a huge step in the right direction. Let's log in with the other account and see if we can see that message. Let's log in with the support account. If this loads, hello, there we go. Wordful AI support. Let's log in with that. Let's give this a hard refresh. And it seems like we can't see the friend, which is weird. Let's verify that we are friends with this user. So let's first find out the user ID. So we need the user ID for support at wordful.ai. And if I click refresh, we can see 7B4 is the user ID. Let's see our friends. And we are friends with the other user. However, we can't see that in this bar. Okay, and I just noticed what the error might be. It's that this says friend and not friend. So I think we did a little typo when we add or accept a friend. I think it's rather when we accept it. Let's go back here and then there it is. There is the error. You can see right here. When we add a friend, we add it to the friends for one, but to the friend for the other, which obviously doesn't make sense. So in this case, let's quickly flush the database to flush all to maintain the integrity of the data. Let's log out with this account. That will take a second, and then let's log in with both accounts again and try that again. So currently we shouldn't have any data in our database. If we refresh that, great, that works. And now let's try in logging with one account, then with the other, and then sending a message, and that should work. So let's log out right away. Let's log in with the other account, being the support account. Select that, we're logged in. Let's add our friend, admin@wordful.ai, send the friend request. That was successful. Now let's go ahead and log in with that other account again, accept the request, and then send a message. And then hopefully we would see the friend on both accounts. Let's click accept. It's gonna add the friend, refresh the page. That is still there. That's gonna be removed later. For now, I'm gonna refresh the page. And now we can send a message to Wordful AI support saying, hello, get rid of the hydration error. And I think we need to reload the page for that to be fixed. Just send any message, click post. We can already see that message if we refresh the page. However, let's log out. And that hydration error is super annoying, honestly. Let's log out of this account. Log into the other one. Wait, which one did we send it to? I think this one. Let's go into the support account. Oh, this was the account I sent it with. So let's log out. Let's log out with the support account that received that message. This one right here. Go into Wordful AI admin, and we can see the message is right there, and Wordful AI admin is also showing up as our friend. Really, really good. Great work so far. Now let's quickly fix this weird timestamp that shouldn't be displayed like that. Instead, we want to display it as the actual time of day that this was sent. And to do that, we're going to use one npm package, a super handy little helper, npm install called date-fns. This will help us format the date into just a timestamp. And we can be very precise on how exactly we want to format this date. So once that installs correctly, there we go. Let's start back up the development server, go into and we can close so many of these files. I'm just going to do close all. Go back into our messages component. And now where we are rendering out the timestamp, where is that? Where are we rendering it out? Right here, right down here. Let's wrap this in a format timestamp function and pass that the timestamp. And then go ahead and define that format timestamp function right up here. It's not going to be reused anywhere, so we can just put it in line here. And the const format timestamp is going to be taking the timestamp as a number, and then it's going to return a format function that we now get from date-fns, the package we have just installed. We're going to pass this the timestamp, and then as the second argument, the format that we want is parsed as, which in my case is going to be HH in uppercase :mm. We can go back into the browser, reload this page, and now we should be able to see that the timestamp shows up correctly as the actual time of day that this message was sent. There we go. We can see 13:57, which is 2 minutes ago. That works correctly. You can do this with AM and PM if you wanted to. date-fns gives you so many options to do that. It's honestly great. The message is formatted correctly. Really, really good. Great work. Do you remember earlier when I said let's pivot for a second? Let's first finish the chat input so we can send messages, and then let's finish the messages component. That's what we're gonna do now because the images are still missing on the left side. So this chat component is not quite complete, but it's almost done. We're missing two more things. So we have the span element here, then another closing span, and then another closing div. And under that closing div with two more to go, and then a parentheses, let's open up a new div with a class name that is going to be conditional. So let's wrap this in the curly braces with a cn, invoke that, and by default the styles that we always want to apply are relative, width of 6 and height of 6. And now we are implementing the images that we can show next to the messages as to which users sent this message. And then for the conditional bit of this class name, let's apply an order of 2 if this is the current user. And we want to apply an order of 1 if this is not the current user. There we go. And one more thing we want to apply is invisible if this has the next message. Has next message from same user is what we called it. Then we're going to apply invisible to this image, which makes it still keep the space that it has. So it's different from the hidden property where it's not shown on the page at all. This takes up the space it normally would, but it is not visible to the user. That's the difference between invisible and hidden. And then in here, let's render out a next/image that gets a fill property, a source of the, well, when we are certain that this is the current user, then this is going to get the session image, which we still need to pass as a prop to this component, which is going to be a URL. So we can already cast this as a string. Or if this message does not come from the current user, then this is going to be the chat partner.image. Now, both of these don't exist in our messages yet. So we need to pass the session image and the chat partner as props, which is going to be super straightforward because we already have that information in the parent component. So first off, let's add the session image as a string, and then secondly, the chat partner as a user. We can receive those props in the component, chat partner and session image. And now if we take a look at the file tree or whatever this is called, we can see that the chat page.tsx is giving us an error. It's complaining that we still need to pass the chat partner, which is going to be the chat partner. And then second, not the chart partner. And then secondly, we also need to pass the session image, which is going to be the session.user.image. There we go. And I think the session image could also be null or undefined. That's why this is complaining, null or undefined. Okay, now the arrow is gone. Let's go back in here. We cast that as a string. And now, why is this complaining? The chat partner. Does it not know what that is? Chat partner.image. Oh, because I called this chart partner. Chat partner. This also needs to be chat partner that we're receiving. And then that is also going to be the chat partner, not the chart partner. I call the chart partner in every spot. Okay, it's the chat partner. There we go. Okay, great. Now this image is still missing an alt tag that we need to pass it. It's mandatory. The alt is going to be profile picture. Then the referrer policy for Google images to show up correctly is going to be no-referrer. And then lastly, this is going to get a class name of rounded-full, so it looks good. And that's the component done. Great. We can see now there are images. If we send, geez, get away hydration error, nobody likes you. We can send a message, hit post, and type another message right away. Those won't show up in real time yet, but if we hard refresh the page, we can see they are sent. And then for the last image, there's also the profile picture. Great. This is already looking really good, and we're super far into the project. Now, let's see what we're going to do next. I think we are about to add the real-time features to really get this off the ground, then add some route protection. We've already done that. We don't even need to do that anymore. And we could add some loading states if we wanted to. Not sure if we can, yeah, we can do that. It won't, it'll take like 10 minutes and it would really improve the app. First off, let's do the real-time features though. And eventually we will also take care of the hydration error that shouldn't be there once we launch this to production. Sometimes it's not there, but sometimes it is. If you're really fast and clicking on the interactive elements, then it is there. And that wasn't like that in my in the example I prepared, in the project I already built. But nevertheless, it is here now, and I'm gonna work to fix this. I'm probably not gonna show you all the debugging because, you know, that might take 2 minutes, but that might take 10 minutes. And we will also fix this error at the end. Don't worry about it. For now, we're just gonna live with it. And then later on, we will fix it before we deploy this application. First off, let's get into the real-time features. So what exactly is going to be real-time in this application? Let's briefly talk about it. First off, when you receive a friend request, we want that to be real-time. So when you're online and somebody sends you a friend request, you should be able to see that pop up right here under the friend requests. Then secondly, when you receive a message, that should be real time. And when you send a message, the chat field should be real time. And then the last real time feature that we want is that whenever you receive a message and you're not in this message window, then what happens, A, is a notifier pops up right here saying you have an unread message. And then secondly, there's going to be a toast notification at the top of the page with the name of the person that wrote you a message and the message content and their image, right? Where you can click on it and then you'll be taken to this chat field of the person that sent you a message. Let's decide on which real-time feature we will implement first. I think the coolest one is going to be the messages, so we will do that last. First off, we're going to do the friend requests. So whenever you receive a friend request, there should be a little notifier icon here popping up, notifying you that you have in fact received a friend request. Okay, let's set up the service that we are going to be using for this real-time communication, and we will do that in the lib folder. And let's create a new file in the lib folder called pusher.ts. Pusher is a service we can use for real-time communication. Pusher.com. This is not sponsored from Pusher. And what is this? Windows Defender Firewall has blocked some features. No, we can allow access. That's fine. So Pusher channels are WebSocket channels you can use that are scalable, super fast, and they make WebSocket connections, especially in serverless apps like Next.js, super easy and super intuitive. I really like them. They have a good free tier that is totally enough for our use case, and this scales super well if you wanted to deploy this to production, but then that would cost you money. In this case, we won't need to pay because we won't be exceeding the free limits. Now, to get started with Pusher that make real-time communication super easy, we're going to install 2 packets, one for the server side and one for the client side. So we're going to say npm install, and then for the server side distribution of the real-time messages, we're going to install Pusher, and then for the client side receiving end of these real-time communications, we're going to install pusher-js. So that's Pusher and pusher-js. Hit enter, and that's going to install those 2 dependencies for us. And that was really fast. Great, we can start up back the dev server for now. And let's set up Pusher in our lib folder in the first step. To get started, we need Pusher credentials. And for that, I'm going to go to Pusher, click sign in, and then we can sign in with Google, for example. I'm going to use my admin account for this. And then we will be redirected and create a project. And after creating a project, it's going to give us some credentials we can use to access this programmatically. So let's call this project realtime-youtube. I'm going to host this in the European Union and click create app. This process is super straightforward. After creating that Pusher channel, we can go to app keys, and it's going to give us everything that we need that we can copy and paste into our .env file. So keep these values in mind. We can just copy and paste all for now, go into our environment variables, and then here we can use these values to initialize our Pusher channels later on. So I'm just going to paste them in here so we don't have to go back and forth. Then let's declare the pusher underscore app underscore ID first. This is what you can see up here, the 1578 whatever. Let's put that in quotes. There we go. Then for the pusher app key, that is going to be a public variable, meaning we can also access that on the client. That is fine. To do that, we can say next underscore public, and that allows Next.js to also access this variable on the client. If we didn't include the next public, this wouldn't be accessible by the client at all, because Next.js would assume this is a piece of very sensitive information that only can be accessed on the server. We're going to call this next public pusher underscore app underscore key. This is the key values you can see up here. And then lastly, for the pusher underscore app underscore secret, this is going to be what you can see right here as for the secret. That's all we need. We can get rid of the original stuff. Save or .env.local. Take a last look if you're still finishing this up. And then we can go into our pusher.ts file and actually implement this. So in our pusher.ts, first off, let's import the two libraries. Import pusher server from pusher, and then import pusher client from pusher-js. One is for the server, one is for the client, as I mentioned. Let's work on the pusher server first. But before we do that, I want to make it very clear to you why we are doing this. Let's quickly go to Excalidraw down here. And then the two things we're going to do is we have the server side right here, and we have the client side over here. And what we do is, from the client side, we can make a post request every time we send a message to the server containing the message content, and then say our chat partner was down here. So let's call this chat partner, and the client right here is us, right? And this is our chat partner. We send a message to the server. That server puts it into the database for one, into the sorted list that we can see right here, the sorted set, excuse me, not the sorted list. This is where the server is going to maintain this message in the database, and is also going to send this message out to anyone who's subscribed to this chat in real time using WebSockets. So before even persisting this in the database, it already sends that event out to the client and like us and our chat partner, so we can see the message in real time. And to do that, we need the server that we're gonna do right now, and then the client to subscribe to any changes, so it receives the notifications from the server. That's why we are doing what we're doing right now. First, let's export a const called pusher server. It's going to be a new pusher server. In that, we're going to pass the app ID as the process.env.pusher underscore app underscore ID. Let's just pretend we know that exists because we have to find it in the env file. As for the key, this is going to be the process.env.next underscore public underscore pusher app key. Put an exclamation point at the end to tell TypeScript we know this value is set, because otherwise this could be undefined and TypeScript would just complain. The secret is going to be process.env.pusher underscore app underscore secret. And we also know that exists. Let's do a type assertion as well. The cluster is going to be, at least for me, EU. For you, that could be US or wherever you put this pusher channel. And then lastly, for the use TLS, we're going to say true. And I think that is encrypted data traffic, the TLS. That's what that is for. Then lastly, for the pusher client, let's say export const pusher client. This is what we're going to use to subscribe to the events as a new pusher client in here as the app key, the first parameter or argument. The first argument, we're going to pass the process.env.next underscore public pusher app key. Also tell TypeScript yes that in fact exists. Then pass an object as the options, which contains a cluster of also the same value we put above, EU in my case. And that's all we need to do. Now we set up pusher, and we're all ready to go to set up the real-time communication. And as I said, first, what we're working on is the friend requests. So whenever we receive a friend request, we are going to tell the client in real time that they have in fact received one. To do that, let's go in our friend requests component, and you're going to be surprised at how easy this is. So let's do this right above here. To subscribe to this event, let's create a use effect, call a function block inside the use effect and a dependency array. Just a standard use effect, right? And inside of this use effect, let's use the pusher client to subscribe, right here, to subscribe to any changes the server provides for this user, right? This is on a user basis, and we want to subscribe to the incoming friend requests. We can do that by saying pusher and then client, because we are on the client side, dot subscribe, and we're going to subscribe to the template string of user colon, then the session ID that we have access to, then the incoming underscore friend underscore requests. Now, one problem with pusher is that you can't use colons in the subscribe name. That is considered an invalid character. And that's why we need to create a little function that helps us subscribe to this change by replacing the colon with something else. Let's do that in the utils, file, in the lib folder. And in here, we're going to create a quick little helper const called export const to pusher key. This receives a key as a string and then return the key dot replace. And then here we're going to put a regular expression. Don't worry, it's a very simple one. We're going to search for any colon globally in that string. That's why we also put a G there. So /:G. And then for the second parameter that we're going to pass, or argument, I think it's argument, Jesus Christ, it's a double underscore. That's what we're going to replace it with. Pusher knows what that is, and we can declare this as a function. An arrow function would also work, doesn't matter. Very simple util function that we can then use to wrap this. So I'm going to cut this value, and then in the subscribe, let's call to pusher key, pass in the value, and that will bypass the invalid colon as the character, while still for us being readable in this format, so we know what exactly we're subscribing to. Okay, then let's bind something to happen whenever this function occurs. Right now we're just listening, does this occur? But we're not telling pusher what to do when it actually occurs. So we can say pusher client, because we're on the client side, dot bind, and we're saying whenever an event of this name right here happens, right? This is what we call separately on the back end. So on the back end, we say trigger a function with this name, right? That's what we do on the server side, that we then bind to a actual function on the front end. In our case, that's going to be called friend request handler. That function is going to handle whenever this event occurs. Now that function doesn't exist yet, so let's quickly mock it for now. Friend request handler is just going to be a function that does something. For now, it won't do much. And then as for the return value, we need to clean up after ourselves. And we can do that by saying a pusher client that unsubscribe from this. So if we're subscribing, we also need to unsubscribe. We can just copy and paste this and change this to unsubscribe to this exact same thing. And then secondly, we can copy the bind and say we want to unbind this function from that event. We can format this, save it, and now we effectively listen to any event that is called incoming friend request, and we can handle that accordingly. Let's just log it out for now. New friend request. Great. So that means we are now successfully listening to that event on the client, but we are never triggering that event on the server. So that's what we will do next. And the question is, when do we want to trigger a friend request event? And the answer is whenever we send a friend request. And we do that in our friends add. So when somebody adds someone as a friend, that's when we want a real-time notification to go out. And let's implement that on the server side. So for that, we're going to use the pusher server. It's going to be pretty simple. On the back end here, before we persist the message in the database, or the friend request rather, we're going to notify all clients that this person has been added, right? And by clients, I just mean the person that has been added. That's who we're going to inform of this. To do this, we're going to say pusher server, because we're now on the server side, dot trigger. And then we want to trigger an to pusher key, obviously, because we are listening to the same thing, just so we can use the colons right here in the naming. And in the template string, we're going to say user, then the ID to add, because that's the user we want to notify, and then the incoming underscore friend underscore requests. And then for the event name, right? So this is the channel we're sending the message to. That's what we're subscribing to right here on the front end. And then to trigger this function, that's what we pass as the second string in here. The function, we can just copy and paste from the friend requests so we don't make any mistakes. It's going to be this function that we bind to. We're going to put that in here, the incoming friend requests. And then lastly is the data that we want to send along in that request. And I am getting some error. I think that's because we haven't passed any data yet. So for the sender ID, we want to pass the session.user.id. And then for the sender email, we want to pass the session.user.email. And I did mess something up syntactically here. So let's see what I did to pusher key. And okay, so this should go outside of the pusher key. Pusher key should end right there. So the first argument is to pusher key, user ID to add incoming friend requests. Second argument is incoming friend requests. The actual function name that we're triggering. This is the channel we're triggering it to. And then third is the data that we send along in this request. Let's save that and see if it works correctly. So whenever we send a friend request, the other user should now be notified and a console log should happen saying new friend request. To check if this actually works, let me open a new browser tab. Also go to localhost / login. So I'm gonna log in with another account. And then let's first off delete the friendship between the two accounts. I'm just gonna flush the entire database for now, so we don't have a friendship, so I can add that user again, because right now that wouldn't work because we have implemented some logic validation. Let me log out and let's open that in incognito actually. There we go. So I'm not gonna be logged in. The data should be clear. We can validate that by looking into our database. It is. Let's log in with one account, the Wordful AI admin one. And then on my second screen here, this is no secret. You can also watch me do this. I'm gonna log in with my support at wordful.ai. And then let me type in the password. There we go. I've logged in with my account. Now I have both accounts open in two windows. And now let me send a friend request to Wordful AI admin. Press add. And let's see what happens. The friend request was sent. And let's look into the console now, because we expect this to say friend request sent, but it doesn't. That's not how it should be. Let's look into this console window. Do we see anything? And if we don't, let's debug what happened. Okay, so it didn't work. Let's go back into our database and delete the friend request so we can send it again. Let's delete that for now. That deletes all connection between these two. And now let's go first into our server-side route where we are triggering this event, saying trigger pusher, for example. And let's see if we have any error. Aha, we do have an error saying can't resolve encoding. So that seems to be a module we still need to install. Let's install npmi encoding. And I spelled that wrong. Encoding. And there we go. Install that. I also did that in the other project, yarn dev. Let's start the server back up. And let's just send another request before going into the debugging too heavily. Make this a bit smaller. Let's restart both browsers just to make sure we're on the latest, on the same page with the latest code. Let that load for a second while the server reloads. And then I'm going to send another request over. And then let's see if it works. So it finished loading. Let's enter admin@worldful.ai. Let me press add. It says friend request sent, but we still don't get a notification. Okay, so let's go into debugging. I'm gonna log trigger pusher, and then I'm gonna log the subscription here, subscribed to, and then a template string containing the same information right here. And let's save all of that, restart both browsers, and also get rid of that friend request in the database. Right here, let's delete the incoming friend requests and go into debugging. Okay, there we could see it, but now it's too late. Let's restart the page. It should be gone. Let's add this user again, admin@worldful.ai. Press add. The friend request was sent. We still don't see it in the console. Let's see what happens in the console right here. Trigger pusher, that's good, but we don't see that we subscribed to this event at all, which is going to be the reason why this doesn't work. So the subscription itself doesn't work. That's why the function can't get called. So there is an error with this right here. I'm gonna take a second to debug this and then let you know what the issue is. So as it turns out, there is no error at all. It was just that we weren't navigated to the page. That's why it never mounted. So now we can see it actually subscribed to this event. Let's try this once more. Let's remove the friend request and quickly send that again from this account. Let's refresh the page, send the friend request again, and then we should be able to see that log in the console. So admin@worldful.ai, press add. And when it says friend request sent, we can see in real time without refreshing the page, there is a new friend request. Really good. And I hope I didn't sound too loud there in the microphone. Great. So now we can see in real time that there's a new request and we can deal with it accordingly. So we want to handle this event. And the only thing we're going to do is add it to state so we can map over the friends that we're showing. So instead of the console log that we currently have, and I'm going to remove the debugging stuff here. Instead of the console log that we currently have, let's put this away and let's set this into state. Set friend requests. Now we need to know whatever they were previously, and then to all the previous that we're going to spread in as the first thing in the array. Now we're going to add the current request, which is going to be containing the sender ID and the sender email that we are sending along from the server right here as the data. So we can also receive them on the client. They're going to be passed in right here automatically into the friend request handler. So we can say sender ID and sender email is going to be of type incoming friend request that we have already defined previously because we were already in that file. Remember? That's how it comes in handy now. Now we're going to put in the sender ID, sender email, and we are done. That's all we need to do. Now we get access to this friend request in real time. And I also want to show that little icon in real time as well. And if we remember what this component was called, it was the super long friend request sidebar options one. Let's navigate into that friend request sidebar option. There we go. And do the same thing. We are going to listen to real-time changes in here and then update the state whenever they do occur to show it in real time to the users. Now, you know the drill by now. Let's do it inside of a use effect and go back to the German keyboard for this. Inside of this use effect, first thing we want to do is subscribe to this event, to the same one, by the way. This is going to be the same exact event that we're listening to here. So technically, let's just copy the code. It's just going to be simpler. Let's copy the whole use effect from the friend requests. You can exit out of all those files, paste it in here. Now there are going to be minor differences, but we still want to import the toPusher key. And then the difference is going to be in the friend request handler. We are not going to need any data in here because we are only keeping track of the amount of friend requests there are. And as we know, this is of type number, so we can say set unseen request count to whatever it was previously and add 1 to that value. And the rest is going to be the exact same. So let's try that again. Let's delete the friend request we have in the database so we can send it again. Delete. Let's refresh the page. So it should be gone. It is great. Let's also refresh the page in here. And now let's see what happens. Pay attention to the friend requests, and ideally a little one icon should show up if I send a friend request. Let's send that over, friend request sent, and it worked. Great. So we see add a friend, we see the friend request, and in real time we can also see that a little one popped up here indicating that we have a new friend request. Really good. Now we can add the friend, and that shows the friend right here in the chat. So we could start chatting with that person. That's one key real-time feature done. Now let's go into the messages, and we want to implement being able to chat in real time as well, right? That's one of the coolest features of this whole application. How do we do that? That's why we created a separate messages component in which we can listen to the messages. And also we have a state containing the initial messages. So you kind of see a pattern here, right? We get the initial messages that are persisted in the database from the server. And then whenever some real-time changes occur, we add that to the state to display it in real time. And that's how you do it. That's the pattern. I hope you have noticed by now. So we can just copy the use effect. We aren't going to listen to the same event, but the main code is going to be similar. So let's just copy and paste this to save some time. Let's import the use effect, the pusher client, pusher key. And then as for the logic in here, we want to subscribe to a different event. And that event is going to be the chat ID. That is a chat we want to subscribe to. Now the chat ID doesn't exist yet in this component, so it's going to be the last prop that we're going to pass in here. I know it's quite a few props, but in this case, it makes sense to pass this many just to having because then we can avoid fetching all the data again right here in the messages component, which would be redundant. Then this is going to throw an error on the page because we're not passing that value. Let's quickly pass the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be equal to chat ID. Now we have access to that in the messages. Oh, and maybe that was a bit fast. So in the messages component under the dashboard and then the chat, I just passed the chat ID. Let's do that. Go back into our component and now think about the logic that we want in here. The event is going to be called differently. I'm going to call it incoming-message. And it's not going to be a friend request handler, but rather a message handler. You can just mark one, then press Ctrl D to select the other ones and then change the naming of all of those together. Then lastly, we want the unsubscribe event to be the same as the subscribe event, copy and paste it here, and the unbind event to be the same as the bind event, copy and paste it here. Great, that's the naming done. Now the only thing we need to do is to handle the logic, and this is super simple. Again, we're going to set the messages, get access to whatever they were previously. I can close out of this, and then put the message at the beginning of the array because due to the flex call reverse that I mentioned earlier, everything is turned upside down. So we want to add it to the beginning of the array instead of the end, and then spread in all the previous values. Now the message we will get access to as passed to the message handler from the server, and this is going to be of type message. Great. This comes from the validator, right? It does. Okay, great. So that's all the real-time logic we need to implement the messaging. However, the server side is still missing, right? Whenever we send a message on the server side, we still need to propagate that to this chat room so everyone who's subscribed to that also knows there is a new message. And the way we do that is we go into our route.ts where we send a message. And then here we're going to propagate that to the clients. So before persisting the message in the database like so, we want to notify all connected chat room clients beforehand. And we do that by calling the pusher server.trigger. And now the event that we want to trigger is the one we subscribed to. This one right here, the chat colon, and then the chat ID. Great. And then remember, we need to wrap this in a toPusher key because the colon is not allowed as a symbol. Then secondly is the event name that we want to trigger. It's incoming dash message. And then lastly is the data that we want to pass into the function. This message right here is what's going to be received by this function right here. That's how we get access to the data on the front end. And that's all we need to do to trigger the pusher notification for now. Later, we will also add, when you're not in the chat, that you can see who wrote you on the top as a toast notification. But this for now is what we need for the messages component. Let's go back in here. Let's click on the chat like so. And let's say, hello world. Click post and see what happens. So we can see the message, and in real time, we could see it pop up there on the left side. Let's try another message. How cool is that? Hello world, how are you? Hit post, and we can see it right there on the other client in real time. And if you want to dive deeper into how this works, we can go into the inspect element under the network tab, like so. And we can see the WebSockets that we subscribe to. Let's reload this page, and you will see something pop up now, which is this name right here. This is not a name that we came up with, the 4E56 whatever. This is generated by Pusher. We can click on that, and then under the Messages tab, we can see the current WebSockets that we are connected to. And when I send a message, pay attention to what happens. Right here, I can zoom in a bit so it's easier for you to see. It's going to be right here. Pay attention. A new event happens. The up arrow stands for an upload. The down arrow stands for download. So we are downloading our own message, but the same thing goes for this client right here. When I navigate to the network tab, whenever we send a message, this person also gets access to that message via the same WebSockets. So if I go back to this, put it right here in a small, then you should also be able to see this message pop up right here. Post, and you can see the download event, which is what we're displaying for the message right here. That's how the real-time communication works. Pusher makes it super simple. I really enjoy this process. It's great. It's really, really good. One last thing, we could submit an empty message. That's not really what we want. So let's quickly fix that in the messages right here. And by the way, why is the sender, why are we not using that? That's kind of weird, right? Oh, that's what we're going to use to display the toast notification later if we're not in the chat and we get a message. Okay, that's totally fine that we don't use it now. That's how it should be. Now, before we submit a message, let's go quickly into the chat input and do one little logic check here. If there is no input, then we're going to return. So we're in the chat input component under the send message function that we have defined. If no input, return. What that does is when I type in nothing and click post, it doesn't work. Whereas before we could send an empty message, which is not great. Dude, good work. Really, really good. We have one of the core features done, which is the real-time messaging. We're making great progress on this one. So quick summary, what we've done so far. We've created the whole UI really nicely. We can add a friend. We can see friend requests that we have received in real time. We can see all the chats that we have. We can chat in real time with the data being persisted by Redis. And the main advantage of Redis is it's super fast, which makes sense when we're using a real-time chat application. Really good. Okay. One more thing that we want is we want to be notified when we're not inside of a chat window that somebody has wrote us a message. And we also want to implement some minor styling. So for example, applying some padding in the layout, which is going to be a super simple fix. In fact, we can actually do that right now. So wherever we render the children, let's quickly fix that. Let's go into our layout under the dashboard. Scroll all the way down to where we render out the children right here. And let's quickly wrap them so this looks a bit better. Let's wrap them in an HTML aside tag, render out the children inside. So currently we are in the layout for the dashboard and then almost at the bottom of the page with one closing div. And this aside is going to get a class name of max height screen. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering where we are in the file tree, it's right here. Dashboard, and the layout component right here. This is going to get a max height of screen, container, padding Y of 16. on medium devices and up, a padding Y of 12, and also a width of full. Let's save that. And if we reload the page, we're gonna see this looks better. It's gonna be a bit more in the center. Takes a while to reload. Let's give it a hot second. And that's not what should have happened, should it? I think we didn't define the container yet. Is that possible? Let's go into the tailwind.config, and yeah, we haven't. Okay, that's why this doesn't look as good. So to fix that, let's navigate inside our tailwind.config.js. Under the theme, we get a container property. We're going to expand on that. This is going to be center true. We want a padding of in string 1.5 rem. And then for the screens, we want to pass the 2xl, and that gets a string value of 1360 pixels. Now let me quickly check if we have defined the... Okay, and the second thing we want to do is give this container a bit of custom styling in the globals.css really quick. Navigate there. And then we want to apply a custom Tailwind style. And the way we do that is by saying add layer base. Then we can pass in our custom property like .container, the class we want to apply this to, and then what we want to apply with an add apply. And now simply the class names that we want to give this. So I'm going to say a max width of 7xl, mx-auto, padding x of 4, on small a padding x of 6, and then on large devices and up a padding x of 8. So max width 7xl, mx-auto, padding x of 4, on small devices and up a padding x of 6, and then on large devices and up a padding x of 8. Save that. And now let's take a look at our component again. And I think I messed up some syntax in the Tailwind config because that is not type checked. Did I? Let's let this reload. Yeah, I probably did. Let's go back into the Tailwind config, and what did I mess up? Let's take a look at this. There needs to be a comma there and a comma there. Okay, so this needs to be comma separated. Let's go back, reload the page, and hopefully, now that still doesn't fix the error. Okay, let's go into our globals. Wait, let's compare the Tailwind config. So center true, padding, we have a comma there. No, that shouldn't be the issue. Let's go into our globals. Maybe this dot is the problem. Let's delete that. Go back in here, reload this page, and oh, max 7xl is not a class. This needs to be max width of 7xl. That's what the issue was. Great, let's reload the page, and now it should work. And we can see there is padding applied now. This looks a bit better, just looks a bit cleaner, you know? As I said, I'm gonna still debug the hydration error, so it won't be there later. And now the padding is also applied to the chat. Great. Okay, we've added the messaging functionality successfully. Very, very good. However, when we are not on the page currently, for example, let's go to the friend requests page, wait for that to load. And then when we get a message in the chat, the message does come through successfully, and we can see it when we go to the chat, right? If we load that, we can see the message, and we can see the hydration error. However, the message does not, like, we don't get notified of that message, and that's not ideal. We probably want to fix that. So what I thought of is, how about we show a toast notification at the top of the page and a little icon next to the friend for the corresponding chat that notifies us of the incoming message. I think that would be a good approach to do this. So the first step to implementing that would be to somehow listen to the event of an incoming message, and we need to do that on a component that is always mounted when we get a message, right? Because only components that are mounted can actually listen to the real-time changes. And ideally, we go for the sidebar chat list component, because this component right here, if I make this a bg red 500, you can see exactly where this component is. Let's read out the page. You can see this is the component. It's red. It's the chat, right? For each chat. And it makes sense to do it in this component, because when this is visible, we know we can listen to the event because, you know, it's visible. It just makes sense to do it in this component. So we can close out of most of the others. Let's close all the saved ones. And then inside of this component, let's listen to the same event of an incoming message in this component. So we can then display it to the user as an unseen message, as we have already prepared up here. So let's create a use effect. And this is going to be the last real-time feature of the app. The chat and the friend requests already work. So in here, we know the drill. Let's go for the pusher client.subscribe. And the event we're going to subscribe to will be converted to a pusher key to get around the invalid characters. And then inside of here, we're going to pass a template string and then the user, session ID, and then the chats this user has. Okay, so for any chat the current logged in user has, we are going to listen to messages in that chat or in all of those chats. And also we are going to subscribe, pusher client.subscribe, to all of this person's friend request. So we are subscribing to anyone adding this person as a new friend. And same thing here to pusher key, and then a template string, the user at the session ID, and then the friends instead of the chats. So those are the two events we are listening to. And then let's just clean up after ourselves right away so we don't forget that. We can just copy this and turn this into an unsubscribe. So we're unsubscribing from both events. And then let's bind these subscriptions to certain functions, because right now we are listening to the event, but nothing is happening once these actually get triggered. So for the new message in the chat, we can say pusher client.bind. Again, we are binding an event to a certain function. The event is going to be called new_message. And then as for the function that's going to handle that, we are going to create a chat handler. And then similarly, we want to bind one more function that is for the new friend event. We're going to call it new_friend. And just like with a chat handler, this is going to be called a new friend handler. Great. Now these two don't exist yet. For the chat handler, let's create a function. However, the new friend handler is a bit simpler. Let's start with that. The only thing the new friend handler does is refresh the page. Because when we get a new friend, we accept someone as a friend, the page should be reloaded. And doing that in Next.js is super simple. We've already imported the router in here. So we can call the router.refresh. And that's all we need to do to refresh the current window without hard reloading the page. And then as for the chat handler, what should happen when there's a new chat message? Let's just log something out for now. Const chat handler is going to be a function. And then here, let's console log new chat message. Okay. Now, as for these events, right, let's go into our route.ts to determine which of these we're already triggering. So we're subscribing to the chats and the friends. And if we go to something like the message send route, as we can see for this event right here that we're triggering on the server side, it's only for one certain chat, right? We don't want to listen to all chats. We don't want like 100 WebSocket instances if we have 100 chats. Instead, what we can do is trigger a chat event that contains the message information. And by that, we know which chat this is concerning. And also we only have to listen to one event in that case, which is way more convenient. So let's do one more trigger from the pusher server.trigger, and that will be for any message that this user receives in any chat, so that we can then display that on the front end. This will also be a toPusher key to avoid any invalid characters. And we are going to say in here, the user : then the friend ID, and then the : chats, because that's what we're listening to on the front end. And then as for the event name that we want to trigger, it's a new_message. And I just noticed we have a hyphen here and an underscore here. Doesn't really matter for now. And then for the data that we want to pass, it's gonna be all of the message. And then we want to extend on that with the sender image and the sender name that we can then display on the client in the toast notification that shows up. First off, let's spread in the message as is. So if you don't know what the spread does, it means we are taking all the properties of the previous message, putting them in here. So it's like the ID, the sender ID, the text, and the timestamp are in here now. And then For the sender image, we're going to choose the sender.image. That's the reason we fetched the sender earlier. And then as for the sender name, this is going to be the sender.name. Pretty straightforward. There needs to be a comma there. We can save the route. And now on every message that we send, for the corresponding chats for the user, we are emitting a new message event. And that event is going to be triggered on the client that receives the message. So if we go into the browser and then tap into the network tab, for example, in this browser right here, let's just restart the page really quick. Go into our console. Where is that? Up here, into the console. Let's clear the console for now. Okay, I moved this to my other screen just for a second. And now when I send a message, click post, let's see what happens. So the message is posting. We received the message here. And then let's look into our console. It says new chat message. So if we go and check and go into our use effect, we can see the subscription worked successfully and we subscribed to the chat message coming in. However, right now we don't have access to any of the data that comes in, and we want access to the message properties, but also the sender image and the sender name in here. And to do that, we need access to the message that we get right here. But this is not just of type message, right? If it were, then we wouldn't have access to the sender name and sender image. So this is kind of like an extended version of the message. And to reflect that, we are going to create a type up here in the sidebar chat list. If you're in TypeScript, interface extended message to reflect that. And the extended message extends the normal message, meaning we copy all the values that we have in the normal message inside the extended message. And then further, we know there are these two properties right here, the sender image and sender name. We can just copy them from our route.ts, paste them right here in the extended message, and then both of these will be of type string. Great. And this is going to be the extended message type that we have just created. So now, if we do the same again, but now log out the message in here, let me open up this tab and this tab, send a message, hello, hit post on my second screen here. We can see the message coming in, and then there's a new chat message, and we have access to all the important stuff that we need to display the toast notification to the user, suggesting that there's a new message coming in. Okay, now to display this message, first, we want to determine if the user should even be notified. If I am in this chat right here, then I should not be notified via a toast notification that I got a new message, right? I'm already in the chat. There's no point in doing that. Only when I'm on some other random page in another chat, then I would probably want to be notified of that message. And to achieve that, first, let's have a constant called should notify. And this is going to be equal to, and that's why we imported the path name. The path name is not equal to a template string that says /dashboard/chat/ and then in here we are going to use our chat href constructor that we have created as a utility function and pass it the session ID and also the message.sender ID, because that's the other missing piece of the chat ID, right? So we are constructing the message and we should only be notified if we are not in that particular chat already. And if we should not be notified, if not should notify, we are going to return early as a guard clause, meaning the code below will not get executed. And then down here, in that case, should be notified. And to be notified, we are going to create a custom component. And the toast library we're using allows us to do something cool. We can import the toast and then give it a custom. And then here we can give it a component to render a custom toast notification. We get access to a t, the toast value as the first parameter. And then we can render out our custom component that will go right here where I just commented that in. However, that doesn't exist yet. So for the custom toast notification, that is going to be a component I'm just going to call unseen chat toast. Let's do that in the components, create a new file called unseen chat toast.tsx. You could make this more reusable if you wanted to, if you wanted the same toast notification for different purposes. In my case, I just want it for the unseen chat toast. That's why it's so bound to the name instead of just a generic extended toast notification, making that more reusable. It's not necessary in our case. That would just add some unnecessary overhead. As for the component itself, in here we are going to create a div with a class name. There we go. That is going to be conditional. So we're going to put it in the curly braces and import our handy cn helper function. And now the question is, cn, and this cn will get a max width of medium by default, a width of full, a bg of white, a shadow of large, rounded dash large, let me close out of that, a pointer dash events dash auto, then a flex, a ring dash 1, and then a ring of black, ring dash black, and lastly a ring dash opacity dash 5. That's what we always want to have. And then as for the conditionals, if we have, well, first we need access to the T, right? If you take a look at this, we had access to the custom toast notification where we can see if the toast is visible and so on. We need access to that in this unseen chat toast. So we are going to receive that as a prop right here. And this T is going to be of type toast, which is a type we can import from React hot toast. Let's import it. This is going to be just the type that we need to import. And now for the conditional class name, we can say if the T is visible, then we want to display an animate-enter. And we only want to display that is if t.visible. And then let's put that below here, an animate-leave whenever not t.visible. There we go. Okay, that's for the conditional clauses. And now if we press whatever is on the toast notification, we want to dismiss it as well. In the div, let's put an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is going to get a dynamic href. So whenever we click the toast notification, we want to be put into the chat where we got this message from, right? And the reason we're using an a tag again is to force a hard refresh on the messages so we never get stale data. If we didn't do that and just use the regular link component, then we would get stale messages and have to reload the page manually to get the latest data, which is not ideal, you know? So in here, we want to pass the /dashboard/chat. And then as for the dynamic stuff we want in here, it's the chat href constructor, as we already know, and pass it the session ID and also the sender ID, both of which we also need to receive as props, session ID of type string and sender ID of type string as well. Import or accept both as actual properties in this component, and that's it. Then for the onClick handler, whenever we click this toast notification, we also want to get rid of the toast. To do that, we can invoke an inline function called toast that we get from React hot toast .dismiss. And then here we're going to pass the t.id to dismiss. And lastly, for a bit of styling of this anchor tag, it's going to get a class name of flex-1 and a width of 0 and a padding of 4. So flex1 with 0 p4. That's it for the anchor tag. Inside of here, we're going to render out a div with a class name of flex and items-start. Items-start. Inside of this div goes one more div with a class name of flex shrink 0 and also pt-0.5, give it a little bit of top padding, and then one last div goes in that div with a class name of relative, because we're going to render an image inside of this, height of 10, width of 10, and here we're going to render out the profile picture of the person that sent us the message. To do that, we're going to import the next/image, which is automatically optimized, give it a fill value, a referrer policy of no-referrer, because we're going to render a Google image in here, a class name of rounded-full, then a source of the sender image, which we don't have access to yet. So same drill, accept it as a prop and import it as a string type. And just for accessibility purpose, we also want to accept the sender name, so we can use that in the alt tag. So impaired people, like visually impaired, can also know what the image is supposed to mean. And we also need to accept that sender name into the component. A lot of properties, unusually many for a reusable component. As I mentioned earlier, reusability was not the focus with this component. You could easily turn it into one by abstracting it a bit. That's not necessary for us in this case though. So for the alt tag, in this case, we can put a template string, and then in here goes the sender name, and then profile picture. So everybody knows what this image is supposed to mean. Then after the closing image tag, one div down, two div downs, create a new and one anchor tag down. Wait, no, one div down, two div down, space, space. So we have a closing div, a closing anchor tag, and a closing div below this. And right here, we're going to create a div, and this is to display the sender name and the sender message inside of it. We're going to give this a class name of margin left 3 to space it a bit from the image, a flex of 1. And then here go two p tags. First one containing the sender name with a class name of text-small, font-medium, and a text gray of 900. And then we can create a second p tag right below that renders out the sender that goes into curly braces, of course. Oh, and I switched to the English keyboard, that's why it doesn't work. This will contain the sender message, and this p tag is gonna get a class name of margin top 1, text-small, and a text gray of 500. Now the sender message is the last prop we're gonna accept. As I said, unusually many props, essentially turning this component into something that is not reusable, but that's fine for us. So we are going to render out the sender message right here. And one quick aside on that, you don't need to turn every component into something super reusable. In my personal philosophy in React, I've acquired over the time, copy and pasting code is fine if you do it once or twice. If you do it more than 2 times, you should definitely think about turning this into a reusable component. Copy and pasting code once or twice just saves you time. There's no need to add the overhead for yourself to turn everything into a super reusable component if you're not certain you're actually gonna need it. So just a quick aside on my personal React philosophy in that sense. Okay, after the two p tags, one closing div, two closing div, one closing a tag, one closing div left, but before that last closing div, space, space, and create one last div with a class name of flex border-L and a border-gray-200. Inside of here goes the button that we use to close this toast notification. Render out a button with an on-click handler of toast.dismiss once again. And here we're going to pass the t.id, so React Hot Toast knows which toast we want to dismiss. And this button gets a class name of with full border-transparent, rounded-none, rounded-right-large, so just the right side is rounded. And then we also want to apply a padding of 4, flex items-center, justify-center, a text of small, a font-medium, a text-indigo-600. On hover, we want a text-indigo-500. Just turn this a little bit lighter, and then only a couple more classes left. What did I do? Oh, okay. So after the hover text indigo 500 goes a focus pseudo selector saying outline-none. Then on focus, we want a ring-2. And last class, on focus, we want a ring-indigo-500. I promise that's all the classes there are in this component. And then inside of this button, we'll put a close text. Great, so that means we can now use this unseen chat toast to render it out whenever we get a new notification. And we only want to notify the user when it's in a chat they are not in. We've already done the logic for that. So what we only need to do now is pass the unseen chat toast right in here. It's going to be self-closing and expects a lot of props. First one being the T. Second one, the session ID. So session ID is equal to session ID. The sender ID is going to be equal to the message.sender ID. The sender image, img, is going to be equal to the message.sender image. The sender message is going to be equal to the message.text. And then lastly, the sender name is going to be equal to the message.sender name. Now you might be wondering, Josh, why didn't we just pass in the message as is? Yes, you could have done that. And again, reusability is not a huge focus. However, I feel like it makes more sense to pass each property separately, because that's what you would also do if you wanted to turn this into a more reusable component. If you just pass the message in here, this component would inherently be bound to the message. However, you could still change this text in a more recomposable fashion by passing each property separately from wherever you render the component instead of the component itself. So we're stripping kind of the two close together linked logic away from this by passing this many properties into it. And then lastly, after showing the custom toast, we want to remove this from the unseen messages. So we're going to say set unseen messages, get access to what they were previously, and then we'll put the previous and then the message. So yeah, we're pushing it into the unseen messages, right? So when this function gets called, we are notified by the server that there's a new message, and we want to add to the unseen messages, not take anything away. That's why we're pushing it into the array. Now this gets really, you'll know what I mean when we just try this out. The logic is done, so we can try this out. Again, I've got the, and what the hell was that loading? We're gonna work on the loading later, by the way, don't worry about that. I've got the second instance right here open on my right screen, just so you're not confused. And if I'm in this page right here, let's reload this, and I'm gonna send a new message saying something like hello, click post, and let's see what happens. Yes, we get the toast notification, wordful AI support, hello, and a new message popping up right here. Nice. Let's try that again. Hello too. Let me click post here. And as we can see, there are two unseen notifications and we get the message. If we click this, it's going to take us to the chat and we can see all the messages and the trusted hydration error that's going to go away in production. But we can see the message. And if I type a message while we are in this chat, we can see the message shows up normally, but no toast notification. And that's because of this guard clause we have in place right here to determine if the user should be notified or not. So this works beautifully. Just send another message, click post. It will show up here in a second. And it didn't. Oh, and one more thing, I think if we type a message right now, okay, that shows, but there might be a bug because, right. So what we want to do, one thing that we need to add is that the useEffect currently does not listen to path name changes. So if I were to go into the chat and then reload the page inside of this chat and then navigate away from it, the useEffect wouldn't know about that. So if I were to go into my second account now, if the page navigation finally loaded, it can take a long time sometimes if we're not in the actual build. Let's give it a hot second to load. So what I mean is, if we're in the chat and then navigate away to another page, for example, the add friend, now the useEffect probably wouldn't know about that. If I send a message right now here on my second screen, the message is sent, as you can see, if I move this over, but there is no toast notification on the other client. And that is because the useEffect right here is not listening to any changes from the path name. So we are missing dependencies that we need to pass in here. Those being the path name, then the session ID, basically everything inside the useEffect where we get the values from outside of the useEffect, and also the router. So if we try this now, if I, and the loading just looks god awful, holy. If I navigated to this page, reload, and then navigated away from it, now the use effect has listened to that change. If I send a message again, this should now work, and it does, so we fixed that bug. Great, now we get the message. If we click on it, the icon will go away, the toast notification will be dismissed, and we land right in the chat where we can just write real-time messages. How cool is that? Super cool. Very, very nice. So we've got the message functionality implemented, the toast notifications implemented. I think we're almost done. I mean, the video is probably long enough. I don't know how long it currently is, but it's taken me a long time to record this. I hope not longer than like 6 hours or something. We've done the route protection. Last thing would be to add loading states, and that's a very enjoyable step actually. Then we can build it out, deploy it, and that would pretty much be the whole project done. Oh, this was really quick. Okay, the loading states are pretty enjoyable to do. We can start. So what the loading states are, what I'm talking about here is when we click on add friend, for example, you notice there's a slight delay between clicking it and navigating to the actual page. In production, that delay is going to be way shorter than in development. However, there is still going to be a very tiny delay. And just to serve the users a better experience while it loads, we can already render the page, but just in a loading state with some skeleton page, just rendering so the user knows, okay, this is currently loading. And the way we do that in Next.js 13 is actually super enjoyable to do. So for example, let's start with the add page. Let's go into our source directory, the app, and then into the dashboard, click on add. And then let's add a new file called loading.tsx. In Next.js, this is what Next.js falls back to when the component is loading, which is super helpful. We can just render out a functional component in here. And as for the loading set itself, we are going to install a package for that called react loading skeleton. It's going to help us achieve this very neat, very clean, professional looking loading effect. We can copy the npm installation from their npm page. It's called react-loading-skeleton. Navigate back into our project. And what is that? Had to perform a full refresh. That's fine. We don't worry about that. And then npm install the React loading skeleton. Great. After installing that, we can start the dev server back up. Exit out of that. And now for this loading state, let's have a class name with a width of full, flex, then a flex-call and a gap of 3. This is going to be a super simple component, by the way, don't worry. Then we want to render out a skeleton that we get from React loading skeleton. And then we also want to import the CSS. Now to get their CSS, we are going to copy this line right here, import React loading skeleton /dist/skeleton.css. We can just copy that line, paste it in here, so the styling is going to be automatically done for us. This skeleton is going to be self-closing with a class name, that needs to go in front of there, with a class name of margin bottom -4, then a height of 60 and a width of 500 to mock the large heading that we have. So we are mocking, did I start the dev server back up? I hope I did. Yes, I did. So that should be loading. In development, that will always take a while. So we're mocking this, go away. We're mocking this big heading right here. Then under that skeleton, we're gonna render out another skeleton with a height of 20 and a width of 150. That's gonna be self-closing. We can just copy and paste that by pressing Shift, Alt, and arrow down. This height is gonna be 50 and the width is going to be 400. Great, we can save that. And now to really show you what this does, let me insert a custom loading behavior on this page. You don't need to copy this code, don't worry about it. But I'm gonna await a new promise that gets a resolve function and then set a timeout where we call the resolve after 5,000 seconds, let's say. This is gonna make the page very slow to load, forcing the loading state that you can see right now. right? So this is the loading state that we're mocking, where the input is the heading, just as a loading page for a better user experience. Let me remove the loading. We don't want the actual users to load for that long. Let's hit save on this. And then we can pretty much just copy the same loading state over to the requests. Let's just go in here, copy the loading page, and create a file under the requests, a loading.tsx file. We can just paste this file. We're going to change the skeleton styling slightly. So first one is going to stay the same. Second one is going to get a height of 50 and a width of 350. We're going to remove the third one that is currently there, so we only have 2. And then we're going to copy the second one 3 times. So in total, we have 4 skeletons, 3 of which with a height of 50 and width of 350, each one mocking one friend request that we have. Let's check out the page, navigate to friend requests, and there we could see the loading state just for a second. I'm going to not mock the delay. You know what we're doing here. I just showed you that. And then lastly, which is going to take just a little bit more effort, is the loading state for the actual chat page. So to do that, what we can do is, well, it would probably be easier. So how I did this in my local development was I went into each component and then, yeah, actually, let's just do that. So we're going to navigate into the chat file. It's going to be called page.tsx under the chats. And then we're going to copy all of the code that is in here and paste that into a new file called loading.tsx that goes into our dynamic chat ID route. Let's create a new functional component for this and just paste in the code for now. Don't worry about any errors. Now we're going to go into the messages component and do a similar thing. Messages, copy all the JSX that is in here. Just copy and paste it and place it instead of the messages. And then lastly, we're going to do the same for the chat input. There is going to be a lot of cleanup involved in this. This might take 1 or 2 minutes, but then we have a clean, nice loading state for this. And replace the chat input with the same code. I just want to show you how I normally do this for my apps. So there is a lot of dynamic code involved right now, but we are going to replace everything that deserves. Well, actually, let's just copy this from the GitHub repository. There is really no point in just typing this out. There really isn't. But for a quick note on how I normally do this, I copy all the JSX and then replace everything that needs dynamic values, like the images, the chat partner name, everything that that has to load its value, right? Everything like that will be replaced with a skeleton. And all the other styling that is involved stays normal, right? We have access to that while it loads, and all the dynamic values like the text area and so on are going to be replaced by a skeleton. Now, this would take just too long and it really is just kind of stupid work. Let's navigate into the GitHub repository. I've opened it here on my right screen. Currently it's still private, but of course I'm going to make it public for the video. Then let's navigate into the source directory under app and then dashboard and the dynamic chat route. Go into the loading.tsx, copy all the JSX that is in here. Now there's still some commented out code, that's fine. Just copy the whole thing, that's going to be fixed when the video goes live. And then replace this whole component with the loading state. Now we still need to import these skeletons from React loading skeleton, and that is going to be a default import skeleton from react-loading-skeleton. There we go. And that fixes all the issues. As you can see, this is the reason I didn't want you to just write this out. Doesn't make sense, but I did show you the process on how I actually do this. Just copy all the JSX and only replace the dynamic values. We can save this loading.tsx if you even want to have it in there. It is honestly just a preference thing. I think it does make for a bit of a better user experience. And then when we navigate to the page, In production, it's going to be a bit easier to see. While it loads the page, the loading.tsx will be shown to the user. Great. Okay, I think that is the build. That is everything done, right? Let's go through this together. So we've done the project setup, of course, database integration, authentication, sending friend request works, seeing friend request works also in real time, accepting works also in real time, chatting with database persistence in real time. We've done everything. Let's go through this from start to finish. But before, let's run a lint to see if we have any errors in here that we should fix first. So if the linter's error, then you know you couldn't at the moment deploy the project because that requires a successful lint. Okay, so first error we have under the login page is that we are calling the use state in a component that is not a React component. And the reason React thinks that is because this page is lowercase while being a client component. That's the problem. So we're going to navigate to our login page, type out the page as a large piece. And also we can remove this empty object pattern because we are not receiving any props in this page anyways. And that should fix the lint error right here. React use effect has a missing dependency under friend request. Let's hold shift and click that so we can go to that particular bit of code and copy the session ID and paste it right into our dependency array right here. Well, we didn't paste it, but let's just put it in here, session ID. There we go, so that lint will be fixed. This one has a missing dependency chat ID in the messages. Let's navigate to our messages component, to the use effect. And why is messages being marked as a missing dependency? Is it in this line? Oh, it's chat ID marked as a missing dependency. Okay, that makes sense because we're using it inside of the use effect. As I mentioned earlier, you need the dependencies for everything that come from outside and are being used inside of the use effect. In this case, the chat ID counts as that. Okay, so that should be all the linting we had errors and warnings on fixed. Let's run the lint again by running yarn lint or npm run lint, hitting enter, and that's going to scan our entire project for any more errors. Now there's one more error, and that is under the friend request sidebar options. Let's go into that component, and it says the session ID is missing as a dependency. So let's put it in there, hit save, and now we should really be good to go. Let's run the linter once more, and hopefully we will see no ESLint warnings or errors. Great. If you still see any, it will tell you what to do to fix those errors. And if you can't manage to do it, obviously there's the GitHub repository if you need to take a look at that. Okay, let's build out the project. Yarn build, or actually let's just use npm for all of this to make this more beginner friendly. Npm run build. Type that in, and that is going to produce a production ready project of the code we have written for development that we can then use to a test our application, and secondly to deploy it to the web, to Vercel, to the internet, so people could actually use it. Okay, this may take a while. This is not a super small project. It's not huge either, so it will probably take like half a minute to a minute. It's already building the pages, which means it's almost done. And then we can run npm run start to start up the production version of our project, the one that would be actually represented in production. For a final time, let's clear our database and see if everything goes to plan. So right now all the data is clear. There is no data in the database. Let's log out from the database, and it errored there. Probably the... No, it didn't. Okay, we don't have an error in the console. That's good. Okay, so I've got both open right here. The logo you could replace with anything you want. And then, or you could copy the logo I have put in the GitHub repository if you wanted to. I'm going to log in with my account right here, the Wordful AI admin one. And then on the second one, I'm going to log in with the support one, and I'm still logged in here. That is not ideal. Oh, because I'm already logged in this browser. Okay, so that should still have created the data. Yes, it did. Great. So that's just very convenient that Google automatically logs us in. And I just noticed this dashboard is still incomplete. We still want to show the recent chats in there, but that's not rocket science. We can do that in five minutes, I think. Now, first let's test if everything works correctly. Let's put this into a split screen. And then let's add a friend, the other account, press add. We see that come in real time on the second account. If we add this person as a friend and navigate to the actual chat, we can see that this person is now a friend. However, this friend is not added in real time to this browser. That is something we still need to fix. Only if I refresh the page, that would happen. That is not ideal. You probably want that to happen in real time. And then if I send a message, that message gets propagated in real time to the other instance, to the other client, which is amazing. That if I navigate away from that page and we send a message, we see that pop up in real time as well. Beautiful. We can close the toast if we wanted to. Message is right here. If we click it, we can see the message, hello world, show up. Really, really good. Great work. So 2 more things that are still missing. If we navigate to the homepage, we want to see the recent chats. And then also, when we add someone as a friend on one client, we want that to happen in real time on the other client as well. And we can do that by forcing a router refresh on the other client. We could also keep the friends in state and then trigger a real-time event. Now, for the 2 things that we wanted to fix. First one being that when we accept a friend in this account, then the other one should be refreshed in real time as well to reflect that friend adding change. And that is not going to be rocket science because we are already listening to that exact event in the sidebar chat list. So when we take a look at this code, we are subscribing in the first place to the friends. And then secondly, we are binding the new friend function. Meaning if we fire an event for the friends channel in which we call the new friend function, then the handler for it, the new friend handler, is going to get called and refresh the page for the friend request to show up. And to call this, however, we need to fire the event. And if we think about where to fire that event, that would go into the acceptance of a friend. If I accept you as a friend, then your browser should be refreshed if you're logged in. If you're not logged in, if you're offline, then it will be reflected once you start up the app anyways, right? We don't need to worry about that case. So to do that, let's go into route.ts for the acceptance of a friend. And right here, we can get rid of this line, by the way, that we commented out. Right here, before the has friend request, or after that, and then before adding to the database, this is where we're going to trigger our pusher function, because by this point we have validated that everything is fine and the user is allowed to accept the friend. To trigger the notification, let's say notify added user of this change if they are online. Let's call the pusher server. Nope, not the pusher client. Pusher server, there we go, dot trigger. That's how we broadcast an event to all clients, as you probably know by now. For the channel, we want to pass the toPusher key, and then as a template string, the user for the ID to add, because we want to notify the other user, not the one that is currently logged in, :friends. There we go. And then as for the second thing, for the event name that we want to trigger, it's going to be the new_friend. That's what we're listening to right here with the bind. It's the new_friend. That's what we're triggering right here on the backend. And as for the data that we want to pass, we don't really need to pass anything. We can just pass an empty string, an empty object if we wanted to. And because we don't need to receive any data for this new friend handler to be run. You could also do this with state, right? So it would be an easy thing to just add the actual friend because you already have the data. No, we don't, but we could get the data because we have the ID that we want to add. So it would be easy to actually fetch the friend data from the database, pass it along, and then add that friend to state instead of refreshing the router, as I mentioned earlier. That would also totally be possible if you're concerned about this, removing someone's message while they're typing, for example. For us right now, this is totally enough. Okay, And I think that's all we need to do. Let's try this again. Let's go back into our browser, clear our database, where the CLI from Upstash makes it super simple. Clear the database, we got an OK, meaning that the database deletion call was successful. Let's log out of our accounts. And for now, let's rebuild the terminate batch job. Yes. Let's rebuild the application so we can test it while it is also very fast, because when we build, we're using the production version, meaning everything is way faster than in development, because in development, all the functions and so on get run every time, you know, we navigate to a new page, for example. That's why it's super slow in production, but so fast in, well, super slow in development, but so fast in production. Let's run npm run start. There we go. Let's start this party back up. Let's log in. And here I'm going to move this into a split screen where we log onto the admin account in one and the support in the other. That has created all the values in our database. Great. And now if I go to add friend here, add the support email, press add. First off, the friend request pops up in real time. And then when I accept it here, this browser should also be refreshed. Let's press add. And it is. The browser is refreshed. Now, you could also refresh the browser for this notification to go away, but that will go away anyways when I click on something like the admin account. And then we can type happily along, and that message gets shown twice, which is weird. And I think I know why that happens. I just looked into the code. So right here where we bind the functions, we are not unbinding them. So we get a memory leak in that sense where the function run multiple times when they are called, because multiple instances are bound to this event, which is not ideal. So let's copy the binders, paste them in here, and instead of bind, we're just going to put unbind to prevent any memory leaks from happening. Let's save that. Now, because we're in the build, we need to rebuild this for the code changes to show up. And then we can test that whole thing again. Now we know this will build correctly because we've already done the whole linting step that we need to deploy, which is going to save us a lot of time in deployment, because then we know it will deploy correctly. Let's start this back up by running npm run start or yarn start. And then let's try this again. Let's refresh this, and now hopefully only one toast should show up. Hit post, there we go, and only one toast shows up. If I type another message, one shows up for that. Great, that's exactly what we want. We get access to the messages, can answer them. Everything works as expected. Really, really good. So the last two things before we are totally done with this project is one, building the dashboard to show the most recent messages, your most recent chats. And then secondly, the mobile layout for the sidebar with a beautiful slide over that we had. Those are pretty simple things to do. So most of the work is already done. Let's get started with the dashboard first. Let's build that out. To do that, we're going to navigate to the page.tsx for the dashboard. Currently, we just show dashboard here, which is of course not ideal. And instead, we want to do a bit of styling, but it's going to be super straightforward. We already have access to the session in here. Then, if there is no session, we're going to return a not found that we get from next/navigation. So we are certain that there is a session if we render out this page. Now we want access to the friends for the most recent chats. That's going to be await, and then we're going to use our super handy helper function called getFriends by user ID and pass in the session.user.id to get access to the friends. These friends, however, don't contain the last message yet, and we want to show the last message for each friend that we're rendering out. To do that, let's say const friends with last message is going to be equal to await promise.all. You already know what this does. We can do a couple of calls at the same time. And we're going to map over the friends in here for each friend. An asynchronous function is going to get called where we get access to the friend right here in the parameter. And a called block is going to get executed. In here, we want the last message. And let's take a quick look at the Redis helper. Do we support the Z range? Yes, we do. Great. That's what we're going to make use of now. So in here, we're going to call const. Let's just name this last message. This goes into angled brackets because we are destructuring the first element from an array. That's why this goes into array signs, because we're going to get back an array of messages. As for the database query, let's call it's going to be equal to await fetch Redis, and the auto imports don't seem to be working. So let's restart our development window. I do that every time the auto imports don't work, and that has worked wonders for me because afterwards they always do. Let's let this load, and then the fetch Redis is there. As I said, it's like magic, and we're gonna fetch from the channel or the Redis store called chat, then the chat href constructor, and then here goes the session.user.id and the friend.id. Now the order obviously doesn't matter because they get sorted in there, and from those we want the colon messages from that sorted list. And then, obviously we want to pass it the command first because we're using the fetch Redis. The command is going to be a z range. So we're going into a sorted list and getting a range of messages. In our case, we only want the last one. That's why we're having this little destructuring here. And then as for the arguments, we're going to pass a -1 for the start index and also a -1 for the end index. I'm just going to log this out for debugging purposes. Console log last message, and also put that in string last message, just in case anything goes wrong. But this should be a message array where we can destructure the last message, and that should be of type message now that we casted it into the type of message array. And then we are going to return from each friend every property that the friend inherently has, and the last message that we exchanged with this person. Great, let's just quickly log this out to make sure we're not getting back a JSON string from Redis. Let's put the friends with last message in here and navigate to the page just to force the logging of this. Let's look into the console, and we get friends. Did I call it friends? It should be friends with last message. Did that get logged anywhere? Friends with... Oh, because we're in the build, right? Let's stop the build and go back into our development server so we can get the real-time updates on the page. While it is slower, it does make more sense for development. Let's restart the page, and now that should be logged to the console. Let's make sure it's not a JSON string, because otherwise, this wouldn't work. Now it's loaded. Let's go back into the console, and we can see friends with last message is an array. And we get the actual properties in here, not as a JSON string. Fantastic. We can get rid of this console log, and the other one, if you didn't type them out, you don't need to get rid of them. And let's finish up the JSX. We're going to have one div as the root level, the top level element, with a class name of container and a padding y of 12. Inside of this div is going to live an h1 with the text recent chats inside of it. And this h1 is going to get a class name of font-bold, a text-5xl, and a margin bottom of 8. Beneath this, we're going to render out something conditionally depending on how many last messages there are. If there are none, then we don't need to show anything. We can just let the user know there are none here. To do that logic check, we can say friends with last message dot length. And if that is equal to 0, then we're going to render out the following p tag, and else we are going to map over them. So we can say friends with last message dot map, and then for each friend that we receive as the first parameter, we can immediately return some JSX, and we indicate that by these parentheses and not by curly braces. If we return parentheses, we can straight away start writing our JSX code in here. First, however, let's do the p tag up here first. In here, there goes nothing to show here, ... And this p tag is going to get a class name of text-small and text-zinc-500. Okay. As for the div, this is going to get a key because we're mapping over this. The top element always needs a key. And that's going to be the friend.id as the key value for this div with a class name with a class name of relative, get rid of that down here, class name of relative, bg zinc of 50, a border dash zinc dash 200, a padding of 3, and rounded of medium. Inside of this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of absolute. That's why we marked this one as relative, so it positions itself relative to that div above it. A right dash 4, an inset of y0, so that's both the top and the bottom values in one, a flex, and an items dash center. Inside of here, we're gonna render out a chevron right icon that we get from Lucid React. There we go, chevron right. This is gonna be self-closing with a class name of height 7 with 7 and text dash zinc dash 400. Then after the closing div of that icon, let's render out a link from Next.js that links to the chat. So for each friend, we're rendering out a chat. The chevron right is going to be on the far right side to indicate you can go to that chat. And then what should happen when you click on that chat, we're defining right now with this link. Okay, this link is not going to be self-closing. Instead, it's going to get an href of a template string. So this is going to be in curly braces a dynamic value to slash dashboard slash chat, and then slash, again, our trusty helper constructor, chat href constructor. And then here we're going to pass the session.user.id. And then secondly, we want to pass the friend.id. Great. The link is going to get a short class name that's going to be relative and small flex. Okay, inside of this link, let's put a div first. That div is going to get a class name of mb-4, margin bottom of 4, flex shrink 0. Then on small devices and up, we want a margin bottom of 0 or 0. And on small devices and up, we want a margin right of 4. And then one last div in here. By the way, I want to show you a cool little trick. Instead of typing out div and then the class name, we can just do div dot relative dot h-6 dot width-6 and then hit enter, and that's going to put it automatically into the class name. That's pretty cool. And the reason we're marking this as relative is because we want to render out an image in here that we get from next image. This is going to be self-closing, as always, with a referrer policy of no referrer. Did I write that correctly? Yes, I did, because we're going to render out a Google image in there. Then a class name of rounded-full, a alt tag that is going to be a dynamic value in curly braces, because we're going to put a template string in there with the friend.name, and then as plain text profile picture. We can already format that. As the source, we're going to use the friend.image. And then lastly, this image is going to get the fill property applied, so it fills out the next relative div. In this case, this div right here above the image. Okay, after the image closing tag, one closing div, two closing div, and then open up another div that is going to be right below the current closing tag of the link. And inside of this div, let's put in h4 with a class name of text large and font dash semi-bold. In here goes the friend dot name that we want to display to the user on their dashboard. And then in here goes a p tag with a class name of margin top of 1, a max width of medium, so it can't exceed that size, and a little span in here with a class name of only one property that is going to be text zinc 400. Inside of this span, we're going to display the last message content. That is going to be a logic check. So either if I or you, if the logged in user sent a message, we want to display a little u tag, and else there shouldn't be anything if the chat partner wrote the last message. To do that check, we can write friend.last last message.senderID. And if that is triple equal to the session.user.id, in that case, we want to render out u colon and then a spacebar, and else just an empty string like that. And also, did I mess something up? Why is this red? Because this question mark needs to be a colon. There we go. And then after the closing span, we're going to insert the friend.lastmessage.text. And that's it. Great. Let's save that. I'm going to show this for one more second if you need to, if you miss something. And then let's navigate to here, and we can see that the message doesn't show up. Why is that the case? We can see and the loading state is something else. That doesn't happen in production, luckily. We can see the last message. However, it doesn't seem to show up on the dashboard. Why is that not happening? There's probably a problem with this one right here. So let's log out the last message and make sure this is not a JSON string, because I'm suspecting it is. Let's reload the page. I thought we did this check earlier, but I probably have missed it. And okay, so this is in fact a JSON string. This is why it's not working. So this is not a message array, but rather if we take a look at this, the last message is a string. As string array, so we can destructure the last message as one string. And then let's call this, or let's call this one up here last message raw. And then let's call this one last message, and this is going to be equal to json.parse the last message raw as message. So we can cast that into the corresponding type, and that should fix the problem. So what we did is declare this as a string instead of a message, and then parse that JSON, and now it works. So we can see UASD. If we click on that, we get to the chat, and the hydration error can go screw itself. We can write any message, hit post, and then if we navigate back to the dashboard later, we will be able to see that message. And why is this not posting? Hello? Are we getting any error? No, I think that the environment here is just super slow. Let's reload the page, type in any, oh, it's because the hydration error occurred, right? So luckily this doesn't happen in production. It's super weird. If I find a fix for it, I'm gonna put it in the README file in the GitHub repository. Not too sure why this occurs, but if we post a message now, navigate back to the dashboard, main one, it should finish loading soon. Then we'll be able to see that the last message we sent right here was sent by us. And this takes super long. There we go. Okay, we can see the last message. We can click on it, get to the chat. That works super well. Okay, great. Was that it? Is there anything else we need to do? Let me think. Okay, so last thing we want to do is the mobile layout, right? Because right now this doesn't fold. It looks pretty weird if we try to do this on mobile devices. And the demo I showed you in the beginning was well mobile optimized. To achieve that, let's go to Tailwind, or actually this is called headless UI. And then this is going to be a slide over. Let's go to, actually, no, this is from Tailwind UI. Let's go to Tailwind UI in the browser. This is a free component that we get access to. And then let's search for slide overs and hit that. Tailwind UI is an assortment of nicely pre-built components that we can use. Some of them are free, and we're going to make use of that. So instead of typing all this out, it's quite, it's not complex, but it will take a lot of time. Let's put this into our application as copy-paste. This is going to do so much of the logic for the slide over for us that we don't need to worry about. So on the Tailwind website, let's go to Application UI Overlays Slide Overs. I'm going to link the page in the description as well. And then we can just copy and paste the whole transition thing right here. We're going to need to install one dependency for this. Let's go back into our application. And for the mobile menu, let's create a new component, navigate into our components folder, and let's call this mobile chat layout.tsx. Initialize this as a component. And this is going to be a client component, because whenever we're clicking a button, to open and close the slide over, that needs to be handled via an event listener, and we can't have that on server components. Okay, inside of here, let's just paste the code for now that we got from Tailwind UI. That's totally good for now. And now let's install the necessary dependency we need for this, which is going to be called npmi add headless UI/react. Hit enter. If you don't know where I got that from, I've worked with it quite a bit, but it also says it right here at the top, add headless UI/react. It's going to install the dependency. Let's start the dev server back up again. Then let's start importing everything that we need to display this component. The transition, the fragment from React. Now this is what we're going to declare as state in a second. We also need the dialog from headless UI. So next to the transition, let's import the dialog, just like that. Is there anything else missing? The X mark icon, we're going to replace with a normal X from Lucid React. We've already got that done. And then the only thing missing is the state that keeps track of whether this slide over is open or not. Let's call this open set open. It's going to be of type Boolean and false by default. We also need to import the state from React. And now at least the arrows are gone, but currently there is no content in here, and we don't have any method to open and close this menu. Let's do that first before implementing any content so we can actually see what this does. At the top level, we want to create a new div. So even before the transition root, that we're going to wrap our whole component in with this div. This containing div, the top level div, is going to get a class name of fixed, a background zinc of 50, a border -b, a border zinc of 200, a top of 0. So this is always at the very top of the page, an inset x of 0, so left and right values of 0. You can see that if we hover over it, a padding y of 2 and a padding x of 4. Great. And then one more div that we are wrapping the entire component with. Never mind, we're not wrapping the entire component with that. And this is going to be a div that just lives up here, and we're not going to wrap anything with that. Okay, this div is going to get a class name of with full flex, justify dash between to separate them as much as possible, and items dash center for vertical alignment center. There we go. Inside of here goes a link, and this link is going to contain our logo, right? So we are building kind of an alternative nav bar that is being shown to the mobile users. You're going to see that here in a second. The logo should always go back to the homepage, just a /dashboard. And then this link is going to get a class name of button variants. This is where the button variants are going to come in handy, because this should look like just a regular button. Now, it seems like the button variants we're not exporting from our button component. So let's navigate into our button component. And for the button variants, let's say export const button variants. Save that. And now we can get them imported in here, making the link look just like a button. You can see if we hit Control and spacebar, we can now pass it a variant, and that's going to be of type ghost. So this link looks just like a button. And in here, we're going to put our icons dash or dot logo with a class name of height 6 with dash auto and a text indigo of 600. And this is going to be self-closing. Great. Below that, let's put a button, a custom button that we need to import from UI/button. This button is going to say menu, and then next to the menu, we're going to render out an icon that makes it very clear to the users, okay, this is in fact a menu that we get from Lucid React with a class name of height 6 and width 6. And this icon is going to be self-closing. Great. Very, very good. The last thing we want is a on-click handler for this button, where when we click this button, it should set the open to true. So this is the button that opens the sidebar for us with a class name. Class name. Why is this not working? Because I haven't left the on-click. With a class name of gap-4. just to separate these two by a bit. Flex is already applied by the normal button. We don't need to put it here. And now to make it show, let's put this into our layout. This is going to be the dashboard layout that we're going to put it into, right? Let me verify that. Yes, it is. We're going to go to the very top of our dashboard layout. And then right below the first div, before anything else, let's create another div with a class name of medium hidden. So this won't be shown on medium devices and up. And in here goes our mobile chat layout, a self-closing component that we can import. And let's see what happened. Let's navigate back into our app and force this to go into a mobile state. And did I not start the server backup? Yes, I did. It just takes some time to load. Let's let this load. And then we should be able to see the mobile layout. But we also, yes, we see the mobile layout, great, with the slide over, but we also need to hide the rest. Let's quickly do that. And to hide the rest, we can give this div right here below the closing div after the mobile chat layout, this one right here. Let's give this a medium flex, so it will only be flex on medium and higher, and a hidden otherwise. It's going to hide the sidebar on mobile view. If we reload the page, those changes are going to be reflected. And now we can see the chat looks way better, and we get a slide over. However, that's from the right. I would prefer to be this from the left. To change that, let's go back into our mobile layout. And then there are two properties I think we need to change. So the first one, we can see a right 0 here. In the third div before the transition child, it says right 0. You can also type, press Control and F and search for right to get to this value. If you can't find it, change this to a left of 0. And then as for the transforms, the enter from and the leave from, we want to select and just put a minus in front of those. And I think that should be all we need to do. Let's verify that. And okay, that almost works. We want to give it a bit of padding here on the side. So where it says padding left of 10, we want to change that to a padding right of 10. Hit save. And then let's try this again. Now it works, but it seems like the X, wait, let's reload that. And when it's done loading, let's try this out. The X is gone. That's not ideal. And you know what? Honestly, there are so many CSS classes involved. It's not hard to do, but it's annoying to do. And I don't see any value for you. It really doesn't add anything to the project. Essentially, what we're doing is taking the base template from Tailwind UI. And then what I did is go into the layout, just copy and paste the code, change a bit of CSS classes, and make it look good for the mobile version. I honestly don't think it makes sense to do this together right now. This is just super annoying to dig into these CSS classes. So instead, let's just navigate to the GitHub repository and copy paste the mobile menu. I honestly don't see any value for you doing this. So let's go into the repository under app, no, under components, then the mobile chat layout. Let's just copy this component and you'll see there are a few missing values. Now those we will implement together, so we actually get a good understanding of where they're coming from. Let's just skip the whole CSS part. It's really not the point of the project. Okay, so for example, there's a sign out button. We can import that. We've already created that together. And we can see there's an image that doesn't exist yet. Let's import that from next/image. The session is apparently a thing we need access to. And a friend request sidebar option. I think I called it sidebar options in this project. Let's go friend request sidebar options. Why can't I import this? Yeah, sometimes the auto imports are super annoying. Let's reload the dev window and then hopefully that will fix the auto imports. Otherwise, we'll just import it manually. That's fine too. Let's see, does it work? No, it doesn't work. So let's import it manually at the very top of the page. Let's say import friend request site, and now it works. What the hell? Now we can import it. I think I typed it wrong. I think there's a spelling mistake here. Friend request. What is it? Oh, friend requests. Okay. friend request sidebar options. That's why it didn't work. And we still need access to the unseen request count and the session ID, just like we do with the layout, because essentially it is just a clone of the layout. So there's nothing new in here, just copy and pasting a bunch of CSS values and optimizing it just a bit for the mobile view. Okay, we need access to the sidebar options, the sidebar chat list. We can just import that from our existing components. And then the only thing we still need to do is pass in a couple of props to this component. The first prop we're going to pass is going to be the friends. Let's accept them here in the component, and the friends are going to be of type user array. That's going to be friends. There we go. Secondly, we want to accept the session, and the type of the session is going to be session coming from NextAuth. We already fetched the session on the server. We know it's valid, so we can pass it to the child. Alternatively, we could fetch it on the client again right here. However, I don't think that makes a huge amount of sense. As for the sidebar options that we're going to pass into here as props, we can just go into our main layout where we want to pass them from, because we have defined them here. And here we can see the type. It's of type sidebar option. Now, because we have defined the type, let's cut that type out and go into our types.d.ts. No, that's not ours. So where does this type belong? Not really into either of these. So let's just put it somewhere else. Let's go into our types and create a typings.d.ts and just put it in here because it really doesn't belong into anything else. So now we get the type accepted here in the sidebar because we put it into a .d.ts file. We don't need to import it separately. And then here we can just say, oops, sidebar option array. Then lastly, what we want to pass is the unseen request count, just like we have in the regular layout, because this is just kind of a clone optimized for mobile view. It's going to be the same thing. And we want to accept all those properties in the actual component. Now that should get rid of all the arrows. There's still one left. And that seems to be because we need to import the icons component. That is not that is imported. So let's see what the error is. Element implicitly has an any type. Interesting. So the icon that we defined right here is of type icon. Okay, but that doesn't exist. So we need to import it from our icon component. Now that should be either logo or user plus. Great. And now there is an error here because we apparently need to import this type manually. That's fine. And then all the errors are gone. Great. Let's navigate into our layout.tsx. And why is this giving us an error? Because we also need to import it here. Okay, let's do that. And then lastly, we need to pass the props to the mobile chat layout inside of our layout.tsx. We already have access to all of these values, so this is just child's play. The friends are the friends. The session is the session. The sidebar options are the sidebar options. The unseen request count is the unseen request count. And that's all we need to do. Now, is this mobile chat layout reusable because we're passing it so many props? No. Does it need to be? No, because we only use it in one place. As I said earlier, my philosophy is copying pasting code is fine if you do it once or twice. If you do it multiple times, like 3 times, 4 times, then you should think about making it reusable, which is always considered more work than just copy and pasting. Obviously, if you just need a component in one place, copy and pasting, in my opinion, is even the better way to go because it saves you a lot of time and there's no point in making it reusable. Okay, let's check this out. Let's read out the page and see if the mobile menu is working. There was an error there. What was that about? Okay, the error doesn't occur again. Let's try if we can force the error again. Text content does not match server rendered HTML. I think that's one of those, just like the hydration error, that'll just go away in production. I don't really understand it, to be honest. It's only there during the page load, and we might be able to work around it with an error handling an error boundary. It doesn't really matter. It won't be there in production. So this is fine. We can see the whole mobile menu now. We can log out. And as I said, this is just a clone of the original layout. That's why I was fine with copy and pasting it. It didn't really, at least in my opinion, added no value to you. And then we can see the add friends. We can go ahead and here, add a friend. But if we click an option, the menu doesn't close. And that's kind of a problem. That we still want to fix that. And we can do that very easily by listening to path name changes in the mobile layout. So whenever the path name differs from the current path, the layout should close. And the way we do that is we get access to the use path name hook from Next.js. So const path name is equal to use path name that we get from next/navigation, invoke that, and now we know the relative path of what we're currently on. And then inside of a very tiny and cute use effect that we are going to put down here below the path name, we're going to set open to false and run this set open every time the path name changes. So what happens now is when I open the mobile menu and go to another page, the menu automatically closes. If I navigate to the chat, you'll see it's gone. It doesn't close smoothly because the chat is an anchor tag, so it forces a hard reload. But if we navigate to a page via the link tag, it smoothly closes. Very, very nice. And I think we're done. I think that's the project. Let's build it out. Then the errors will all be gone. Yarn build. Or first, let's run yarn lint so we know we haven't done anything wrong. And we know this will build for production. No errors. Let's run yarn build. And then we can go through the entire process one last time and deploy it. Actually, I think it would make sense to deploy it first and then go through the process. So let's do it that way, actually. I'm going to create a new GitHub repository for this. Let's go to github.com. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's navigate to your repositories. And then I might need to censor some of these. Actually, no, I don't need to censor any of these. Let's create a new repository. Let's call it something. You just call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call it friend zone-YouTube. Let me zoom in a bit. I'm going to mark it as private and create repository. That's going to create the repo. The important thing, if you've never worked with Git, is copying this remote origin. Then we can go into our project right here. It built successfully, so we know it will deploy successfully. And now we can say git add dot, which means add all the files that we changed into our GitHub repo. Then we can run git commit -m and then put a GitHub comment. For example, initial commit, hit enter, that's going to commit our changes. And then we want to add the remote origin that we copied from the GitHub repository. Press enter, and now we can say git push -u for upstream origin main. Press enter, and that's going to put all the files into the GitHub repository. If I reload the page, you can see all the project files are in here now. And you can see the first files are from 3 days ago, the last one's from right now. Now, to actually get this into the web, it's really straightforward. Let me move this to my other screen so I will have an easier time in... Actually, no, I need to censor this anyways. So I'm going to put it here. Yeah, just to protect the privacy of some of my freelance clients, I'm going to have to censor some of this probably. Let's go to add new here in Vercel. If you don't have a Vercel yet, a Vercel account yet, you can log in with your GitHub and then go to overview. And then we can click add new, and that is going to be a new project we will create. I'm going to import the repository we have just created, the friendzone YouTube right here. Press import. And before we can actually deploy it, we need to put our environment variables in here so the project knows about the important stuff it needs to know about. For example, our next auth secret. And for each key value pair, we need to put it into Vercel. So for example, the next auth secret, let me put it in there, copy the value we have in our .env.local, put it in here and click add. And that goes for every environment variable that we have. It's kind of tedious, but it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. Put every environment variable in here, Upstash Redis token. This is the last one I'm going to do with you, and then I'm just going to do all of them and be right back when I am finished. You do the same, and then we'll deploy it together. Okay, that's the last value. I've added them all, and now we can finally click on the big deploy button to get this into the web. This will take a hot minute because it's going to do the exact same we have done on the client already, or in our VS Code right here. It's going to run the build command, just the same. And because we've already done it, we know it will build correctly because there was no error on our local machine. So we're just going to wait for this to build. We can actually see the exact same build logs as we had in our personal console. This will take a moment, and then I'm going to be right back when this has either finished building or has given us an error, which I don't think it will. And there we go. It has finished building. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. And let's try out if it actually works. Let's navigate to this, go to the domain Vercel has given us, and then for one last time, let's clear our database. I'm going to move this over to my other browser, like that, paste the URL in here, and we can see the login page. We can exit out of everything else, and let's clear the database one last time so we get a fresh start. Let's run flush all on the Upstash CLI. It's going to flush all of our data, so we are brand new to this. Let's click on Google. And okay, so what we need to do is, after retrieving the Google client ID and secret, what we also need to do is add this particular domain in our Google Cloud Console to the authorized sources. Let's go to our Google Cloud Console and quickly do that. And I am hosting this all under my Similarity API. I didn't bother to create a separate project just for this. So we're gonna go to login data. Then under our OAuth 2.0 clients, where you have gotten the client ID and client secret, we also need to add this domain as an authorized JavaScript source. And also for the authorized redirection URIs, we're going to add our domain /API /auth/ and I'm going to zoom in so you can see this better, /callback /Google, because the Google callback will handle the verification. Then we'll click on save. So quickly to summarize what we have just done, add this domain right here under the URIs, and then secondly down here under the auth and the redirection URIs, save that. So after the part you just saw in the video, I tried out the application, noticed there were 2 more bugs that we needed to fix, but I was really tired and just called it a day. That's where we are now. I know exactly where the bugs are. Let's fix them, turn a few last dials and knobs, improving the performance of the app, and then we're done. Then it's all complete. However, first off, let's fix 2 more bugs that we still had in the code. I'm gonna make this a bit larger for you. And I didn't count this as a bug, but the first thing we want to do just as a better practice than currently is make sure that the user we fetch as the chat partner is always not stale, right? And to do that, we are gonna replace our db.get with our trusted fetch Redis function, just so we don't get any issues in the future with that. I'm gonna disable GitHub Copilot, and let's first call the chat partner raw. Let's call this chat partner raw. It's going to be equal to await fetch Redis, and we are going to mock, or we're going to do the same request as we do up here, just with our fetch Redis function. So it's also going to be a get request to the same exact thing. We are fetching the same piece of information, and this is going to return as a JSON string. So we need to type it out as that, and then the const chat partner, the same as up here, we're going to replace this, is going to be json.parse chat partner raw. And then we can get rid of the first line right here. And we might want to type this out as user as well, the chat partner. And by doing that, we have successfully replaced the db.get, the last one we had in our application, with a fetch Redis. And now let's get on fixing the last 2 bugs there are in the application. As I said earlier, to make it the best it can possibly be. And the first thing we're gonna do is really improve the acceptance API route. As you can see currently, this is not optimal behavior. We want to do 2 things. First off, adding a friend should also refresh the little sidebar right here, the friend requests. And by the way, I just tried this out. That's where these texts are from. It should also refresh the little 1 or 2 that is besides the friend request right here. Currently, it doesn't do that. And that's kind of weird because you have to refresh the page in order for that to happen. We don't want that. That should be gone whenever you accept a friend. And to do that, we're going to slightly refactor the way this acceptance API route works. So navigate into the source app API friends accept, where we accept a friend, and let's give this a little refactoring. We're going to start right here below the has friend request. And the first thing we want to do is fetch the user information and the friend information of the person that we are adding. We can do this, and let me zoom in even more so it's easier for you to see, by saying user raw and then the friend raw. As always, these are strings, but they are users just as a JSON string, so we still need to parse them. That's why I called them raw. It's going to be equal to, in parentheses, await promise.all, and that's how we're going to improve the performance of this API route. We're going to do some calls simultaneously that don't rely on each other. And then here, inside of the promise.all, we can actually pass an array of promises that we want executed simultaneously. First one is going to be fetch Redis for either the user or the friend information. The order does not matter because they will be executed simultaneously. They will both be GET requests. We can already copy them down, separate them with a comma. And then as for the data in the first one, it's going to be user : and then the session.user.id. Thereby, we are getting the information like email and image and so on for this user. And then secondly, we want the same information for the ID to add as well. And we can do, we can do those calls simultaneously because they don't rely on each other. And then we can, because remember these are strings, so we can also type this out as string, saying user raw is a string and friend raw is also a string. And to get the actual data, we can say const user is going to be equal to json.parse of the user raw. And then we can just copy this down and say friend, const friend is going to be equal to json.parse friend raw. And both of these are going to be as user. By the way, if you wonder how I typed in multiple places at the same time, you can click somewhere and then hold Alt and then click in another place and set your cursor in multiple places that way. And then we don't only want to notify the added friend, but also the person that is adding to refresh their application state, making the end result way cleaner so we don't need to refresh the page anymore to reflect the changes on the person that has accepted the friend request. Might seem a bit abstract for now, but you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. So instead of all these requests, we're going to do them simultaneously. They don't rely on each other, and that will significantly improve the performance of our API route. To do that, we're going to apply the same principle, calling await promise.all, and then here we can pass an array again of the promises that we want executed. First one, we can just copy the user ID to add friends push or trigger, where we trigger the new friend action, and paste it up here in the promise.all. But as a little modified version of this, instead of an empty object, we want to pass the actual user to the person that we are adding. We can copy and paste this down, separating it by a comma, and then just change the ID to add to session.user.id. And similarly, the user we want to change to friend. So our friend gets our data and we get the friend's data. That's what we're doing here. And all these database calls, all database add, database remove, where we add and remove from a set, they can happen simultaneously as well. They don't rely on each other. Therefore, we should definitely do them simultaneously. We can just copy them in here, separate them by commas, and then get rid of all this. I don't want to call it, crap, because it is good logic, but it is not very optimized. And this works in a way faster fashion because performance is very important in this application. I mean, we're using Redis after all, right? It's important. And that's a big improvement we have just made to our API route. Two more things we want to do, and they're pretty straightforward, is first, when we add a friend in the browser, the person that gets added, their browser is not refreshed reliably. So when I add you as a friend, then you won't always get notified and my name won't always show up right here on your client. And that's not ideal. To fix that bug, let's go back into our project and then into the sidebar chat list right here in the components. And what we are going to do in here is we are going to improve this logic right here. This does not work reliably, the route refresh. So instead, what we're gonna do is a better practice as well. We are gonna keep the friends in state instead. So just like with the messages or the stuff in the other components where we imported the initial stuff as props to the component and then put them in state to expand on them later on, that's what we're gonna do now as well. And let's call this, for example, active chats, set active chat, and that should be chats, plural. This is going to be of type message. No, this is going to be of type user array. And then the initial value is going to be the friends. So all chats that we have up here are going to be kept as state now. That's what we're currently doing. And then we want to pass the new friend to the new friend handler. As user, before we passed an empty object, but because we have just fetched the data for this friend on the back end, I'm going to switch back to the route just for a second. We've done that right here. We're passing the user and the friend, which is user data we get from the database up here in these simultaneous calls. We are passing that to this new friend handler, meaning we can now easily put it in state and get rid of the not reliably working route refresh, and instead say set active chats, receive what they were previously, then create an array, spread in whatever it was previously, and also push in the new friend at the last index. Great, and that's all we need to do in this component. Let me quickly verify that. Yeah, that's all we need to do. So we just changed the new friend handler, put them in state instead, and now the active chats are going to be used to map over for the chats that we have visible in our sidebar. Very, very good. And then last thing we want to do to get rid of the error where when we add a friend, the friend request, the little symbol that shows up right here, there's a little 1, it doesn't go away until we refresh the page. And that's not good. And that's the last bug we want to fix, the last bug in the application. And we are going to fix that in the friend request sidebar options in the components directory. In here, we are going to change the logic and also subscribe to one more event. And that event is going to be the friends. So instead of just listening to the incoming friend request and subscribing to that, we also want to subscribe by saying pusher client.subscribe to the pusher key. And then in here goes user : session ID : friends. That's the channel we want to subscribe to. And then we want to bind that to a function whenever the new friend action happens. So to listen to this function whenever the new friend event happens that we emit right here on the back end in the add or accept API route, we want to listen to this event right here, the new friend. To handle that change accordingly, we're going to say pusher client.bind. And did I switch back to English keyboard? Yes, I did. .bind the new underscore friend and bind that to the friend request handler. The friend request, oh no, let's call this differently. Let's call this added friend handler. There we go. That function doesn't exist yet. Let's create it up here. It's going to be super straightforward. The const added friend handler is going to be an arrow function. And in here, what we're going to do is we are going to subtract from the unseen request count, right? We're incrementing that up here. And now we are going to take 1 away. So set unseen request count, get whatever it was previously, and just say prev -1 instead of prev +1. Thereby, whenever you add me as a friend, then the little icon that stands here for unseen friend requests will go away in real time without having to refresh your browser. And then pay attention to the return statement. We want to clean up after ourselves because we subscribed and bound a new function. We also want to unsubscribe and unbind that. So we can just copy the subscribe statement up here, where we subscribe to the new event of friends, paste it down here in the return statement and say unsubscribe instead. And similarly for the pusher client.bind new friend, we are going to unbind that right here in the return statement. And I think that was all the bug fixing we need to do. I think we're done. Maybe I missed something. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but let's just verify this. Let's build this application and test it out for a final time. I'm really excited for this. I think it will work well now. I hope I didn't forget anything. Oh, and while I was just checking the files for one last time, go into the route.ts and insert a colon here. Very important, otherwise this would just return null, the fetch Redis right here. So what we're missing is a colon between the user and the ID to add. At least I added a little typo there. That's why it didn't work. Okay, great, let's clear this. Yarn build this for the final demonstration of the app. And then, while this builds, we can already go ahead and clear the database, by the way. Let's navigate on here and say flush all. For the final demo, it's gonna clear the entire database of any data. Everything is gonna be gone. And then we can start up the app. Great, it's gonna start the production version of our application. We can log out and I'm gonna open up a second client so we can verify that everything works correctly here on the right-hand side. Let me log in with my support account here on the other screen. There we go. Let's let that load and move this into a side-by-side view with the other client. Great, okay, so it's logged me in for that account. Let's log in with the Wordful AI admin right here. And then first thing we want to do is verify that the adding of a friend works. Let's type in support@wordful.ai, and if I zoom in anymore, it's going to show the mobile view. It's easier for you to see a bit more zoomed out, but then you can see everything. Let me hit add. That's going to show the friend request in real time right here. And then when I press on the little check mark right here to accept a friend, two things should happen that weren't happening before we fixed these bugs. First, the little one right here should disappear. And because we're now keeping that in state and subtracting the original state. And then secondly, over the overview, on top of it, the Wordful AI admin should show up as a chat partner. And then similarly, on the left-hand client right here, Wordful AI support should show up as a chat partner for this person. Let's try it out. Let's hit the check mark. And it worked just as expected. That's why we fixed the bugs. Very important, the little one is gone without having to refresh the screen. The friend request is gone, and both clients can now see the chat partner respectively. If I just say hello, hit post, that's gonna show a beautiful toast notification to the other user because we're not in the chat. If we were and sent a message, that toast notification would not be shown, and we can chat in real time super fast, by the way, because we optimized the hell out of our API routes, so to say, with the other user. Great, we could spam the person if we wanted to, that works just fine. Everything works really, really well in this production build. And last step is committing those final changes to the repository. Really, really good work. Very nice. If you followed along, congratulations, you built a really nice real-time application. And last thing we want to do is git add everything, git commit -m for a comment. So now we're pushing those changes into our production build in the web, saying something like fix minor bug fixes and improvements. For example, just a commit message I just made up. And then last thing we want to do is say git push and hit enter. Great, and that pushed all of our changes into the actual production version. Now Vercel would rebuild all of this. Essentially, Vercel will have the same version as we are hosting locally right here. Because, and I think, yeah, this is not showing up because we stopped the application. let's start them. While I'm talking through this, let's just have it open. So Vercel would have the exact same version as what we currently have, because this is the production built out version, the same that Vercel uses. So the production one is going to be the exact same, and everything works super smoothly. Great. Again, congratulations. If you followed along the whole video, I know it was a very long one, because in fact I've already cutted it, and this was just the last step as a last summary for the whole project. I think it's like 8 hours long. It's pretty long. So thank you very much for watching. I really hope you got a lot of value from this video. I tried my absolute best to make it A, very beginner friendly, and 2, to make it very easy to take these good concepts that you learn in this video and take them and apply them to other projects that you're going to build in the future. That's one of the best ways to learn. Following along with me is a very good way to learn, and then really helping to accelerate your learning is take this stuff, apply it to your own projects. Something like, implement real-time functionality for a project that hadn't any real-time features before. Add authentication to your application if you're new to authentication, and that sort of stuff, right? That's really how you learn. Thank you very much for watching. Leave your feedback below and a like of the video if you enjoyed this. Was a lot of work, but I really enjoyed it. So I'll see you in the next one. Have a good one, and bye-bye.